A storm is brewing.
You're never going to beat Hikaru at his own game, not in these positions.
Within the Tempest, the best have come to test their skills and brave the storm.
Oh, he missed it! Oh, he allowed a draw!
Oh my goodness.
The wheels have come off.
That could be the match.
For some, this is familiar ground.
Oh my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
One second. Move!
For others, this is a fresh field to prove their prowess.
This is insane! Oh, look at Fabi, exhausting every last resource.
The battles will be electric.
That is...
Oh, and Hikaru doesn't like that move.
Dagger!
The moves will be fast.
Oh my god, no, 97!
Tricked at the end.
The stakes will be high.
He just grabs his head. He can't believe it. He just gave away the pawn.
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship is now. Fasten your speed belts, my friends. We're in for a wild ride.
We welcome you back to what surely will be another scintillating Speed Chess Championship matchup between Liren Aronian and Dmitry Andreikin. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess, alongside me, my good friend, my co-commentator here, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, we've had a fun first three matches. You excited for number 4?
Good afternoon, Robert. Hello, everybody. I am super excited for number 4. The matchups this year are especially epic. I have been on the edge of my seat for every match, and I'm sure nothing is going to change today.
Oh, certainly not, because there is so much at stake in each and every SCC match. It's had an illustrious history, and we're just getting started here in 2022, because in this first round, where we are now, 16 players started, only a few have been eliminated, $2,000 goes to the winner, with another split of the $2,000 based on win percentage. And of course, they really just want to go to the quarterfinals. So Danya, I mean, it's always fun to see them duke it out for the prize fund, but it's really the glory that they're after.
It is the glory, and that's the amazing thing about the SCC. It's the prestige that this tournament has built up through every year that it's been held, to the point where you want to be the one to say that you won the SCC over Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, and the other mouth-watering names on our general bracket.
For sure, and there are only 3 names that cannot claim this year's Speed Chess Championship because they've been eliminated. We'll see who is the 4th to be eliminated today. But Fabiano Caruana started things off with a win over Arjun Erigaisi, surprising some people in that matchup. Ding Liren then won a close matchup against Alexander Grishuk, the qualifier, who is a superstar in his own right. And then Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he was upset about giving that candidates to Jan Nepomniachtchi in 2020/2021. He gets a little bit of revenge by kind of demolishing him in the bullet session to win 19.5, 11.5. But Danya, today is all about Liren Aronian and Dmitry Andreikin. Liren Aronian, he leads their Blitz head-to-head, but they haven't played too many games against one another.
Which is kind of interesting because they're more or less from the same generation. And it's not that their last Blitz meeting was 12 years ago. 2010 feels like a different millennium. So it's just amazing to see them reconnect again. Dmitry Andreikin, I mean, he really needs no introduction anymore. He has made such a name for himself, especially in the realm of online chess with his performances in the RCC and just with his general blitz and rapid play. anywhere he plays. I mean, he's been ridiculously consistent. He's a nightmare matchup for anybody.
Yeah, he was the Rapid Chess Championship finalist, losing to Jan Nepomniachtchi. He made it to the CGC top 8, where he played from Serbia. So he is just a force to be reckoned with. But so is Levon Aronian. And the community got involved, and they were trying to predict this 8-9 matchup where Levon is the slightly higher seed. And he gets the nod from the crowd, Danya, 55 to 45%.
Which is kind of interesting because Dmitry Andreikin, undoubtedly the more experienced player, again, within the framework of online chess. But Levon Aronian, a higher rated player, definitely the sort of OTB favorite if you think about classical chess. But 55-45, I think that's pretty accurate. I could make a compelling case for either player to win this match.
Well, you mentioned experience, so let's dive right into the insights between these two, because Dmitry Andreikin is just about as experienced as a player can get that's not named Hikaru Nakamura. Andreikin has played so many Blitz games we see right here, 3,553 to a whopping,
tiny disparity.
190 from Levon Aronian. So it is quite shocking that Levon really does not play outside of the SCC.
Yeah, it's like when you look at some players' games history, you see 3+1, 3+1, you just know they play Title Tuesdays. With Levon, all you see is 5+1, 3+1, and 1+1, because you know he just plays the SCC every year. But obviously, Levon's played in many World Blitz and Rapid Championships. He's played in Rapid and Blitz events in St. Louis. So it's not like he doesn't play Blitz at all, and he actually plays it pretty darn well. He moves relatively fast in classical chess as well. So he compensates for his lack of online experience with his general Blitz mastery. But no question that Dmitry is a more experienced player, as the numbers show.
He certainly is. And let's remind everybody of the format, the time controls that will be played today. We start with 5-minute plus 1 second increment, and then we get down to the 3+1 and finally the 1+1. And of course, in this knockout format, you lose, you go home. If things are tied, we get Armageddon. That's exciting for all, stressful for the players, but great for the fans. So I think that this match could go down to the wire with two very different styles, but an evenly matched set of opponents here.
Yeah, and I'm really, really excited to see how they're going to handle these differing time controls. I think for Levon, he needs to try to make that push in the 90 minutes that we have of 5+1. I think that's where he needs to stake his claim, because we've got 60 minutes of 3+1, and then the 30 minutes of bullet is where I really think Dmitry Andreikin can try to make that push. So if Dmitry can keep that match close throughout until the bullet, I think he's going to have a pretty good shot. And obviously we'll get a 4-game tiebreaker in the event of a tie. But as I always say, we'll cross that bridge if we get there.
Yes, and Dmitry Andreikin, he probably doesn't want to get to a tiebreaker. He would be content with it. He is the better player in bullets, so we would think. But Levon Aronian is no slouch. I think people underestimate him just because he doesn't play that often, but we've seen him participate in bullet chess championships. He's won many matches in the SCC. I believe 5 matches he's won. He's been eliminated 6 times. So it's about, he wins 1 a year is really how it goes for him. And he would like to even up that overall record by beating Dmitry Andreikin.
He also has an epic background, the brick wall, which we're about to see. But I'll put that aside for now. I just wanted to say that there was another interesting insight. Levon does lose a lot of games by time. And I really think that one of the key storylines that we're going to have to watch throughout this match is whether Levon is going to be able to handle himself in time scrambles, because that's where your lack of online experience can really hurt you. It's when you get down to 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Yes, there's a 1 second increment, but it's going to be crucial for Levon not to panic when he gets, let's say, below 30 seconds.
I agree, especially because Dmitry is such a solid player. I mentioned that they have different styles, Danya. Levon, he is as creative gets. He's a maestro in the openings. He had that exchange sacrifice to beat Magnus Carlsen many years ago at this point. But don't you remember when A3, bishop takes A3, rook takes A3, and they demolished Magnus on the king side? So I feel like when you think of Levon, you think of just all sorts of masterpieces, including a loss to Vishy Anand when Vishy had a masterpiece himself. But for Dmitry Andreikin, I think of solid, hard to take down. He bends, but he does not break. And I think that style could help him in this match.
Yeah, I mean, definitely Dmitry's preference at his core is positional chess. He is a grinder. He's a very technical player. I still remember his win over Hikaru in the RCC, that incredible endgame Karpovian type of victory. But that's not to say that Dmitry can't handle himself tactically. He is a Sicilian player. And in the CGC, his match against Wesley So didn't go his way, but he had a couple of very impressive openings with the black pieces. So I'm excited to see what Dima will bring to the table, especially with the black pieces.
And let's not forget, we saw him excel in the shorter time controls, at least those stretches against Fabiano Caruana, but we are off.
Here we go.
The CGC that I was referencing. E4 by Levon Aronian, and we get a Sicilian.
There we go. And Dmitry plays a bunch of different Sicilian variations, but he likes the Taimanov. Let's see if that is indeed going to be his choice. Is the queen going to come out? Okay, a6, kind of a version of the Taimanov.
Right, and knight f6 played by him. So this allows white to capture on c6 and play e5, which is not available in some other variations, but I don't think that's what Levon wants here, I should say. And you know what's interesting, Danya, is Levon, for a while, he played a bunch of d4. Now he plays e4 and d4. Of course, these top players play with two hands, so they say, but he's playing aggressive out the gates.
Yeah, nice use of playing with two hands. I like it. And f4 by Levon, a very ambitious variation. This move has gotten popular in a lot of different Sicilian systems recently. You can see Dmitry putting immediate pressure on the e4 pawn by getting his dark squared bishop out and pinning the knight.
Yes, and by the way, chat thought that Dmitry Andreikin would take this time control. He plays e5, showing that he has no fear. And that does technically sacrifice a pawn with knight takes c6, and then f takes e5, but that's not a healthy pawn structure for white. You are going to lose that pawn right back, and it actually should be a good transition for Andreikin.
Yeah, and moreover, after d takes c6, it opens up the possibility of knight f6 to g4, and that is a very dangerous move to face if you haven't castled yet, which is why we see Levon closing down the diagonal for the bishop with f5 and paving the way for a lot more safety once he castles kingside.
There are some crazy tactics here revolving around knight takes e4, because white's knight on c3 will be captured after bishop takes e4, if we can show this quickly. And as you point out, queen h4 check. So I wonder what Levon has up his sleeve. I don't think he just blundered a pawn in the center. It could be ideas of queen to g4 in the mix, going after g7.
Yeah, especially here, I think would be a great opportunity to throw in queen g4. I actually think that is his idea. And black can help himself to another pawn, but you're going to have to wave goodbye to your entire kingside and your king. Shortly thereafter, with bishop h6 and queen takes e5 coming in. This is out of the question. Good call by you. I don't think Dimitri's going down this rabbit hole.
But what if he starts with knight takes? He plays h5, so okay, he's going for knight g4, and most importantly, taking away the g4 square. So if you think the threat is knight g4 and you play h3 to deal with that, then you actually fall victim to knight takes e4. So clever move by Andreikin.
Oh, because it covers the g4 square. I thought his idea was more positional to play h4 and create the g3 outpost for himself, but you're right. It's to play knight takes e4. And this kind of misdirection, it makes it so easy to blunder because you think it's one idea, and then there's actually a hidden idea under the surface. Queen d2 is Levon's choice. So he allows knight g4, but knight g4 doesn't look all that dangerous. It can be met with bishop g5. You could even give your dark squared bishop away. Not the end of the world, although the dark squares are quite important in these types of positions.
No, they are. So you don't want to give up that bishop. I like your point. Just move the bishop away. You could even go back to g1 if you wanted to, and then castle queenside and continue with your development. So here's a big moment for Andreikin. I'm still trying to make knight takes e4 work because there could be a knight takes e4, bishop takes c3, queen h4 check, but you need to be 1,000,000% sure of that. Otherwise, you might just lose the game if you're Andreikin.
Yeah, it's incredibly committal, and it's played on the board. Knight takes c4 first, so he's going to follow up with bishop takes c3 using the pin. Let's see what Levon can bring to the table in response. Big moment.
And Levon takes. So I wonder if he missed it or he just calculated a little more deeply, because right now there's the intermezzo, bishop takes c6 check. So you're going to lose the bishop on e4 anyway. You might as well grab that pawn, ruin black's queenside pawn structure, get opposite colored bishops, and then it's anybody's game.
Bishop takes c6, a brilliant little in-between move. And after queen takes c3, you're also hitting c6 as well as e5. That seems to be the only path forward. I can't make queen takes c3 work. After queen h4, queen takes c4, Robert, I think black gets away with it and might even win a second pawn on f5.
And that's the good thing about having a 5-minute start with that 1 second increment, because Levon can sit and calculate right now. I believe he will go for bishop takes c6 check. Everything else looks bad for white, whereas bishop c6, it's a position with opposite colored bishops, a lot of life left. It's not like an end game where it's just equal, nothing of that sort. I actually like white's chances if he does, in fact, throw in that move.
The only remotely feasible alternative I was going to say is BC and then queen to f2 and castles kingside to keep the f-pawn secure. I'm still shocked he goes for this. He's trying to play against this bishop on c8. He's saying, hey, you can't really develop your queenside that easily. I'm going to go rook a1, and I'm also going to play against this highly vulnerable queen on e4. Here's that creativity we talk about.
And if you think about you're going to castle kingside for black, watch out for f6 to break open your king and go into those dark squares. So I love it. I was just saying that Levon should be happy that the game started with 5 minutes. If this were a bullet game, I feel like black would lose in 3 turns. You're not castling anytime soon. Even castling queenside seems out of the question because bishop d7, and if you get your king over there, the dark squares are too weak. So I think from a practical point of view, Danya, a great choice from Levon.
Yeah, the key word there being practical. I would totally ignore the eval bar. I don't care. This is where Levon's creativity manifests itself. It's in these unconventional decisions that pose serious practical problems. Dima already down to 2 minutes on his clock. He's going to be playing a bullet game soon enough.
And there's only one fully open file. It's the D file. But guess what? Bishop b6 is going to sit there, and no rook is getting the D file for black, and white can take the D file. So I actually don't really see how black is going to deal with these threats. Like bishop b6, rook a to d1, start doubling your rooks on the D file potentially. The one problem is the f5 pawn. So if black can play h4 at some moment and rook h5, he may win a second pawn, and that's too much to deal with.
Yeah, once you lose that pawn, the floodgates open, the bishop gets out. That's the downside of Levon's play. It's very high risk. You're going to have to show something in the next few moves, or your initiative fizzles out. You're not just going to be much worse. You might just flat out be lost if you're down 2 pawns.
Wow, this is a critical moment, and Levon senses that. That's why he's taking his time. He has a slight lead. He did pre-move a few turns in a row. At least it felt like that when he decided to play queen f2 castles kingside. But he goes rook e1 first, just shooing that queen away from the e4 square. It happily goes to c4. You often want to plant your pieces in front of double isolated pawns. So then why not take over the c4 square? So Danya, do you believe in Levon's plan here, or is Dmitry handling this well?
I did 2 moves ago. I'm not sure I do anymore. I actually don't see how Levon can actually infiltrate, storm the barricades here, despite the outward passive appearance of black's position. And this move h3, I think, is a clear indicator that Levon is kind of switching to defensive mode.
Yeah, h3, kind of out of nowhere. I don't really see what the purpose
why
is.
Exactly?
Maybe he wants an eventual g4 or something. I just don't see why that move is necessary. And h4, played by Dmitry. Not only is that a strategically good decision, but rook h5 becomes a renewed threat.
It's a huge threat. Again, you can't afford to lose f5 if you're Levon, and it's too late to switch to the d file, I think. You can try rook d1, but after rook h5, bishop b6, black gets the bishop out in time. And guess what? The king doesn't have to castle. It can stay in the center, but you can also castle kingside if you're feeling unsafe. Queen f3 to stop rook h5 by Levon.
But now we see the downside. Any single pawn push leaves the control of that square was previously covering. So g4 was under black's control. Now if black goes pawn gobbling with queen takes a2 or queen c3, that white queen will slide to g4. So you need to be very, very careful here. You don't want to abandon your king if you're Andreikin.
And bishop d7, a flexible move by Dmitry. Is he preparing to castle queenside? Well, maybe he doesn't even know. He wants to keep Levon guessing, and Levon doesn't want to allow the option. Bishop b6, and I think he's going to go kingside. No, he's going to go pawn grabbing.
He is a hungry guy. I guess he's good enough for Thanksgiving. He is an American, so understandable. But rook d1, go to the open file. And there might even be a queen g4 to follow. He starts with queen g4, but now black can castle. We've been talking about that.
And g5, I was going to say. Look at that move.
That caught me by surprise, and be honest with you, Don. I think it's time for a sacrifice. I don't know if rook e5 works, but I'm like trying to just take all the pawns.
I know what you mean.
King.
I'm bishop d4, bishop e5, but it's too slow. He goes rook d1. He switches to the d file. Levon is somehow able to weave a rather nasty web around black's pieces. Queen comes back to f7, rook d6. Your earlier idea of doubling on the d file, Robert. And if the bishop has to creep back to c8, you're in trouble again.
Certainly are. Actually, I don't see what black can do. The only hope I believe black has is to play a5, a4, and distract white's pieces long enough to survive this game. Because look at Dmitry's clock. He's done it 38 seconds, Levon at nearly a minute, and Dmitry just can't find a move with rook fd1.
He has to castle. He has to castle, because rook fd1 otherwise would be followed by rook d8 check, and now the bishop drops back to e8. At least you keep d8 protected. Can Levon find a way to target this f6 pawn? Bishop d8 comes to mind here.
Ooh.
as well as bishop c5, maybe go after the rook. I don't know.
He plays bishop c5 and b6, just giving up the pawn. I think he wants queen h5 to follow and to get off those pieces off the board. Let's get rid of those queens. But then black's pawns just start dropping like flies. a6 and c6 are isolated, and the f6 pawn is weak. So bishop d8 right now looks very strong.
Rook b8 instead. Dimitri's choice, occupying the open file. The bishop can come back to c5. Maybe he wants to continue chasing the bishop with rook b5. And here's that time scramble I talked about, Robert. How is Levon going to handle this? Both sides down below 30 seconds. Bishop d8.
The position is just too good for white. I think he's going to handle it very well. What is black's move? Queen g7. He finally plays it. Rook e6. He wants the second
bishop
rook
f.
coming up to.
Oh!
Whoa! What a move!
Bishop h5, opening up the attack on d8. And that's not a bishop Levon can afford to part with.
No, that was extremely clever. I think you can trade on d8, make a rook e8 check, and make a draw here if you're Levon. And I think that's what he should do.
Yeah, otherwise he can take on c6, but I'm trying to count the pawns and I'm struggling. He goes rook e8. Wise decision.
Yeah, I think this was
a first game.
We've talked about this a few times. Practical choices. I think Levon made some very good practical choices throughout the game here, but I think that Dimitri showed he may get in trouble at some moment, but he is not going to break, and it is a draw in game one. But let's ignore the result for a second. That was a hard-fought battle, both sides of chances.
Oh, yeah, that was great. Really combative from the opening. I love the choice of a Sicilian from Dimitri. Meeting Levon at the top. Couldn't ask for a better game one.
And where is game two? These two have to get a rematch going. We'd love to see more from them. But I have to say that...
No, that's it. That's all we get.
I think that Levon might not know where the rematch button is. He hasn't played in a year. So it has been since the last SCC. And we see Dimitri played his d4, his beloved d4. He's always going to be doing that. For Levon, I'm curious what he's going for. And it looks like he's answering our question quickly here. A Queen's Gambit decline.
Yeah, Levon is a shapeshifter with the black pieces against d4. He's played the Queen's Gambit, accepted, decline, Grunfeld, Slav. He's played everything under God's blue sky. And here, he goes solid. And speaking of solid, e3 by Dimitri. That is a very Andreikin-esque variation. Okay, very solid position.
I like how you put that because it's true. Like, instead of developing the dark square bishop, he's like, no, let's be calm, protect all of our pawns. C4 is defended. Well, just play it slowly. And I think Levon is taking a page out of Maxime Vacher-Legrau's book. And you may think, oh, no, wait, doesn't Maxime play the Grunfeld? He doesn't play this line. No, it's because he's eating all match. Like every time I see Maxime play this match, he has like a whole tray of food. I don't think I've seen Levon stop eating and drinking thus far.
And
he's
drinking.
Just trying, on drinking. Nice. Okay,
that was
I'll give you
big
that one.
thermos. And scratching his hair.
Yeah, he's just trying to remain energized throughout this game here. And we see the bishop kick back to b7. So, Danny, the big question is, was it beneficial for white to throw that pawn up to b5? My answer is no, because the side that controls the pawn breaks is often the side with the advantage. Now black can play a timely a6. Maybe now's that time where you can start opening up the flank, and that could be bad news for white. Instead, Levon chooses c5, which was also proved by the evaluation bar there. Yeah,
the question with white's play here, yeah, you're grabbing space, but have you bitten off more than you can chew? Levon's doing a whole lot of chewing, but Dmitry Andreikin, I think, has bitten off more than he can chew, and he can take on Pisan, but that lets the knight get out, and then you've got that open c-file, and before you know it, in the time that white takes to complete his kingside development, you could get some nasty stuff going on the queen side. I like Levon's position out of the opening here. I think he might even be slightly better.
I do as well. I think you can just put a rook on c8. I don't know if you should swap knights on c3 first, but either way, a rook's coming to the open file, and we get this sort of Grunfeld type of position. Black has an extra pawn on the A and B files. White has an extra pawn in the center. So what does black want to do? You often want to trade pieces because pawns, they limit your opponent's pieces. And if you start trading, well, your pieces don't have so many limitations. They're not fighting for the same squares. So that is why Dimitri says no trade for you, knight to e4. But he has not castled yet. And look at this long diagonal. Rook a8 should be played just to fill up the entire a8 to h1 diagonal.
There was also a screwy tactical threat of knight c6 takes d4, I think, opening up the discovered attack on the c3 knight. So I think he had to move it away for that reason as well. And is Levon going to carry out the classic Grunfeld-esque idea, knight a5, knight c4, could play a6, b5. There isn't all that much going on the queen side, so it ain't that easy to prove to prove something concrete. Let's see how Levon handles this. The next few moves here, really important if Levon wants to solidify his advantage. Knight a5 is on the board.
And he spent 38 seconds to play knight a5, which is a move that came to him instinctively. I think that if he was playing bullet, he would have played that move in 2 seconds. So I wonder what else he's calculating. I'm not criticizing him, but I'm wondering if there's some central squares that he's looking at, maybe a timely f7 to f5 just to boot the knight out of e4, but that is a committal decision. So you don't play f5 unless you have a clear follow-up, because that weakens e6, also gives control of the e5 square permanently to white. So that's why Levon plays the standard knight a5. And how are you going to stop knight to c4? He answers that with queen to e2. But I do think that both f5 and playing, I was going to say a6, b5, but then I looked, is a6 hanging?
That is a spicy move. Bishop takes a6. I think he wants to trade and then close off the queen with knight c4. I don't know. There's another drink from that huge thermos. Okay. But after knight c4, white could play queen b5. This at least needs to be calculated. But Dmitry says, I don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. I'm getting out of the center.
Well, he said you don't want to touch it. Now you can't. Now you have the pawns protected right there. Knight c4 is happening sooner than you know. And I feel like the position just looks very pleasant. Rook ac1 to fight for the c file and the c4 square. The knight on d5 will slide back to the newly vacated b6 square. And that knight may hop to c4 or even to a4. Don't forget about this pawn on a3. The bishop on e7 is eyeing it from long distance. And if that bishop ever has to leave b2 and go back to a1, you're simply going to drop that pawn on a3. So I like the look of this position. It reminds me of this game, I believe, where Karpov beat Kasparov, where he used the A-file to his advantage. All of his pieces went to the A-file, and knight b6 heading to a4 looks like a problem for Andreikin to deal with.
Can't quite remember that game off the top of my head, but when I hear Karpov and A-file, I think Karpov-Unsaker from the Olympiad, the famous bishop a7 game. But that was, of course, a completely different structure. But knight b6, knight a4 reminds me of an octopus sort of winding its tentacles around its prey. And Dmitry trying to put a spanner in the works here with a4. That's a good looking move, but the eval bar sees something wrong with it, and so does Robert Hess by the looks of it.
I actually was looking it up, and I was correct. It was game 6 from the 1984 World Championship match where Karpov won with black in the And look at this. What's the material count? 2 pawns were just snagged, but black is up a rook. So let's try to figure this out. Maybe bishop takes a6 is available here for Levon.
And rook c2.
That's it, right? Bishop a6 looks good for white because a1 is hanging and the rook is under attack.
Knight c7.
Oh, I did not see that follow-up. I'm going to be honest. I just thought there were so many pieces hanging with crazy pieces. You just got to find something. But now a6 is hanging. b2 is loose. The queen is overloaded to the defense. And Levon Aronian has stolen material.
Yeah, and he's going to be up in exchange when the smoke clears. Dmitry could capture either knight. He could take a6. He takes a1. Now the knight's probably going to slip into b4. And white has a pawn for the exchange. No doubt that this is a 2-result game now, with the queen on b7 also experiencing problems. Rook on c2 is very strong, but something was wrong with that move knight b4 as Dmitry invades the center with knight e5. That wasn't the refutation. Apparently, Robert, the move was knight to c5, slicing off the connection between the bishop and the... and the rook on c2 would have been in big trouble had the queen then slid down to b3.
Wow, that is not that easy to see because the bishop could take on c5, but it opens up the bishop on a1. So there's a lot to calculate there, but there isn't that much to calculate in the live position. The game will continue. I'm not saying it's over, but it's clear that black is much better. So you said playing for 2 results here. Let's bring our rooks to the queen side. The second rook, the rook on f8, can go over to b8 right now. You're not so worried about a pin because of rook b1, your knight can slide back to a6. But the big question is, Danya, what trades can black allow? You may say, allow, you're better, you have more material. But sometimes you trade a little bit too much and you don't have enough pieces remaining to win a better position.
And that's a great point. And an example of that, if you remove all of the pieces except 1 white knight and 1 black rook, that's actually probably closer to a draw than anything else with a 5-on-4 on the king side. So it's absolutely not a given that you just want to remove pieces from the board, especially given how nicely black's pieces are coordinated. There's a back rank checkmate threat with rook c1. The knight could drop back to d3. You could make some lufts with g3 or g4. I mean, this is such a hard position to defend with a minute on the clock.
It is, but if I trust a player to be able to hold this despite the worst position. It is Dmitry Andreikin, but he looks a little frustrated, right? He's got his head in his hand, and obviously no player would want this position with the white pieces, but the match has not gone his way thus far. It really does seem in just the first 2 games, Levon has been in control, and that is not what you want to feel in these long matches. You want to feel like even if you lose the game, you still had chances. In this game right now, I feel like Levon has just been better with black from the first few moves.
He most certainly has. He's been calling the shots. His creative ideas have been hitting the target. And you can see a pair of rooks has disappeared from the board. I like the way Dmitry is handling this so far. F6 by Levon, a move that you mentioned a while ago. Okay, knight back to D3. Dmitry can try to target that E6 pawn, but the king can just slide up to F7 and protect it.
And right now, there's nothing to attack. Black is up material, but look at the pawn structure. F2 is protecting the entire chain. F2 is ultra well defended thanks to the knight on E4 and the knight on D3. So I think that's why Levon is pushing his pawns. H5 here, bring the king up to G6. Slow play will probably create some problems. You don't want to rush it. You don't want to make a move like F5 and then create a problem in your own position. The E5 square, the E6 pawn. So I think that Levon is all about timing right now.
Yeah, and you just need to keep your eyes open because oftentimes in such positions, it's so easy to blunder a minor piece, a skewer, a pin, a fork, something like that. So Levon will have to stay awake to these opportunities. He closes down the king side with H4. Very instructive move, creating this weakness of H3. And you might say, what do you mean? This pawn is unattackable. But again, it's all about the long run. Maybe in some alternate reality, that rook lands on H1. So you want to create the preconditions for a later win. E4 by Dmitry, very committal move. Knight B4 even is a possibility here.
Whoa, cutting off the bishop, and he finds it. Of course Levon Aronian is going to find that kind of tactic.
Of course he sees it.
The bishop on A5.
He sees everything.
The circulation cut off between the bishop and the knight on D2. So knight takes B4, rook takes D2. And now you regret the fact that you played E4. If the pawn were on E3, Danya, I think we could agree, pretty much going to be a draw. But now white's pawns stick out. And this is what Levon Aronian is demonstrating a masterclass in. There's a moment where he went H5 to H4 rather than trading. That pawn on H3 is a long-term weakness, so the white king will have to continue to stay near it with king to G2 eventually, and that means the E4 pawn is going to be loose, and the king needs to keep an eye on H3 at the same time.
So the plan, consequently, is to push the white king back to G2, and in timely fashion, not missing any forks, to infiltrate with black's king, let's say to E5 or to F4. Also, don't forget about the idea in some positions of sacking the rook for the knight and getting a winning pawn endgame due to your better king placement.
And look at this. King G2 looks kind of forced. King E7. No forks available for that white knight, but don't go King D6 too soon because the knight C4 check will happen. So as long as Levon can avoid falling for a fork, and look at this. He goes to E8 just to avoid any checks whatsoever.
Taking the back road is Levon Aronian, but that knight on E3 so well placed. There's also knight F5 that you need to watch for. Don't allow the setup knight on F5, pawn on D6, because that could be a fortress. This is hard to win. Walking on hot coals here is Levon Aronian. No King D6 now.
But look at this,
the rook
right?
away first.
He's going to keep this rook away, but now D6 is happening. But you might get into Zugzwang at some point. That's what I think.
Oh, rook F5?
He does it, and he wins. Good call.
And he wins. And that's exactly, that's what I mentioned. An F4 might be a chance here, but with 2 extra pawns, there is no way you can hold that.
No, and Levon Aronian is going to scoop up F5 and scoop up the first win of this match. He is going to just go to F4 with his king. He'll play F5, and the king will be forced away from F2 and the opposition. But no, he gives up the pawn. And
this is not a theoretical draw, folks. No.
No.
He gives one of the pawns.
No more opposition for you.
That's all she wrote. What a win by Levon. Surgical precision in the endgame. How did he? I mean, that was so smooth.
You might call him a beast. I mean, he played a great game from start to finish. He had the advantage the entire way, and he never let it go. There was not a single moment, except for maybe that knight C5 move that you mentioned. That was the only time where Dmitry had the evaluation go somewhat near equality, but that was a hard move to play, and once he missed it, he had no shot.
But to do that in a blitz game, I mean, in a classical game, that's kind of what you expect from these guys. In a 5-minute game, that level of smoothness in the technical conversion phase is absolutely incredible. That's what we have been treated to thus far in the SCC. Another Sicilian on deck here with the bishop coming out to B4. This time, Levon going for the very ambitious C4 variation. This is the recommendation by most modern books and courses against the Khan.
Yes, and d5 was played. You could have played bishop takes c3 check, which would have double and isolated white's pawns, but that would have been bad news for black. You look at the pawn structure for black, all these compromised dark squares. You need to keep that dark square bishop until the time is right. That's why Dimitri's playing in this fashion. And Danya, I think now's the time where you can start trading pieces, because after knight takes d5, knight takes d5, knight takes c6, or he changes the move order. But the point is, black is going to get an isolated pawn on d5, which means that white has a free hand to play for a win without any risk in his position.
Yeah, and at the risk of being overly critical here, again, I'm not a huge fan of Dimitri's opening choice. He's just slightly worse here. He's giving Levon exactly what he wants, and Levon's showing that he's more than up to date on all of the topical recommendations. I mean, he's got the bishop pair, he's got a risk-free position, and he's got a 1-point lead. So Dimitri has his work cut out for him here.
That was a fascinating moment. I just have to say that Dimitri gave up his dark square bishop to protect d5, and that was committal, because now white has an isolated pawn just like black does, but has the bishop pair. Queen d4 right now. Let's put pressure on a pinned piece. And it's not even that you want to take on f6 immediately, but a6 is also sniped by the bishop on e2. So there's no rook c8 for you anymore. And I just feel like the little things in this position, a rook coming to b1, that bishop on e6 worse than its counterpart on e2, the bishop on h4, of course, better than the pinned knight on f6. I think every individual element, including the queen placement, favors Levon here.
And to piggyback off of that, consider things from the opposite perspective. Black just has to react, right? Black has to play purely reactively. He has no active plan because there are no targets to attack. And you can say, well, what about the c3 pawn? Well, how are you going to attack that pawn? That queen is fully anchored to that pawn. The rook has to stay anchored to the a6 pawn. And if you push a5, well, then you weaken the b5 square. So whatever you do, you're weakening something else. This is a flat-out unpleasant position for Dimitri.
And sometimes he does it g5 to get rid of the pin, but that creates
like that.
Other problems. I like it as well, but I think it creates, and look at this move, bishop d3, please take me on g3, because if knight takes g3, normally we play h takes g3 and don't think about it. Here you take away from the center, with f takes g3, you take over the f file and get a rook to f6. That would have been the idea. So that's why Dimitri goes rook c8, and a6 is hanging, but so is c3. So the knight on e4 is extremely valuable in this position.
And Dimitri putting up his hands in like prayer formation there. And one of the key defensive ideas, of course, is to offer up a pawn as a bargaining chip and say, hey, I'm going to give you a pawn in the center. In this case, it's not even really a sacrifice because c3 hangs, but Dimitri would like nothing more than an opposite colored bishop endgame with the queens off the board. That would give him the most practical chances. That last move, rook c8, I like it. It's active. And Levon could just play rook c1. Instead, he snags the pawn on a6. And now he's got a passer on a2, which he could rumble forward even on the next move.
And Levon just senses this, right? It's a pawn trade with even material, but the position is far from even. That pawn is going very quickly. And as soon as the bishop slides back from a6, I'm not sure what square we'll go to, but a5 for white followed by a6 is very straightforward. And blockading with a queen is the worst possible thing, right? You never want to blockade with a queen because the queen on a5 doesn't protect the king side. And the king side may not be open right now, but if you ever take on g3, then f takes g3, as I mentioned earlier, your king on g8 will be under some heavy fire.
And you don't always even need to open up the king side. You've got this kind of screwdriver pieces that can infiltrate via the dark squares. There we go, bishop e5. Bishop to h8 was a huge threat. That explains Dimitri's last move. He wants to meet it with queen to c3. That's an astute defensive resource by Andreikin. But, is black hanging by a thread or what?
That is unbelievable that queen c3 is available. And actually, I was wondering if white could even go for that just to trade queens and get an outside pass pawn against a central pass pawn. So that was an opportunity. Queen c3 still available for Dimitri. That forces the queens off the board. But you better be certain, as he plays queen c3, that this a4 pawn will not just go to the other side. And I think that rook a1 to d1 was a mistake, because if the queen has to leave the blockade, you really wish your rook were back on a1.
And perhaps rook a1 to a3 merited some consideration just to cover the c3 square, but that's obviously not an easy move to play. And Levon, at this point, might have nothing better, as you said, than to trade queens and kind of waste the tempo on rook a1. But that seems to be an eminently drawable position for black, especially given what he just went through a couple of moves ago.
It's funny how what we learn as principles, like bring your rooks towards the center, it's not always the thing to do. So rook AD1, I think, was a huge inaccuracy, giving away most of the advantage. White is still better. That's clear. But with the queens coming off the board, and then likely some minor pieces, because once the queens get swapped, then knight goes into C3, and then white will be forced to trade. So I think that the advantage is not nearly that large. And if that's the case, Dmitry Andreikin, he might be having a huge save. He cannot afford to go down 2 points this early to Levon.
And I think you nailed it. I think that the importance of this game extends past the result alone. Yeah, the result is important. I mean, you don't want to go down by 2 points this early in the match, but it'll be a confidence booster if Dmitry can hold a draw and he can say, hey, my defensive skills are still in order. I can still pull things out. He makes some opening changes. And he's right as rain. So let's see if Dmitry can follow this up with a couple more accurate moves. Levon really sinking into a deep think. It says it all.
And I think the Levon we saw in game one. Remember that moment where instead of playing rook takes c6 and rook e8 check and forced to draw? I think for Levon right now, down so much time, he should try to find a way that he can play for a win, sure, but he has no losing chances, because the last thing you want is to have 30 seconds left and 2 rooks on the second rank here going after the white king.
And we saw that kind of thing happen with Nepo in his previous match against MVL, where they had countless endgames that seemed to be 2-result games, but then Yanni made a couple of sloppy moves, and he actually ended up losing a lot of those endgames. There's nothing more tilting than that, to be in charge and in the driver's seat for the entire game, as you said, and then just to throw away half a point just by being sloppy. And I don't think Levon's going to do that.
No. And he has nice centralization here. I still like the look of knight c3 for black. It's exactly what we've been talking about. Trading off pieces should be good for Dmitry in his defensive task, but instead he goes backwards. And the reason I don't like that, not all opposite colored bishop endings are drawn. The bishop on d4 protects the b6 square. So if the knight does take on b5 after a b5, the pawn is quickly going to b6. And the black king on g8 also looks a little bit iffy. So I do think that Levon has some chances here, and Dmitry's not trading at all.
Yeah, he goes hither and thither with his knight, and the idea is to dislodge the bishop from d4 and set his own pawn in motion. And as a consequence of that, he might be able to drive his bishop into c4. If he can get one of white's bishops off the board in strategic fashion, I think he'll be fine. Not totally sure that he should take on d4 here. That's a big decision.
I kind of like, though, knight takes d4, rook d4, and just rook a2. Your
rook
a pawn
a2
is not going anywhere, and your rook on f1 also not going anywhere, because the second rook will land on the second rank. And the black king can just go king f8, king e7, king d6, go to c5 or e5. I'm starting to appreciate black's position.
I'm declining a draw here with black. Given the time situation, you're absolutely right. This king plan, king infiltration to e5, the d-pawn starts moving. You start sweating here. This could get nasty for white. It already has gotten nasty.
Yeah, I like the look of king. He was king g7. I thought king f8 also was good, but he wants king f6, king e5, and you can't play f4 for white. You want to trade pawns, play f4, keep trading, but then that rook comes to c2 and g2 is loose. I actually think Levon's going to lose this game.
Yeah, somehow he stopped. Oh, he's still chewing. That's wrong. But he stopped drinking his water. He goes back to d1, and his idea to go rook to a1 and get a pair of rooks off the board so that he can move. I like it. I think this is a great defensive move by Levon.
But there's a tactic here. Rook c8
rook
to
takes
c2.
f2.
Exactly. If you play rook a1 and rook takes f2, your rook on f1 can't take on f2 and defend a1 simultaneously. So I do think that Dmitry can pick off a pawn. That said, this was the best decision for Levon. The f2 pawn, not so consequential. It's just to make sure that you can relieve the pressure.
He went rook c1 instead. So what Dmitry's saying is, yeah, I'll let you get a pair of rooks off the board, but I'm going to recapture with the bishop. Not only am I going to win the a-pawn, but the path forward for the d-pawn is going to be paved open, and Levon has no choice but to refrain from the trade. Now the bishop can slide into e4.
This is very bad news.
Bishop d3.
Oh,
I think bishop d3 might save it.
Right, because you're going to take on e4. And even if you lose the a-pawn, if you can trade off a pair of rooks, then you will be able to hold a draw. Bishop d3 played by Levon, but only 17 seconds. We know he doesn't play very much online, so I would just move the rook, maybe even to c5 or something. Actually, then there's going to be a trade of rook a1. So he plays rook b2. That's smart.
And be careful, because after the trade, black will be threatening the devastating e3. And if the f-pawn disappears, you're going to get mated with that rook on f1 covering the escape square. Rook b1 again, Levon tries to trade rooks. And at this point, the 2-on-3 should be pretty easily savable. Although with 10 seconds, absolutely anything can happen.
Yeah, here comes f5, f4.
Oh,
the
yeah,
book
this
is
is
perfectly
not
placed
easy.
on a4. King g6. Easy play for
Maybe
black.
G4? But then E3.
He plays g3. Okay, so f5 or maybe king h5, king g4 first.
Yeah, you want to milk this as long as possible. Maybe threaten some E3 related pins. Dmitry taking a moment here to figure out the best way to torture Levon.
Mm-hmm. I guess king h5, the downside is rook f5. So white just starts attacking black's pawns. But if you can get your king to g4 and play pawn to f5, all of a sudden you have very legitimate winning chances.
Oh, totally. And I think, okay, king h5 on the board. And rook
Good
f5,
move.
as you
Only
said.
Is
Okay.
He goes back. He's just making Levon prove it. And
I
4
think
seconds
he's
for
going to
Levon.
go f5 now. I think he's going to go f5. I don't really see another option. No, rook a2.
Okay. So still king h5, there's rook f5. So that's always the hold. 3.9 seconds. Levon actually lost 0.1 seconds on the move. He's a little slow. He gets rook e5.
Now he goes f5. Back to a4, preventing the move g4, which would have cut off the coordination between black's pawn. Now there's a 2-on-1.
And f3 is going to be
so
very dangerous.
Yeah.
Okay,
And there's all these ideas, Robert, with like e3, a breakthrough, and a promotion. 1 second for Levon.
He's barely getting the moves up, but he is getting them off. That's most important. Rook to a great move. King e5. Bring the king up.
Dmitry throwing the kitchen sink, and I mean at 0.6 and e3.
E3 wins.
Oh, he let him get a protected passer on the 3rd rank, and he's going to flag.
That's it. And we knew
Flagged.
it. Right? As soon as Dmitry took on d4, he took over the game. And that is the problem that Levon Aronian is going to face. When he plays someone like Dmitry Andreikin, who is an amazing defender and a speedster, this is a big problem for Levon going forward.
And this is what worries me so much looking forward to the bullet, Robert, because you think this is a problem now. Wait until there's 1 minute to start the game. Levon's going to have to pick up the pace when things get down to a time scramble.
Mm-hmm. But Levon,
and that was a frustrating loss.
Oh, it must be. But look at him. He looks like nothing happened. He's still eating. He's still just focusing on the board. And on one hand, it's a frustrating loss. On the other, you're kind of like, okay, I didn't have time. So I didn't get outplayed. That's the good news for Levon thus far. He didn't really get outplayed in this match. He lost his advantage, sure, but he has not really been worse on the board except for that time scramble where he would have drawn if you put more time on the clock. So at least psychologically speaking, he can tell himself that.
Yeah, that is a level-headed way of looking at it. That is always what I tell myself when I lose a better position, totally. And then I just calm down and move on and play well the next game.
Hey, there's something else he can tell himself.
Never tilt.
He's the only player besides Wesley So who did not lose a match in the Global Championship. So, he's undefeated.
Oh, yeah. That's actually a great point. He was, of course, replaced by Sam Sevian in the finals for personal reasons. But yeah, he was undefeated.
Yes, and he has had a tough year over the board. He's lost many rating points in classical chess, but he will play in Tata Steel and Vaikonze, so that'll be good to see Levon getting back over the board. And right now, in this position, Danya, again, Dmitry plays a quieter system, right? Pawn on e3, bishop on d2.
Whoa.
But Levon says, it's not quiet time. Let's open up that center with your king on e1.
Yeah, that's a classic Levon move. We're going to get a bunch of trades in the center. Okay, after knight takes c5, what is Levon going to recapture with? Rook takes c5 makes possible this idea of d4, but it just looks awkward. Bishop takes c5, maybe, I don't know, c takes d5, knight takes d5. There won't be any effective discoveries if everything's traded on d5. I think we might get some sort of a liquidation just into an equal position.
Well, can white just take on d5 right now? I mean, I know you're allowing knight takes f3 check and your
I missed that.
but if you do take on d5 and he goes for it, and that's one of those moments where you're like, do I trust Levon Aronian? And Levon has this reputation at the highest level of both being a brilliantly creative player, but also a bit of a bluffer. The players talk about this. Like, Levon plays very quickly in classical chess as well, and sometimes he doesn't actually know the position. He's just trying to pretend like he does, and you won't go for a riskier line. So here, Levon is down a pawn, but this is clearly intentional. The king on e1 is not going anywhere. White has moved both rooks. f3 is loose. There's a rook on e8 staring down the e-file. I like this in a blitz game, but white is still a pawn to the good.
White is a pawn to the good. White does have the g-file. There's not much going on there, though, at the moment. And after DC, bishop takes c6. The bishop's looks mighty menacing, staring down the barrel of the king side. So maybe DC and something a little more conservative like bishop e2 is what the doctor would order here. But then maybe the rook can come to c8, and Levon can potentially open up a second front on the queen side by pushing these pawns forward and targeting the queen.
Yeah, the extra pawn does not feel worth it here. I don't see a plan for white. G7 is threatened, but it can always go up to G6 if there's an issue. And so Dmitry has bishop D3, but now after C takes D5, what have you gained as white? Your king can't go anywhere. C takes D5, threatens D5 to D4 with a rook on E8. He just goes knight E2.
Blockading the D4 square and paving the way for bishop C3, which I think is going to come next.
Yeah, I can buy bishop C3. That looks good. The H3 pawn is hanging. That's what I'm considering. I don't think you could take it right now because there's going to be rook H1 tactics, things of that nature. But H3 is loose, and at some point that will be snagged.
It probably will be rook C8. Now bishop C3, of course, has a price tag attached to it. It walks into the pin, and then B5 comes to mind, as does in some cases like D4 and knight D5. You've got to watch out for all sorts of tactics with the king stuck in the center. Now permanently. Let's not forget, the rook has moved away. You can't castle either side. Both rooks have moved, actually.
Okay, can we take on H3? I don't actually see the refutation.
Why not? Rook H1, maybe?
There's queen D7. Let me just defend my bishop.
Oh, yeah, and he doesn't. And maybe Dmitry was the one bluffing there.
Yeah, but his position's
why didn't he
bad.
take that pawn? You get a passer on H7. That's a big deal.
And I like this feature chat we're getting. This looks like a 960 position, and that's probably why he didn't take on H3. Look at this right here. Black can play D5 to D4, and you can't take it because of the pin on the E file. And I really feel like white is 2 moves away from just completely falling apart here.
Yeah, but on the other hand, if white... Well, I was going to say if white can get in king F1, then I realized there's bishop H3 check. Get off me, sending the king back to E1. And Levon with bishop B4 chipping away at white's kind of central piece mass.
D4 is... Oh, but D4 you can take with a knight because you bishop H7 check.
You know what game this reminds me of from the candidates? Rajabov, Ding Liren against Rajabov a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
If you know what I mean. Where
I know what you mean.
Ding got his king stuck in the center. Rajabov had a rook sack on E3 in a similar structure. And I love the way Levon is handling this. Wait, queen takes D4 almost works. There's bishop H7.
Right, so that's the problem. I assume Levon saw that. He just goes knight D5, but he's giving away H7, and look at the eval bar. It's sliding up in white's favor, but Danya, you have maybe more experience playing crazy position like this in some time trouble. Just because white's 2 pawns ahead and the eval bar says is good, it's still so complicated. Knight takes E3 on tap, queen H6 as an idea for black. Of course, the pressure on the bishop on C3 to begin with. So I feel like I still think that Levon has good chances here, and that is shown with Dimitri's retreat.
But a wise move by Andreikin, again, kind of using his extra pawn as a bargaining chip and saying, hey, I don't mind the trade on C3 and then the trade on B1. I'm even happy to give my extra pawn away as long as the queens are off the board. And now, of course, bishop takes H7 is a huge threat because it wins the knight.
Right. No problem down the D file. H7 is hanging with check. G6 would be my first inkling, but then there's like H5 to consider just to pry open the king side at all costs. It's not an easy position to figure out for Levon. Thankfully for him, he has to do it and not me, and he has time to do it.
I was going to say, sack on E3. I didn't really mean it seriously, though.
Rook G7?
Whoa, king F8?
Oh my gosh.
There's no way this is objectively sound, but what a mind-boggling position we get with a minute and a half to figure it out for Dmitry. What is happening?
Yeah, I'm like struggling to calculate here because I want to play rook takes G7 check. The king should go to F8, of course, and then rook takes H7. So I'm just grabbing all the pawns I can. But I understand that the white king is in some danger as well. He does take on G7.
And I think he's going to take on H7. I think you called it.
Yeah, I just want to keep my king as safe as possible. F takes E3 might also be good, but I'm a little worried about the rook being loose on G7.
Yeah, you're going to take on C3 and take on G7. So I think here he's committed to playing rook takes H7. I mean, I guess you can play F takes C3, bishop takes C3, BC. Oh, queen B1, bishop B1, and the bishop hangs on D7. He takes on F7.
Okay, that line you just showed was absolutely ridiculous, and maybe we can show it. Whoa! Speaking of ridiculous lines, queen H7.
Goodness gracious.
Wait, if you take on C4, you get mated immediately.
But king F8 takes the sting a little bit out of queen H7 because it doesn't come with check. And it gives you the chance to eliminate the bishop from C3. You might get a perpetual here of some sort. I think that's what the eval bar is saying.
Wait, but your point about bishop h3 check being annoying is still true. If you trade on c3, knight c2, queen can take on c2. But you want to distract the queen.
And then rook takes c4 and rook takes d7.
Oh,
holy smokes.
This is so wild. I thought knight c2 forced king f1. I forgot about the queen on h7. And then I was going to say bishop h3 check. Get your bishop off the hanging square. Queen f6 defending f7 and h8.
Okay.
Queen g8 check.
There's a perpetual queen g8 and queen h7 because obviously the king can't go to d8. You get mated on d7. I think Dimitri's going to go for it with 30 seconds left. It would be madness to go for the win here with rook takes d7. But this game has been full of madness.
This match has been full of madness. I mean, this might be another draw, but that first draw we saw was definitely a fighting game, and this too. And what else is there besides the repetition?
I might need to show that f takes e3 line after this game concludes, because that was ridiculous. And that probably was the win, according to the eval bar. So I'll pull it up after this game finishes.
Yeah, especially because we're about to go to our halftime break in the 5+1 portion, and this game is officially a draw. So, Donna, take us through that line, because that was just a really deep idea.
So it happened in this position. Dimitri found an incredible idea in his own right, but it only led to a draw. Instead, f takes e3. It looks like it fails because after bishop takes e3, you're going to lose the rook on the next move and going to be down in exchange. But you can take with the pawn, opening up a line of contact between the queens. No problem. Just queen takes b1, and then I take the rook. But LPDO, loose pieces drop off. The bishop takes on b1, opening up an attack on the d7 bishop. After king takes g7, rook takes d7. It's not totally over, but something like rook takes e3, king f2, white has two pieces for the rook. He's picking off b7, and this is a technically winning position. But who can fault Dimitri for not spotting this in time pressure?
Right, because what you had to find was bishop retreating move, capturing on b1. That's not your typical idea. So that was a deep idea. It was available to Dmitry Andreikin. Both sides had chances in this game. I mean, early on, it looked like Levon was in charge, but that was a fun game. It is a fun match. It is 2-2. So we're going to send this show to break for now, but in return, it's more from Levon Aronian and Dmitry Andreikin here in the Speed Chess Championship.
International Master Danny Wrench back again, Chief Chess Officer, bringing you chess terminology. Let's dive right into one of everybody's favorite tactics, if I might be so bold, because it's surprising. It's something that never fails to deliver shock value and excitement, whether you're watching a broadcast or just reviewing some famous chess games. And that is the process of an under promotion. When you move a pawn to the other side of the board, almost always you're looking to get a queen. But the rare times where it's better to get something else, or perhaps even required in order to maybe not stalemate your opponent or keep your winning chances alive, are some of the most fascinating, exciting moments in chess. So with that, let's dive into what under promotion is and show you some of my favorite examples. Under promotion, as we said, is the process of promoting a pawn, but not to the most obvious or most powerful type of piece, which is usually the queen. In this famous example between Nakamura and Vladimir Kramnik, the fact that Hikaru was winning is only because he under promotes on c8 to a knight. That move comes with check on the black king, so that on the next turn, white can capture the e2 pawn. It should be noted that if Hikaru had queened, black would actually go on to win, because now black queens with check, and ultimately Kramnik would have been able to not just save, but actually win this game. An under promotion tactic provided to me by our own Sam Copeland, Vice President of Content. One of his favorite examples is the move d7, and after bishop to e8, the only way to win the game is to under promote to a bishop. Under promoting to a bishop doesn't happen that often. In this particular study, it was designed to be so. The point is that if the bishop moves over to h5, we check and mate along the a4 e8 diagonal, and if the bishop moves anywhere else, white actually plays a subtle move, bishop f7 first, and there is no way to prevent checkmate on the next move. Shout out to everybody watching this video. Thank you for tuning in and enjoying our breakdown of under promotion, and we'll see you on Chess.com.
We are back here at the Speed Chess Championship 2022. This match is between Levon Aronian and Dmitry Andreikin. It has been all knotted up to this point. Some fighting chess to be sure, but the players cannot gain separation. It is 2-2, Danya, and what a whirlwind these last 4 games have been.
They have gone back and forth. It seemed that Levon Aronian was controlling the pace and the games early on, but that second game, that defensive effort by Dmitry Andreikin was incredible. And then a wild one in the game that we just saw in Ragozin. I mean, they have gone back and forth. The games have been all over the map.
They certainly have been. And Levon Aronian, he is a world-class player, has been for decades at this point, and he's a former World Blitz champion. So he has won that highest title. And from these insights, Tanya, I think the interesting part is the pressure that he puts on his opponents. He wins, a third of his wins are by time. That's interesting because he kind of seems like the slower player between the two, but he didn't keep that pressure up. He does make sure that he uses that to the very end.
Yeah, I mean, he's capable of playing quickly. That's obviously the case, but can he keep it together throughout all of the time scrambles in this match? We'll find out. Seatbelts or speed belts, I guess, fastened. The next game is about to begin, and Levon, he's got the white pieces, and are we going to get another Sicilian? Yes, we are.
It's one of those matches, Danya, where we're going to get them just running
just
into brick walls. Yeah, they just want to prove that they're the better prepared player. They have more comfort in these Sicilians. And once again, Andreikin goes for this knight of 6 line and bishop b4. So we saw this in game 1. Here we see it again in game 5. And that was an interesting knight takes e4 tactic. In the previous game, I wonder if Levon had a chance to look at this during the quick break here. The answer seems to be no, because he hasn't made a move. But he is repeating a line that actually looked quite fascinating and complex.
Yeah, and I wonder if this is part of Dimitri's preparation. And it probably is. Well, Levon, he's too busy drinking more water, or whatever's in that gigantic thermos of his.
He hasn't moved yet, though. This is not a good sign if you're a Levon Aronian fan. He's repeating an opening that for sure he thinks is good, because why would he play in the first place? But then he didn't look at it, and Dmitry is playing it again. So now it's psychological. What did Dmitry look at? Do I have to be afraid of something? Was there a win for Dmitry there that he didn't see in game 1? And Levon is spending a lot of time here, Danya.
Yeah,
he cannot afford to be down a minute.
And you made a point years ago in an SCC commentary, which is that when you keep repeating the same opening and you're convinced that it's good for you, but you can never seem to actually find the refutation, that takes a psychological toll on you. You start getting annoyed. And for some of these players who are kind of proud, they don't want to be the one to switch their openings, because that is kind of a psychological victory. As some of the players themselves have pointed out in interviews, like, you don't want to be the one who admits that your preparation is worse. He spent a minute and a half, and there's the deviation. He played f5 in game 1. There's queen f3 on the board now.
Well, you know how I said Levon is quite known for bluffing, playing quickly, and pretending like he knows something. He just played slowly and then went queen to f3 when all was said and done. And it just feels like Dmitry should have the upper hand. He could just take this pawn on f4, hand his opponent an isolated pawn in the center, and that will give some chances, though, if he does take. That's why he played knight g4 first. He's keeping the status quo there. The bishop on d3 looks a bit silly. And here's a big moment for Levon. Will he play that f5 move like he did in game 1?
Well, now he's got to move the bishop. As we've established, giving up the dark squared bishop here, very, very bad positionally. He goes bishop d2, and I still think Dmitry can take on f4, and then later on try to control that e5 square, prevent the e-pawn from moving forward, which could be dangerous in the event the black castle's kingside.
Although I just like ef4, as you're saying, queen e7, get a knight to e5. It seems like a very straightforward plan.
Yeah.
And no way for white to take advantage of that. So Dmitry is wisely taking some time. He's up plenty on the clock. And e takes f4. It's now or never, because white will play the bishop c5. I think white has to play f5 right now.
Yeah, and say thank you very much. And obviously you're not fearing the check on f2. That's a paper tiger, just king e2, and black will actually lose a piece. I'm shocked that Dmitry didn't take on f4. There's something he didn't like there, but that seemed like a very favorable pawn structure transformation for black.
Right, and if you play f5 here, the knight can go to f2. You just slide your rook on over to f1, castle queenside a bit later. Your king is perfectly safe. And that pawn on f5, it's such a thorn in black's side. Your bishop advantage, I'm putting that in quotes, at least in my head, because your bishop on c8 is not a good piece. In fact, it's quite bad and will remain bad.
And you get to keep the important bishop, the dark squared bishop. And white can actually castle queenside. You can say, well, on that f2, the rook has to move, but you want to castle queenside there anyway and execute that idea you mentioned earlier of f5, f6 in some cases.
That was a surprising strategic mishap by Andreikin. Like, this is not what you want. If your two choices were to take on f4 and blockade and isolate a pawn, or to get the bishop pair, but your bishop on c8 is not good, this is clearly the wrong thing to do. And you may think, oh, queen h4 check, but you're not going to take this pawn on h2. Your queen will get trapped over there. So he plays b5, but Danya, this is just not at all looking good for Dmitry.
It's just hard to play when you've got a piece that's not coming out like this. I mean, it could come out to d7 or b7. It's passive. And as you mentioned, that this pawn chain is strong both from a defensive and an attacking perspective. Shocking to me that Dmitry allowed f5 there.
And by the way, queen g3 is a pretty big threat in these positions.
Yeah.
Because g7 and e5 are both under attack. If your best move is queen f6, that's not exactly promising. So right now, I think that Dmitry should not develop his light square bishop. It's not going anywhere promising anyway on b7 or d7. You know what I'm kind of looking at? What about the move rook a7 to kind of open up f6 later to defend all across the 7th rank, and then play rook a7 to d7 at some point just to attack this pawn on d3.
Yeah, no, I like that idea a lot. I think in terms of developing some activity, that's as good as it gets. But instead, he plays more straightforwardly, castling kingside. I think intending to meet queen g3 with f6, opening up the 7th rank, and then we actually might see rook a7. So should Levon consider the move f6 himself, the drawback is that will allow a queen trade after queen takes f6, and it will let the bishop develop to e6.
Yeah, I don't think he can afford to play the move f6 as white. So I'm looking, he plays knight e2, he's rewriting the knight to the king side. If black plays f6, white will essentially pre-move g4, h4, g5, and just open up the king side. So for black, what is an idea here? He plays bishop, he's retreating. He's on his back foot here, but he is stopping many of the plans that white was going for with g4, g5. He's stopping f6, and he can play bishop g5 himself at some point if he wants to avoid having a passive bishop behind a pawn on f6.
And he's also opening up the pathway for the c-pawn. But whoa, another transformation. d4 by Levon. Another typical Levon move, and I think he wants to meet e takes d4 with, is it e5 and f6? Is that his idea?
It definitely is, Danya. And this is starting to look very promising. And I've used this word. I'm going to keep using it in this match from a practical perspective. Just
nice.
F6 was a really good response and a quick response from Andreikin. And white should probably play e6 now. One of the things you're going to do here as white is you're going to keep your pawn e6, protected pass pawn. Black will need to play c5, c4, c3, something like that quickly. But with the rook and a8, the queen perfectly positioned on f3, I think it just takes a little bit too much time for black to get away with.
Yeah.
And white will play knight f4, knight h5, and go after the g7 pawn.
No, I mean, you could get checkmated on g7 by the time you finish getting out of bed. I think Dmitry has to play rook a7 at some point in order to have the possibility of defending the g7 pawn. He doesn't do it. Robert, I think this straightforward idea of just putting a knight on h5 and a queen on g4 with no possibility of defending the 7th rank is going to be totally devastating. I think it's winning.
You said straightforward. He's going for the even more straightforward approach, bishop h6. I kept talking about the knight. I distracted you because queen g4, bishop h6 is just that simple.
Well, you can move the bishop out of e7 to open up the possibility of queen e7. So what's the knockout in that position? Is it bishop h6 and rook takes d4? That looks pretty darn good, and then double in the d file.
You can also rook lift. Rook f3 now.
Oh, yeah.
More than tempting. Just rook f3, rook h3, knight f4, knight g6. This is just absolutely over.
And black has nothing going on the queen side, not a single attacking idea.
And you know, it's what we're going to keep talking about. d4, such a strong practical choice by Levon. He sensed that his opponent could be put in immediate danger. He realized that the pawn deficit was not the most important thing here. And now isn't he just winning with knight f4 to g6 and rook h3 to come?
And I think after knight f4, queen takes a2, first of all, obviously queen a1, the king easily escapes the checks. You could also play knight f4 and then rook g3 in order to induce rook g8, and then knight g6 leads to a very pretty h-file mate. Rook g3, it's over.
Yeah, rook g3 is beautiful, though. Rook g8 and then knight g6, a smothered checkmate. Knight g6 is the more kind of just forceful approach. Knight g6 check, rook h3 check, queen takes on g6, and the king's getting made anyway. So this feels like just a nice game, a nice overall win. The only thing black has is a single check on e4 with that bishop, but that's not going to do anything regardless.
And great time management by Levon. He's left himself with just enough time to figure this out. Rook c1, though. Very, I don't know how to call this move. I mean, it doesn't give away the win, of course. But yeah, why not rook g3?
I guess he said this is simple, like not even let my opponent go after my king in any way.
Rook
but
g3 isn't?
Yeah, no, that was definitely just checkmate. So I don't, I just don't really want to criticize it because it's still completely winning. But it's the kind of mistake, I think, what you're hinting at. You can't get away with that as the time control gets shorter and positions will be a little bit more complex. You can't afford these inaccuracies.
Yeah, but here, of course, okay, now I hope he goes rook g1. If he doesn't go rook g1 now, we're going to have to pause the match and have a little conversation with Mr.
He might play b3 first, and then... Oh, my gosh!
The Aronian Whisperer!
Oh, my gosh!
Oh, my God. That's an epic moment. How did you know that? Because you can just... He wants to just bury the queen as much as possible first.
You know what they say, right? When there's checkmate in one, look for better. He knows he's going to win the game, so he's just prolonging the suffering.
Robert Hessonian.
Wow, I cannot believe that just happened.
Rook fb8. That is a sad move right there.
Oh gosh, just checkmate.
Look at the king. It's just like literally the most one-sided position of all time. That was impressive, though.
No, that was, we're laughing just because of the b3 move, but I don't think Dmitry Andreikin is laughing at all. Look at him. He's just like, what happened there? Levon just completely dominated him in that game, and this game is being restarted because Levon just won with the white pieces. He has to get the black pieces. Here we go. The players have rematched each other, and now Dmitry plays e4.
He's like, I liked the way you won there. Let me do a little bit of that. Levon says, I'm not playing the Sicilian. That's what you're missing in this equation. And a 4-knight Scotch. Is this a David Paravian match?
Yeah, what is going on here? And good shout out for David Paravian. I mean, he loves this 4-knight Scotch game. And white plays h3 here, but queen f3, bishop g5. Those are sort of standard moves, or bishop to f4. But Andreikin, he switched first moves down yet, but he has not switched his game plan. He's still playing very straightforward, solid chess.
Yeah, and, an interesting choice. He wants to change things up a little bit. And he's only down by 1. The good news about losing a game like that, as unpleasant of a taste as it leaves in your mouth, it's worth the same exact point that a long technical loss is worth. So I don't think Andreikin is too broken up about it. And he decides, okay, let me tone things down a little bit with a relatively risk-free system. A good choice overall.
Yeah, no, I like the way Dmitry plays in these matches because he's not really going to get blown off the board in the openings. Right? That's just not something that happens to him very often. But then when he's down in the match, I think that's when I get a little bit concerned because sometimes you need to take risk. Not in this particular match down. It's so early. He's down 1 point, not a big deal. But you know what I mean? Like if somebody is down a point, I trust like a Levon Aronian to get that point. But for Dmitry, he just plays a little bit too solidly. And I think that can hurt him in some situations.
Yeah, which is why he should avoid being down in this match. That's... Totally. No, I totally understand what you're saying. And we see a rook on b4. Actually, not that uncommon in these types of positions. You see this idea from time to time. And a big question is going to be where Levon positions to c-pawn. I think he's going to go more conservatively with c6. c5 grabs more space, but opens up various possibilities of bishop c4, for example. That queen could end up very vulnerable after that last move by Dmitry.
Yeah, and what you're saying with the move c5, what you're correctly assessing is that black doesn't really want to play c5 and d4. That may look like you're advancing your structure. That's great, but you're giving away all the light squares. And guess what? Your opponent has a light square bishop, a knight on c3 ready to hop to squares. Look at the knight on c3 now. b5 under control, e4 under control. Of course, d5 is ultra defended. So I like the way Levon is handling these last few moves, but I still believe Dmitry has chances here. You want to play knight a4 at some point, take over the c5 square, make queen e3 to follow, and I do believe that there is some hope for an advantage, a legitimate one for Dmitry right now.
No, this is a more pleasant position, and he loves these types of positional grinds. He plays knight a4, good call, and the black knight tails white's knight to d7, covering all of these dark squares and potentially preparing to jump into e5, although that's not really an idea right now, because after queen g3, again, that queen on d6 is a major problem piece in this position.
Wow, and c4 is a great move by Dmitry Andreikin. Remember that game where Levon was white, where he handed Dmitry that isolated pawn on d5? That was the game 2 that Dmitry actually ended up winning, but at a very tough position at some point. This is the same situation, colors reverse. I think Dmitry has found the perfect placement for all of his pieces. He is going to hand his opponent a worse pawn structure, and he can keep the game going. He is the faster player between the two. And queen e3, by the way, also threatens queen a7, and a5 is loose. So I think Levon has to be very careful these next few moves.
Oh, absolutely. And there's all sorts of ideas in the center. You could play bishop d3 to b1. I'm pretty attracted to that move. The knight could come back to c3 at a moment's notice and apply more pressure on d5. And as you pointed out, you can't fall asleep on the queen side either. That a5 pawn could, in fact, be targeted with that queen escapade. Another great call. You're on a roll. Queen e3 on the board.
Yeah, this one was a little easier to call. The other one was a joke. But here it just goes to show, like, d4 for black is not what you want. You give away the light squares. That's a problem. And if you leave the pawn on d5, that leaves the queen access to a7.
Oh.
There could be a swap of d5. What did you just notice?
And after d4, there's just a funny fork, queen g5. You don't say this every time, forking the d8 rook and the a5 pawn. Of course, black can defend both, but if you have to play rook d8 to a8, not a good sign either.
No. I didn't see that as a follow-up. I just thought d4 strategically is not what you want, but queen g5 is a brilliant follow-up. So I think that Levon, deep in the think tank right now and down 40 seconds and counting, this is not good for him. He's probably just trying to find an idea, but it's a position where black doesn't really have ideas. Black just has to parry off threats.
It's funny how quickly this got bad. They were, in theory, like 7 moves ago, it looked like a totally normal 4-knight Scotch position. And I think David Paravian showed this in the RCC. This is actually a dangerous opening. It's not just something you play to bail out and make a draw. Far from it.
No, and you mentioned Paravian. He really is
He's
the
like
person
the
that
king
plays
of
it the
this.
most. It's autopilot for him. And we see a swap on d5 at long last. I think rook c1 makes sense. There's a newly open c file. Let's use it. And white has the healthier pawn structure. a2 and b3, they're in connection with one another. A pawn's best friend is another pawn. The pawn on a5 is a straggler. It's isolated. It can be attacked at some point. It's not easy to defend. You have to use heavier pieces. So rook c1, h6 by Levon. And Danya, how to follow up here for Dmitry?
How to follow up here for Dmitry? There's the answer. Rook dives into c6. And there is the major threat, potentially, of an exchange sack on e6. Think about a battery that could happen on this diagonal. Ugh. Of course, there's knight f8 later to defend h7, but still, Levon has to keep a ton of things in mind here. Also, Robert, your earlier point, that a5 pawn can be targeted as well with rook to a6.
Just rook takes e6 looks so scary. If I were playing black, I'd play rook e8. It might not be a good move, but I'm maybe a little bit too afraid. But I am very scared of rook takes e6. It just looks like the long-term issues in the light squares will lead to a win for Andreikin.
And slowly, the clock continues to tick down. It's not a problem until he drops below a minute, but that's going to happen very, very shortly. And you also can double on the c file and potentially try to infiltrate c8. Rook e8, another good call. There is the move bishop f5, but I don't necessarily like that. It's tempting, but the knight can drop back to f8. And the last thing you want to do is give away your light squared bishop. It's a huge asset. Also, Robert, from the perspective of covering the Luft square on h7 and creating long-term problems with black's back rank.
But why did Dmitry play knight c5? Because that knight on a4, even though it was on the rim, it was not dim. It was actually blockading the pawn. And now black can think about a5 to a4. Exactly.
And he plays
You're getting rid of your worst piece. And now I feel like black has no more targets to go after. I think that was a big oversight by Dmitry. He just got a little bit, I don't want to say careless, but you know what I mean? You just sort of forget that your opponent can push the pawn. And as soon as it happens, you're like, wait, that's not at all what I was looking for.
Yeah, he played one of those moves that kind of looks tempting because, oh, look at my pieces. They're very active, but they're not actually attacking anything. Black's queen and rook are connected to each other. And once the queen side disappears, it's just an immediate draw. You're absolutely right. That knight on a4 was the hit, was the unsung hero of white's entire position, actually.
I think this is one of those moments where you just want it back. And we talk about this a lot, Danya. It's not about winning games necessarily. It's about maximizing the pressure. If your opponent plays perfect defense, that's a different story than you playing very imperfect offense. And knight c5, that was just a move that was played a little bit too quickly. It allowed black to immediately get rid of the only true weakness on the board. And as you see by Dimitri's time management now, he's like, oh gosh, I have to go in this position.
There's still some juice to be squeezed here, I think. I would say the 0.0 assessment is a little bit misleading. Levon's the one who has to be careful. Would you get behind that?
Oh, for sure, Levon has to be more careful too, because the bishop on e6 is worse than the bishop on b3. White has an outside pass pawn compared to a central pass pawn, and it's not really threatening to go to d4 anytime soon. And I'm also looking at rook takes e6. I know I shouldn't do that. I still am trying to play for the win in my head, but you have to look out for those light squares because black's king will not be safe.
Yeah, and doing it prematurely risks losing the game, of course. Black also has the counter exchange sack on b3 if he wants to make a draw. But if I'm white, I'm looking for ways just to prolong the game. Now rook takes c6 was a huge threat and queen e7, but Levon staying as alert as ever. Oh, and that is a relief.
Not only did he trade the rooks, he pre-moved queen takes b7. So I think Levon's showing that he's got that bullet skill in him. And now d5 is threatened, but it's also protected by all of black's forces. So what's the plan for black? I don't have one, but I just know that black is doing okay, but not on the clock.
Not on the clock, and it's going to get uncomfortable if white can find a way to set this a-pawn in motion. Now, if you do it too quickly, black might find a way to slip the move d4 in using tactics to protect the pawn. So Dimitri gets behind that pawn first, but Levon does the exact same thing on the a-file.
This is just good chess from both. And queen d6 check, quickly go back to a3. You can even pre-move queen a3. I would probably do that.
There you go.
Okay, but Levon spending those 3, 4, 5 seconds, he just has to make quicker moves.
And he allowed a4. And he also allowed something like queen to h4 to provoke more weaknesses. I don't know about the utility of that move h5. Instead, Dimitri going rook to c1. He wants to keep the pawn on a2 in order to keep the bishop anchored on b3. He doesn't want to deal with an undefended piece. But maybe that's what he has to do to generate winning chances.
No, I think he does. But he might just have winning chances on the clock. I think that's what he's going for at this point. So a timely a4 just to be a bit of a distraction. Maybe play a move like if it's queen f6. You're just poking and prodding and making sure Levon's on the lookout.
Another 5 seconds. Another 10 seconds spent by Levon. He can't play d4 there because if bishop takes e6 and the g6 pawn would have hung. Guess what? That's the price you pay for putting the pawn on h5. But can Dimitri keep this game going? He's down to 30 seconds himself in a queen trade.
Right, but the problem is for black, this d5 pawn is there, and if it goes to d4, rook c7 can be slammed. And the white king is very close to the center. King f1, king e1, king
I would
d2,
have gotten it to d2 immediately. I would have gotten it to d2 immediately. Now the pawn can slip into d2 potentially, although you could argue that it could become a weakness. That was a draw.
Great move. Great move, bishop e6. Trade the bishops right now. Play rook b6.
Rook b1, though.
Put your rook on b4. And I don't think white can get in.
Oh, great point. You could get your king back to c2 and then start moving the rook around, though.
Oh, but he's taking h4.
And now the pawn gets forward, but the king can blockade it easily.
Wow, that was really well done by Levon. I mean, he's showing that he can play in time trouble.
And he's keeping 10 seconds on the clock. Now the clock has equalized. No, this is a give. He shouldn't have any problems anymore. And okay, he uses the rook.
He wants his rook closer to his king, but don't trade rooks. You trade rooks, you lose if you're Levon because of the outside pass pawn.
And it's easy to blunder in time pressure, just accidentally playing like rook d6, putting your rook in front of your king. He's got 3 seconds. Dimitri's still trying.
Okay, rook f4 check he wants. He's barely getting these moves off.
And there we go. You can't take the pawn. He's in trouble now.
He's going to go f6.
Oh, great defense.
What about g3 here? He's going to move his rook away, and rook f5. All right, now it's too many trades are happening. Yeah, this is a hold.
Liquidation of the king side, and it's a draw.
But 3 seconds for both. All the pieces come off. And Levon Aronian, he's saying, shush. Don't you talk about my bullet problems. No, I'm holding this game. And Danya, I mean, we remember from the CGC, Vasil Ivanchuk, he couldn't do what Levon Aronian just did, right? When he got into those time scrambles, he was losing on time. Levon is still holding on, but as this match continues, watch out for moments just like this. Andreikin may have not allowed. I think Levon earned that draw, but Dimitri maybe could have kept peace on the board, blockade the pawn. But I think as we get to the 3-minute and eventually the bullet, then Levon will have serious problems because game after game, it gets stressful.
And what would a high-level SCC match be without the Berlin? That's exactly what we were missing. I was thinking there was just something that we weren't getting, and now I realize what it is.
Yeah. So where's Canty when you need him? But in all seriousness, the Berlin is actually a very rich opening, and it has a lot of interesting ideas once you get past that initial draw phase. Because some players, they make that queen d4, queen e4, queen d6 draw. We've seen Hikaru and Wesley do that so many times. But if we try to break down the Berlin in just 3 seconds, well, then we're not doing chess justice. But if we take it seriously just for a moment here, Black's pawn structure compromised, right? Double pawns the c-file. But what does Black have in return? Has a bishop, an extra one compared to a knight, and this pawn on e5 often sticks out like a sore thumb. So, if in certain endgames with the Black king in the center, it can approach that e-pawn, attack it, and it may not be easy for White to keep it defended.
And that's exactly right. And as a result of the pawn being on e5, you're also weakening a lot of the light squares, which would have been protected were the pawn just one square back on e4. I'm talking the d5 square in particular. You sometimes plant a bishop on d5, pressuring the knight on f3, and combine that with your idea, king e7, king e6. White center could collapse pretty quickly. Also, the knight on f5, a pretty major asset. It's just nicely placed in the center. And h5, a very King's Indian-esque idea. You see this in the King's Indian on the other side of the board with the knight on c5 and the pawn on a5 to prevent a potential g4.
It's really good of you to draw comparisons between different openings because it's true. Like the knight is on a square the bishop would usually be, and with a bishop there is no g4. But with the bishop behind it on c8, the knight often gets kicked. So h5 stops that from happening. And you mentioned a5. a5 is still an idea in this position because you want to gain space, and Black does have an extra pawn on the queen side. a5, maybe even a4 with rook a5 to follow. We mentioned the e5 pawn potentially being a target. You can lift your rook up from a8 up to a5, or you could swing it to d8. It looks like that's more likely to happen in this game.
And bishop e6, sort of a standard developing move by Dmitry. This looks pretty watertight for Black. I'm sure this position has occurred before in like MVL against Hikaru and Tata Steel 2013, because this endgame has been contested now for well over a decade, well over 2 decades at the highest echelons of chess. And we have the bishop standoff here. Who's going to flinch first?
So I think Levon just made a mistake. I don't know. Levon made a mistake there. It looks good to take on e6 and give your opponent this isolated pawn, but oftentimes Black is perfectly okay with it. What you do now is you trade on g5, you play king e7, and not only does Black have access to the d5 square for trying to double the rooks, but also the d4 square. So the knight on g5 will not be that good of a piece. I don't like the trade there. I think that was, I don't really understand what that was.
Why give up the d-file? I mean, why give up the d? Not that it's the end of the world. All of the squares on the d-file are protected, but it is an asset. And White can now,
great
g4,
move.
good move.
Yeah.
And I don't get h4 either, Robert. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, rook takes d1. I don't want to be overly harsh, but it just doesn't make sense, right? You just handed your opponent the open file, whereas you could have connected your rooks, right? Trade on g5 and play king e7. So it's not like Dmitry has a lost position, but now he has no hope of any counter chances, and he is just simply going to be worse for the remainder of this game. And if he holds, that would be an accomplishment.
And I think I would assign his likelihood of drawing this higher than Levon's likelihood of squeezing this out. But with no longer a pawn on h5, g4 could come at a very inopportune moment for Black. Perhaps White should combine it with a move c2 to c3 to cover a potential square that the knight could jump out to. So definitely a very pleasant endgame at this point for Levon.
Yeah, I just don't know for Dmitry because he doesn't have a plan here, and he's down a pawn. If you count, each side has 6 pawns, but if you dive in, White has 3-on-2 majority on the king side, and b5.
Another very positionally committal move.
You know what's happening here potentially, Danya? What opening has Dmitry been playing the entire match? The Sicilian. He might just not feel that comfortable playing these systems. And he decided to play the Berlin. Of course, he has a wealth of experience in all sorts of openings. But his last bunch of moves they come off to me like somebody who has not played the Berlin that much, at least not recently.
And I might want to check this during the break, but I don't think he plays the Berlin that often. He's a Sicilian guy, and when he plays e4, e5, I think he likes going for the main line. So I think you're absolutely right. And you might ask, well, what exactly is the drawback of b5? Well, it's that it weakens the c5 pawn. And later on, especially after a bishop trade on e7, this knight from f3 can jump first to g5. It could stay there, but it can also wind itself back to e4 and then worm its way to c5. And there's a rook infiltration to d7. So eventually, black is going to, these weaknesses are going to come back to haunt him.
Well said. And he plays c4. Look at that. He is cementing
Lovely move.
The c5 pawn in place. If you take on c4, rook c1, and that is the ugliest pawn structure you could possibly have. bc4, triple isolated pawns in the c file, an isolated e pawn, an isolated g pawn, and an isolated a pawn. I really don't think I've seen worse.
That is a power move right there. That is a class move. c4. Fix the weakness and make the idea of knight g5 to e4 even stronger. So strong, in fact, that it could simply win the c5 pawn. And the moment one of the pawns is gone, the whole position collapses. You might have to play bc.
Yeah, and I think that if you don't play bc, you play b4. But then you have this c5 pawn that you're just going to lose, and that's not exactly making things any better. So b4, bishop e7. You mentioned this idea with the knight rerouting. If you played bc, rook c1, and here rook c1. I think you could play because you might force the move b4 anyway.
And then go back.
And then you go right back and play trade bishops, knight g5, knight e4.
And you shouldn't think twice about investing a tempo in a position like this because the value of every tempo is greatly diminished. It's an end game. White's not risking. Black doesn't have any immediately active plans or threats. So this rook c1, rook d1 idea, a lot of people hesitate to do that. But I thought it was very good. He goes g4 instead, a sort of more concrete approach, getting the knight off of f5 and opening up a little square for the white king as well.
Okay, so now feels like king g3, but then there's knight f7.
Knight f7, yes, okay. And then e5 is under pressure, so you can't move your knight that easily. This might actually be inaccurate by Levon.
But you know what he's going to do? He's not going to trade on e7. I think that's Levon's plan. He's going to bring his bishop back, maybe to f4 to keep e5 defended, or just go to e3 directly. But the point is that black really would like to trade bishops and have the rook access along the last rank. But with the king stuck on e8, I think bishop e3 is the superior option than bishop takes e7.
And now Dmitry, I think, should play b4, again, using the fact that it's very hard for white to solve the problem of the e5 pawn. You actually could try to get your king over to e4, but then guess what? You're occupying the square that the knight wants to go to, and potentially you could get yourself in trouble. Now, there's also knight d2 to b3, which shouldn't be slept on. But from the opposite perspective, Robert, knight d8 to b7 could be a valuable defensive resource when necessary.
I love you thinking about king of the hill here. The king on e4 is very strong. Can't even be checked from that square.
I liked the way the sentence started. I think you should have stopped it at you.
Well, that may be true as well. I don't love Dmitry's position, especially after that move. Rook c1. But I think he's going to go king d7, king c6. So I don't like the look of it, but that was a good choice, I think, by Dmitry.
A great choice. He's opened up at the queen side for himself, and he's kind of left white's pieces in the dust on the king side. And he's got still worse. I mean, you can see the eval bar, it's still around +1, but it hasn't, the ticker hasn't changed in a while.
There is a clever rook f4 at some point, just to make the knight leave f7, and that will free the knight on f3. He goes king f4. You mentioned this idea a long time ago. I think Levon probably feels like he should win this game. Like that's the sense I get from the position, and he just rolled up his sleeve, so that's also a help. But I do think that Levon has no risk here, and he is just better in like 6 different ways, including the pawn structure. He's ahead in the clock. He feels like he's going to win this game.
And another unpleasant idea could be to move the knight back from e1, position it on d3, and then send the f-pawn forward to f5, using it as a battering ram to try to get rid of this kind of basis of black's whole position, the e6 pawn.
Here it comes. Knight e1 to d3, king e4, pawn f4, pawn f5. You're creating a passed pawn. White is a pawn ahead. Yes, if I count, it's 5 pawns and 5 pawns. I can't count, clearly. But white is essentially a pawn ahead because black has these double pawns.
But now a big decision for Levon. He can do 3... he blundered!
He blundered! You look at him.
Knight d3?
He just noticed it. He noticed it.
Oh, my lands. He blundered a piece. Knight d3 check.
Oh, my gosh. And does he have a chance here?
Can you believe it? He can get his king to g6. It's not over.
It is not over. And that's the thing. He's very upset with himself. But with Dmitry down to 20 seconds,
God.
And we see a rook trade.
Do you trade the rooks on c5 and go king g6? But then the knight comes back to d3?
but you have to do it.
I
I
don't
think he's forced
know.
into it.
It's obviously losing, but 18 seconds, it's so hard to handle these positions. Knights are terrible at stopping past pawns.
It's true. And knight takes e5, g5, and then g6. Here,
He
g5,
takes
g6
the-
anyway.
No, knight g4 wins. That's it.
Very
Oh.
nicely done.
Oh, what a heartbreaker. Oh, he did everything to win that game and blundered a piece in one move.
And he recognized it
resigns.
as soon as he played knight takes c5, he slapped himself in the head. He's like, what am I doing? And, well, what he has done is made this an even match, 3.5, 3.5. And I'm going to be honest, Danya, it feels like Levon should be winning this match right now. I feel like the score does not justify his level of play. I do think he's played better between these two, but Dmitry continues to use that mantra, bend but do not break. And even in tough endings, he finds good defensive resources and he is able to survive.
And this could be the last game of the segment, but probably they're going to have enough time for one more after this one. Another 4-knight Scotch, and this is a very fashionable line. White's currently up 2 pawns, but Black's going to win one of them back, and then on the next move, he's going to take the other one on c6. I think White's considered a tiny bit better here, but both of these players have analyzed this to exhaustion.
It is true that White's considered a smidge better, but I believe that Levon thinks it's just equal. I mean, he's moving quickly. He's played this before. I think even Dmitry believes it's just equal. But that's what we keep saying about Dmitry Andreikin. He doesn't mind equal openings. He just wants to play a position. And that could be bad for him if he's down in the match. But if he's even, it's great because he is not going to be distracted or upset that he doesn't have something out of the opening. He's just playing.
He's just playing, and he's playing with relatively little risk. I think he wants to keep this match tied after the 5-minute portion if possible, which is, again, as I mentioned at the start, a successful result for him. He would love to get this into the bullet with a tied score.
He certainly would. And for Dmitry, spending a little bit of time here, just trying to find a way to cause Black some problems. But I don't think there is a problem to be had. I just think c6 drops, and right now, and now the pawn structure is exactly the same, except for this pawn being on f3. So the bishop on b2 is strong, but the e3 square is a little bit of a vulnerability, especially if Black gets knight d5 it.
Yeah, this just seems like a very colorless position with a symmetrical structure. No targets for either side. I think White's advantage is purely symbolic here and perhaps even non-existent. Maybe a draw for its forthcoming.
I was going to ask you, Don, if we place the knight on b6 rather than f6, would you then take Black? Or would you still think it's not, or maybe even take White?
Well, I don't know. I mean, if the knight gets to c4 in some cases, there's a weakness on the e3 square. So, maybe Dmitry should consider just taking on f6 and signing the peace treaty.
And he does. I actually do think that if the knight was able to move and Black played pawn f6, Black would just be better. That's the problem with having one bishop against a knight. When you have a bishop pair, you control both color complexes. When it's just one bishop, you can't. If it's a bishop on b2, you can never control any of the light squares, and the knight would hop around. Black is better here, according to Ajabar, and I think the reason why is the more active queen. And where is White's queen going? If you go queen e2, in comes a rook to e8. If you leave the queen on d1, rook d8 with tempo. So it's weird to think that Black is better here when it seems like, they're just going to make a draw. I think Levon is going to sit here and be like, I have easy moves to make, and I can play rook d8, rook d5. And that rook can go to a5 or to h5 with the attack. Like, this is a position that I think with king g7, rook h8 as well, White needs to be very careful.
Yeah, and Levon's not going to take a draw here, given the time situation, given his objective advantage at this point. This has not been a successful opening experiment by Dmitry. It was in their previous 4-knight Scotch game, but a nice strategic modification by Levon. This is a good example of not being headstrong and realizing when something doesn't work out for you, you can make a minor change. Still play the same first move, but change up your opening choice a little bit.
And I like to move rook d2 here. I know a7 is hanging, but let's get our pieces on the second rank, which is Black's 7th rank, and go after that White king in the corner. King g7 will be very safe, and rook h8 to follow. I keep mentioning it because it's a worthwhile idea to keep in mind, that at some point you want to slide that rook from f8 over to the h-file and cause White some serious problems.
Yep, and Levon trying to figure out the best way to put pressure. He gets the rook to d4 instead. Well, I guess he wants to lift it to h4, your old idea. But how does that work exactly? I don't get that move.
Yeah, that felt...
Rook A4, okay, but then Queen B7. Nah.
Yeah, Queen C2,
that
Rook
ain't gonna
C1.
cut it.
Just a draw.
Nah, that is a draw. Yeah. No, and again, it feels like this doesn't seem all that important. Hey, like he makes a draw with the black. It's a solid result, but he really could have put more pressure in this game. That was a serious chance there.
And to be fair, both sides have done this in different games. They just like miss their moments to create a little bit more pressure.
Okay, a draw is agreed, which means we have plenty of time for one more game.
And
the score is 4-4.
It is. And you know how I usually hate the draw for it? That one I didn't mind. It was completely even. I get it. Both sides recognize that it's going to be a draw with not even just best play, with like the obvious play. So I'm okay with that. But here we see an Alapin. And Danya, we both love the Alapin Sicilian.
Yeah, no, it's such a practical opening. It's a lot more dangerous than some people give it credit for. And Sicilian players hate facing it in most cases.
Right, because you don't get the sharp tactical exchange sacrifices on C3 like you do in a dragon. Look at it. It's a closed position here. And the one difference is the D4 square is ultra defended. The D5 square is protected by a piece rather than a pawn. So you can take on C5, give black an IQP, an isolated queen pawn, and then go knight B to D2, knight to B3, and blockade that pawn. Aaron Nimzovich would be proud.
Yeah, these types of positions have been known since the dawn of time. And of course, black has his own share of active ideas. The bishop can drop back to C7, pressure H2. The other bishop will come out to G4. Of course, white can play H3 and does. But the drawback of that move is that there's a weak square on G3. You have these really cool traps. I can actually show this if we can pull up an analysis board really quickly, or maybe not. He's played Queen D6. Okay, if white makes a nonchalant move like Rook E1, there's bishop takes, and he did play bishop Rook E1, and he missed it.
Oh
he
my
played
God.
it. I'm actually showing this line. And actually, Queen G3 straight away. No, it's not Queen G3 straight away. But my idea is after Bishop H3, GH, Queen G3 check can be very dangerous. After King H1, Bishop takes F2. It's on the board. I can't believe this. I was just showing a purely hypothetical possibility, and they're actually playing it.
Is this some kind of line?
Okay.
I think I've seen lines like this
It's on the
before.
board.
But I feel like I've seen lines like this in the E4, E5 variations, but not like this.
But the thing is, it's actually not as good for black as it looks. I think most people would just assume black is winning, but he's not. There's no mate here.
So did Levon kind of goad him into it, tricked him a little bit? Like,
I think so.
Oh no, I blundered bishop takes H3 and Queen G3. And it's like, oh, okay, actually, it's just better for white because Queen H3 check, the knight drops back to H2. And even though bishop to G3 looks like you're about to pile on the pin piece, white can bring the queen up to E2, defend, bring the queen to G2. And then we get 3 pawns against a bishop. And that's about even in terms of material value. But with so many pieces on the board, I think the minor pieces outclass the pawns.
And the pawns are all on the king side, and they can actually be targeted by white's pieces.
Yes.
You could position a rook on G1 later. And it's weird to talk about white attacking on the king side. That sounds absurd. But if the smoke clears, that is precisely what's going to happen. Knight F5, Dmitry involves another piece, but the white knight drops back to H2, and forget, the 3 pawns for the piece. First of all, Dmitry has to be careful not to lose another minor piece on the king side.
I think what's going to happen, or I feel like after Queen H4, just opening up the G3 square for the knight, we may see a position where black gets a rook and 2 pawns for a couple minor pieces, but still the minor pieces are better than the rook and a couple pawns because there's a weak pawn on D5 in the long term. There are targets in black's position. So I think that Queen H4 here is necessary. Queen H3 blunders the bishop on F2. That defeats the whole purpose. But
it's the only move.
Queen H4 with knight G3 check to follow, I think gets that exchange, but you've already given a piece for 2 pawns. So I do think that that's why white is better. It's a really difficult position to assess, but the eval bar steadily claiming white with the advantage.
It's important to point out that knight H4, tempting as it may seem, runs into queen takes D5, then the queen can swing over to G5, forcing the queen trade and, melting black's activity on the king side straight away. Dmitry, though, it concerns me that he hasn't played Queen H4 yet. He has to find this move or he loses.
Yes, and well, he thought bishop takes H3 was good, and then he's here and he's like, oh no, this is not as good as I hoped it would be. And now he's in big trouble. Levon has only spent 42 seconds plus a few because he's gained some time back for the increment, but he is in charge here.
Oh,
Queen F3.
And he didn't play it. Rook E8.
But Queen F3, he'll trade queens by Knight G3 check. That's his idea, I guess.
Yeah, so now it's Levon's turn to take a little think. Actually, Queen F3, if we extend that line, though, Black's going to lose both the bishop and the knight. And Levon sees it.
I did not see it, but good call by you, partner. The point is that you get the rook on F1, sure, but instead of taking the knight back on F1, White will take that bishop on F2. I mean, we can show that position quickly because it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Really good find by you.
Actually, Dmitry might have to move his bishop here to preserve some chances. He also might resign. But after knight G3, king G2, you can see the eval bar shooting up. You might say, well, 2 pieces for rook doesn't seem that bad. King takes F2. Where are you going with that knight? Nowhere. You're going to lose it. And 3 pieces for a rook is unplayable. This is completely losing. Dmitry grabbing his head there. With a minute left on the match clock, does it make sense to resign here and get another game underway?
No.
I don't think so. I think he should try to resist this. And he's dropping now down to a minute, and he is going to take and move his bishop back and try to seek his fortunes in this piece down position. It's not totally over, though. He's got 2 pawns. He's got some activity. Levon still has to demonstrate some finesse here to pull off this full point.
Yeah, look at Zipley's Believe It or Not saying Levon is a savage. Levon
Zipley's Believe It or Not.
playing a great game of chess here. But what I will say, you asked the question, could Dmitry resign, get another game? Dmitry wants the shorter time control. So even if the position was completely lost, he doesn't want to start that last game in 5+1. He's not scared. He's not going to be here like, oh, no, another game against Levon Aronian. They both have so much respect for each other. But I think ultimately he prefers being in the shorter time controls because Levon has been a little dicey in time scrambles. But there's no guarantee that Levon even wins this game.
No, because especially now that Rook E2 is... I feel like Dmitry has improved his position in the last couple of moves.
He has. For sure. And we just got to count the material, right? You have 2 pawns for a piece. And that's just a 1-point advantage if we think about the material like that. And as you're highlighting, Rook E2 check at some point is a pretty big threat right now, just to remove the defender of the G3 bishop.
I think, though, with the clock situation, Levon's still a heavy favorite to win this game. Because the bishop from B5 can drop back to D3 and set in motion the chain of events, which is going to lead to the trade of at least 1 pair of rooks, which greatly relieves the pressure on White's position.
For sure. There is an interesting element here that if or when Andreikin takes on G3, we could get some opposite colored bishops. And now you used to think of opposite colored bishops being a draw, but when you have a material imbalance, actually the side that has, in this case, the extra knight for a couple pawns, it'll be good for that side because the bishop can start attacking Black's pawns, and then Black's bishop will not be able to defend. In fact, in the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Nordibek Abdusatara from the Tadzio Rapid that's going on, it was something similar, where it was opposite-colored bishops, but it helped Nordibek win the game having those opposite-colored bishops, and he had a knight for a couple pawns.
And Dmitry trying to squeeze as much activity out of his pieces as possible. He doesn't take on E1. He tries to trade on his own terms, but Levon can now play rook to E1. He probably will. And you're right. I mean, those minor piece positions aren't that easy to win.
And here we go. You could think about taking on C6 and then playing knight D3 and B4 and A4, but it's a committal choice. The good thing for Levon, his clock, time management superb in this game. And if bishop takes C6 wins, he will spend the next minute plus calculating it. And he says, no, let's just go for the move.
Yeah, he plays knight D3 instead, activating his knight. I'm really concerned about this D5 pawn. It might be worth playing D4 in some positions, but that gives White the pawn majority, the 3-on-2 with C4. So 12 seconds left. I don't see Dmitry pulling this off in the long run.
I think, though, he's going to play king f7, king f6, bishop c7, things like that. He starts.
And Levon might go bishop a4 to b3.
There's still bishop c7 there. Just to pin that
you
knight.
Might be right. Yeah, this ain't easy. It's surprising. I mean, you're a piece up, but everything's sort of defended. And after king f6, you're ready to play g5 and keep the pawns going.
And if you start trading off a bunch of pawns, you might not have enough material remaining to win, even if you start stealing some of Black's 2 pawns that you're down. So this is a big moment for Levon here. He really wants to get this win, but how to continue? Knight f3 is met by the simple king f6, just keeping that knight out of the Black position. And then Black's ready to go g5.
Yeah, that ambulance might have been coming for White's winning chances here.
I
I
like knight d4 though.
Yeah, nice blockading, solid move. Important not to try to play hero ball here.
King
King
G6
G6, bishop E8.
Yeah, it's almost checkmate, by the way, but there is King H6, and then knight can go to F6.
And then, oh my God, there's like knight G8 check, which is a threat after knight F6. Can you believe that?
There's a knight D8 to F7.
1 second.
No.
Knight F6 threatens mate in 2.
Wow. Knight G8 and then knight G7. That is sickening.
Beautiful.
King G4.
King G4. It's over. You're going to get mated.
King F5.
Holy cannoli.
It's mate.
This is... How?
Oh, the king runs to H4 now.
But I think you can just play... Just take on G5. Just take the pawn.
And King G4.
Oh, look
D5,
at this domination.
G5. Well done by Levon.
Levon taking all of the pawns here. Dimitri's going to resign. Okay, it's over. Knight takes G5.
Yeah.
And it's over.
Dimitri kind of grabbed his face, kind of like, let me just forget about this one. Let's wash ourselves from the sin of this game. But what a performance from Levon Aronian. I mean, it is 5-4 after 9 games. So he has the 1-point lead. But I was saying earlier, and I'm going to say it again, I feel like if we look across those 9 games, Levon probably has missed some chances more than Dimitri has. Yeah,
Levon with a major dose of nasty in this 5-minute segment. But the good news for Dimitri, I mean, it was a torturous, long 90 minutes for him. But he manages to keep this match close. I mean, it didn't get out of control. He exploited enough chances to keep it close. And he's got to be feeling really happy, given the momentum and just generally the feel of the match, that he can tie it in the very next game, in which he'll have the white pieces and a shortened time control, which is definitely in his favor.
True. And Levon should be feeling happy. And, well, speaking of happy holidays to everybody. We just had Thanksgiving here. The U.S. team made it through in the World Cup. So we're very happy. And we're also very happy to offer you this limited time offer. It's your last chance to cash in on this incredible limited time offer to upgrade your Chess.com account to premium membership and get 1 month of premium free. You heard that right. Chess.com is increasing the free trial of premium from 7 days to an entire month. Simply go to our website and upgrade to get your free month. That's 1 month of unlimited game review, puzzles, lessons, and a cute little emoji next to your username for free. But act fast. The offer ends today. Drop the command CLAIM in the chat for details and directions. But we'll be right back for more from the Speeches Championship match between Levon Aronian and Dmitry Andreikin in just a few.
My name is Ethan Curry. We all have nicknames. Chicago is naturally where I'm born and raised, so that's how I got the name. I guess they call me the muscle. I'm the one with the passion. I'm always looking for a good fight, Evidently, it don't make a difference, man. That's checkmate coming up. It don't matter. What we're trying to do is to let them know, hey, we playing down here in Houston, Texas. And if you come down here half-stepping, trust me, we're gonna beat you. You better bring your game.
A storm is brewing.
You're never going to beat Hikaru at his own game, not in these positions.
Within the Tempest, the best have come to test their skills and brave the storm.
Oh, he missed it! Oh, he allowed a draw!
Oh my goodness.
The wheels have come off.
That could be the match.
For some, this is familiar ground.
Oh my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
One
And
second, move!
For others, this is a fresh field to prove their prowess.
This is insane! Oh, look at Fabi, exhausting every last resource.
The battles will be electric.
That is
And Hikaru doesn't like that move.
dagger.
The moves will be fast.
Oh my god, no, 97!
Tricked at the end.
The stakes will be high.
He just grabs his head. He can't believe it. He just
Oh,
gave
man.
away the pawn.
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship is now. Fasten your speed belts, my friends. We're in for a wild ride.
And we return to the Speed Chess Championship match between Levon Aronian and Dmitry Andreikin. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me, my good friend, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, 5-4 lead for Levon Aronian. Now that the players and ourselves just got a break, what do you think Dmitry has to change to even up the score once more?
Well, first of all, I'm curious where he's going to go opening-wise. He's been all over the map with both colors. E4, D4 with white, Sicilian, E5, Berlin with black. So I think he's got to make a couple of decisions about, where he's most successful. So that's one area he can make some improvements. And then just some of his early middle game decision making. He seems to be steering a lot of these games in Levon's direction. A couple of questionable choices, like that time he didn't play E takes F4, Robert, in the Sicilian game. So I think a little bit of a crisper decision making could go a long way for him as well.
Well, we are about to reach the shorter time controls, and Smarter Chess did make some predictions about this match, and Levon Aronian was a 75% favorite according to Smarter Chess stats. But I cannot believe what I'm seeing in the quicker time control. Big lead for Aronian predicted in the 3+1, and also a win in bullet. Danya, something feels off about that to me.
That's a very bold prediction. And Levon, there were a couple of games where he was playing really quickly in the opening and middle game. We see that he knows what a pre-move is. He's capable of playing fast. I can see where Smarter Chess is coming from, but that is a mighty bold prediction. I definitely don't agree with that, especially in the bullet.
Yeah, I think we're not trying to say
not that I ever agree with it.
Well, I don't think we're trying to say that Levon isn't a powerhouse, but Dmitry Andreikin, he's won how many Title Tuesdays? I think the answer is 10 since February of 2022. So he knows how to win 3+1 when it counts, and he is about to make it count against Levon Aronian, or at least hope to, because he is down 1 point as the games get underway.
The games will get underway, and I think Dmitry will have the white pieces in game one. Is that correct?
That is correct. He just lost with black in the last game, and here we go.
There we go. Knight F3, another still different first move by Dmitry. He's now played D4, E4, and now a King's Indian attack.
And he just wants to play something calm. At least that's what I believe, because he doesn't want to tilt. It's hard to tilt him to begin with. But that kind of crazy positions, we saw that in game one in the Global Championship against Wesley So. He had a dominant game. He was completely winning, and he didn't put it away. I think he just prefers a position just like what he's getting. A slight plus for white, where he feels like he has no risk.
When you say he's hard to tilt, that is not an exaggeration. I was watching his titled Arena stream a while ago, and he lost a very painful game. He gets flagged in a knight versus knight position. And then the next game, he plays a couple of moves, and then he plays the move H5, and he says, let's convince our opponent that we're tilted. Let's pretend that we're tilted. I was going to say I would play H5 because I was actually tilted, but Dmitry was just pretending to tilt. He is incredibly level-headed, and that goes a long way in the SCC matches. Just ask Jan Nepomniachtchi. Okay, that was low. That was below the belt. Sorry.
I wasn't expecting that, that finishing touch there, but it's true though. I mean, and here we see that B6 was played and Dmitry was rook A to C1. This A5, that's not a move I was expecting, but Danya,
I was out of left field.
How quickly Levon played it, I feel like he knows this position, the ins and outs.
That was literally out of left field.
Yeah. That really shocked me.
A5.
So
and I guess A4. Now, who does this benefit? I mean, one would say optically white because the pawn on b6 is now a very serious long-term weakness. Think about a bishop landing on d4. On the other hand, so are the pawns on c4 and a4. Maybe they're harder to attack, but they're still weak. I would say the position probably is equal.
And I'm looking
so with the eval bar, which is more important.
I would love to get this knight from f6 to c5 if I were Levon, but that's never going to happen. You can't play knight d7 because the knight c6 is loose. And if you take on d8 right now with the rook, maybe Dimitri's idea is knight b5 to c7. Just go after that bishop.
I was thinking the exact same thing. And then if you have to play bishop d7, the rook could slide into d1. There's going to be tactics based on those minor pieces. h3. I feel like Dimitri has played this move on more than one occasion and unexpected. No, Levon was the one who played h3 in game 1 when we weren't expecting it. Now it's Dimitri's turn.
Yeah, h3 over here, it seems kind of random. It's not a bad move, obviously, but it doesn't create any threats. And maybe that's what Dimitri is suggesting, that he doesn't need to create threats because Black has this loose pawn on b6, as you mentioned. He played c5, so he's just trying to open up a square of luft. I said I love you earlier. Now he's getting luft for the king on h2. Yeah.
Well, I love luft, and I loved love. Okay, enough. I'm digging myself into a serious hole here.
Yeah, you're all good. Knight d5 cuts off the bishop on g2. Can also head to b6 to attack a4, and the b4 square is under Black's control, just like the b5 square under White's control. And what is going on with this queenside tension, Danya? It's giving me a bit of a headache.
Could we even say that with h3, his ambitions are a bit lofty or lofty?
Oh, no. You didn't have to go there, did you?
I couldn't just let it go. Wow. That's my great sin.
You don't got to hold it back anymore.
But you asked the question. I'm supposed to answer it. What is happening on the queen side? Yeah, it's a head-spinning arrangement of minor pieces. I think largely the battle revolves around who will be able to attack each other's weaknesses on the A file. Maybe White can drop the knight back to b3. He goes knight b7. Oh my God, there's so easy to blunder here. You could also get, Robert, a mutual liquidation after knight takes a5, and that basically means draw. Maybe a smidge better for White due to the bishop pair, but not anything significant.
Yeah, I would definitely take White in that position. And White has the bishop pair, and Black's knights can be kicked around at some point with the e2 to e4, things of that nature. And I believe that, this position that looks like, just a draw, all the pawns on one side of the board, but looks can be deceiving. And I actually think it's not that easy for Black to hold a position like that.
No, you're right. And there's also rook c8 check, which could come at an inopportune moment for Black. Okay, what's Dimitri thinking about?
Yeah,
is he thinking about bishop takes d5? No way. He takes b5. Cooler heads prevail. And what's Levon thinking about?
I was going to ask you the same thing, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Because b5 is just hanging.
I guess knight a2 is a move, but I don't think it is a move. Even rook a1.
Yeah, or rook c2, something like that, just attacking the knight. So Levon's spending
wake up!
Valuable time here, and I think he will ultimately play rook takes b5, but rook c8 check and knight c4, and there's a bishop pair.
And it's a minute extra for Dmitry Andreikin. If you can get away with rook c5, you definitely would like to get a pair of rooks off the board, but you got to calculate all the ramifications. There's bishop d5 and there's e4, and you can easily lose a minor piece in the blink of an eye. Levon down to 18 seconds. He does play rook c5, and if he can get away with this, then I think he'll have enough time to draw.
Right, but I think, as you were pointing out, Dmitry can take on c5, take on d5. E takes d5 will be forced from Levon. Yes. So he'll have an isolated pawn, not the end of the world, but definitely not desirable. So I think with the time the way it is, this is how you win games when you're playing such a strong player. You just need to put pressure on the clock.
And he was trying to induce f5, after which I think he would have followed up with that line. Instead, Levon makes less of a kingside weakness. I like the move g6. The rook trade happens and continues to poke and prod. But Levon staying on top for now.
Well, bishop takes d5. I would just definitely take
the knight d7. You can win a pawn.
Oh, by force. This is really good. Take d5, knight d7, take on b4, and go knight f6 check. Very forcing sequence. Yeah. And here it comes.
Which is why Levon should have put his king on g7 to cover that square. And Dimitri's not going to miss that. And this is a great winning chance given Levon's clock. These are hard endgames to defend.
I would say pretty good winning chance, even classical chess. But when you have 12 seconds on your clock, good luck to you. Just king g2. You can push your pawn slowly but surely, and then just try to figure out where your knight belongs.
And it's so easy to blunder into a situation like knight f6 check, right? You go one way, you blunder the bishop. You go other way, you blunder the pawn. But Dmitry instead focusing on fixing the pawn on h6. If you can get Black to play h5 and create another weakness, that's basically game over.
Okay, but the king for black could go to g5 at some point.
All
So,
right.
like right now.
Well, got to be careful not to get mated there on h4.
And knight d5, king e5. Bring the knight back up to b6.
I'm just
so many forks.
worried that Levon will blunder a trade or a fork.
Bishop c7. Okay, goes up to b4. If
Go
I'm
king e4.
No, I agree with you. King e4 is good. I was say if I'm Dmitry, I'm just making quick moves.
f4. And try to induce f5. If you can induce f5, then you can start worming your knight around. You can try to torture Levon indefinitely here. 1 second.
f5. Huge moment. f5. You can't bring your king to f6.
Go f5. You got to go to d6. But now the knight worms its way to the king side.
And here's
you can attack the h-pawn. That's what I mentioned.
Knight g4 forces h5. The knight goes back. You just keep attacking the pawn. Knight f2.
Yeah, infinite waves of attack. Now try to get the knight over to f4. But Levon squeezing his king into f6 to restrict the knight further. Oh, e4, e5 is a dangerous
Bishop c1
idea.
was a great move. Because knight e5 or g5, bishop takes either's check.
Now back to d6. Not anymore.
Back to
e5.
e5. Oh, and the problem for the white king is it wants to stay on f4, but if it has to go to e4, then black goes king g5, king h4, king g5.
And I guess he wants knight f3. But now how do you reshuffle your pieces?
Bishop b2.
Oh, maybe h4 at the right moment?
And he plays it. Oh, bishop f6 now.
And bishop e1.
Bishop e1's great.
Okay, Levon's making great progress here. And he's got no time.
He's barely getting these moves off.
I know. He's going to flag if he continues this.
Uh-oh.
He's moving. He's getting it done. He's got 3 seconds now.
But knight d3 and e5 coming. King g3.
And king g3, e5. Now Dmitry making progress. Oh. Now it's winning. Knight f4.
Knight f4 is just winning, right? And e6 now or...
I don't know. Bishop e1. He blundered the pawn.
He blunders.
He blundered the pawn.
Oh my gosh. And after e6, you swap and take on
h4. And now Levon doesn't have to do anything because e6, you take one pawn and then you give the bishop up for the other pawn.
But he gives up the h-pawn for free. His king's in the perfect place for Levon. That's why he gave up the pawn. He wants his king in front of what's going to be a pass pawn.
There's a knight sack on f7, but that never works. The bishop is good enough to restrain the pawns. Dmitry will still try here, but he might be out of winning chances.
And look at Levon go. Bishop a1, bishop b2. Stay away from that knight.
Oh, don't mouse slip.
And where does the knight need to go to be tricky? Knight c4 now, bishop c3. Oh, king e8 is a very good move. Knight d6 check. The problem is the e5 pawn always hanging.
Exactly. So you can only give one check, and then you have to immediately go back. He's trying to restrict the bishop, but you actually can't cover all 3 squares at once, which is funny.
And we just passed the century mark. Move 101 is just about to be played here. 2 seconds left for Levon. He's got to keep playing quickly. I think Dmitry has to play time. He has to play e6 at some moment when Levon is least expecting it.
He's thinking his internet service provider. Levon keeping time on the clock. Dmitry has made no progress here. No, there's just no way.
No, bishop going back to
unless
A1.
Levon blunders this bishop.
Or he's pre-moving and e6 happens.
This might be a repetition. You have to try e6 at some point.
Like right now.
Yeah. Just play it. Nothing to lose.
Or just go and take on f7, right? Go like knight d6 check and take on f7. Right up.
The funny thing is, had Dmitry flagged, he would have lost because Levon still has an f-pawn, and it's a draw.
Wow.
And Dmitry, wow.
So that's one of those games where I kept saying before, I feel like Levon had more missed opportunities. Now Dmitry misses a huge opportunity there. He was ahead in the clock. He was up a pawn. He actually found a winning position, but then just when he had the win in his grasp, he blunders the h4 pawn, immediately allowing Levon to survive.
We won't go back because it's a little bit too technical. I think the move there was f6. When he blundered the h-pawn with knight f4 to d5, he had to keep his knight on f4 and prepare to break through with his pawn majority. Yeah, a huge miss. That game took 11 minutes off the match clock, and that was a 3-minute game. Okay, look at this. They're repeating their French-type structure, but this time Dmitry improving with knight f5, and I think that is a better move than the sack on h3.
Oh, for sure. He said, fool me once. All right, you got it. You took that dub, but you're not going to get me again. That's what we talked about. Sometimes when you have a good position out of the opening, you keep trying it and trying and trying it. Then when you go for the sacrifice that you think is good and it just gets rebuffed very quickly, you're like, nope, never, ever again. He learned his lesson. But this position, is going to be a lesson in blockading an isolated pawn, because white has knights on b3 and f3. You have to watch out for knight h4. I don't think it works just yet, but black might use the move knight h4 to distract the knight f3 from defending the h2 square. So just keep an eye out on this battery on the diagonal.
Yeah, no, it's always dangerous, especially if you can combine it with a timely like rook e8 to cover the king's escape square to e2. And guess what? Not something that white does easily. Giving up the bishop pair in an open board situation is good for black. Now, don't miss bishop c5 if you're Dmitry, and of course he doesn't. What a surprise. Andreikin doesn't miss a one-move tactic.
No, I was going to say bishop e4, so I was about to miss it. So I'm glad you... I'm honest, but I'm glad you pointed it out. Knight d4, let's trade some knights. But the problem for white is after knight d4, you really want to play knight takes on d4, but then there's queen h2 check. So you're not getting that, and this is a long-term plus for white, even though black is better right now. That sounds like it doesn't make sense. But if white is somehow able to stave off the pressure on the diagonal, and if you trade the queens, then white is already better. But that's such a long ways away. So I think Levon
in bishop e4, nasty idea. Sorry.
No. It's a really good point. I'm saying Levon is playing for this long-term prospects, but in the current position, it's just good for Dmitry with the activity.
And speaking of long-term prospects, if you can force white to play g3, very likely now that Levon will play that move, then white's got long-term promise on the king side as well, and black doesn't have to necessarily just bank on, one idea working out. Now, it should be pointed out that bishop takes f3 at this point is not a serious threat, but Levon is tired of it. He's tired of having to deal with the check on h2, and he says, hey, I don't care. I'm going to make some weaknesses. At least I can breathe a little bit easier for the time being.
Yeah, it makes his next moves easier and Dmitry's next moves harder, because you can go after this h3 pawn, sure, but the white king wants to go to h2 anyway. The pawn on f2 is very well defended, and now the knight on f3 can go to d4 where it belongs. So here, after queen d7, knight d2 played.
Whoa. I don't like the look of that move.
Yeah, why is it retreating?
Now, his idea was that queen takes h3, there would have been knight takes c4, and then a check on d5. But that's not the problem with the move. The problem is just that it's very passive. Ugh.
Yeah, unnecessarily so. And he still has the blockade going on. That's the good news. Queen f3 is possible here just to bring some more pieces to the king side. But if your knight ever leaves the d2 square, and your knight's not good on d2, then the black bishop can just slide right back into e4, queen to h3, and before you know it, there could be a checkmate. So look at Dmitry. Yep. He's poking and prodding in all directions. And I think for Levon, he needs to find a plan.
Yeah, queen b5, knifing his way into the queen side, but the knight meets the queen at the top. That does yield the e4 square. You always point this out. One square is defended, one door closes, another opens. There's a lot of open doors on the king side here for black.
I think he's going knight d2 back now. Like knight d2, bishop g6, queen f3. And then black can play queen b5, and then we're just going on a merry-go-round back and forth to the same position. So here, knight d2 looks kind of forced.
And in first of all, time situation, very bad for Levon. And in some situations, black could even give away the light squared bishop. Knight d2, queen h3 is not out of the question. Knight takes c4, rook takes c4. Ooh, king h2. But now the h4 pawn is still vulnerable due to the pin.
But how do you get your queen over there, right? Queen to h5, queen to g4, not available because the queen's on e2, perfectly placed. So it's a little frustrating to have this position as black. You know there's something there, but proving it is a whole different story. And he plays f5 and f4.
Why not? Closing down the bishop, and Levon says, hey, the bishop on e3, it's well enough protected by my heavy pieces. I'll move my queen away. I'll still have the d4 square. I like how Levon's handling his defensive task so far.
And he's going to play around the bishop on e4. He's going to use the d4 square. He might want to trade dark square bishops at some point. But if the queens come off the board, black is in big trouble because the light square bishop, it's staring into thin air, not attacking anything. And so I feel like, again, now Dmitry is doing well, but with a couple trades, if he's able to make those trades happen, then that's what Levon is banking on. But I like Dmitry's rook lift, maybe rook h6, and just threaten.
And g5.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I didn't see that.
That's a massive threat. Massive there. And knight f3 by Levon.
Can you take and play g5?
Taking g5. The idea, of course, fg rook takes h4 check, again using that pin, and then sliding it over to g4 and attacking g3. Dangerous ideas here. But Dmitry now down to 30 seconds as he struggles to calculate these lines.
Good tactical vision by you with the g5 idea. It's so hard to think about that with a knight and two pawns and a bishop staring at the g5 square. Dmitry misses it altogether, and I just don't think it's his type of position. But queen g5?
Queen g5 and rook h4 almost works, and then bishop takes g3.
And
what an idea!
Yeah, he said, "What is this? Not my type of position." He actually was lining this up. And is there bishop g3
or do you go rook h1 and rook h2? You have a draw in your pocket.
You do. He takes on g3, which is
apparently that's wrong. Why? King f1 and bishop g1.
Oh my goodness! What an oversight and what a find by Levon.
Oh my God, that's so easy to miss, sliding the bishop back.
Just play f4, f3. Just like throw your pieces forward. You don't have a lot of time. Neither player does.
Rook h2. But now I think the queen can move back to d1. There's bishop g2 check.
Oh gosh. Wait.
I would just go bishop f2, maybe. No, I don't know.
This is really tricky right now.
I think bishop f2 might be the move.
Or he doesn't want to do that. That's clear. But bishop f2, there's queen b5 attacks the rook.
I didn't see that square, actually.
What about,
it's still so dangerous.
Really good move, though. Because rook h1, bishop g1, you block everything.
Oh, and rook takes c4.
For sure, rook takes e4. Right now, rook e4.
But it's still not out of the woods.
King g2, queen d5 check, take on e4. That's a big pawn to win.
Oh my God. And if you had started with queen d5, you would have allowed f3. Oh, Dmitry springing one last trap. 2 seconds for Levon.
He finds queen d5.
Take the pawn.
He goes rook f1.
No, queen takes e4. There was f3 check.
Oh, he might make a draw. Rook g4 back.
Maybe bishop
queen
h2.
He wants to win.
Queen e6. He attacks the tail of the discovery.
And he takes on.
He's still winning.
No good discovery check. King goes f3. Bishop d4 now. All of his pieces are out.
Wow. Now he's completely winning. Dimitri's going to flag.
And rook h6 now threatens checkmate. Dmitry Andreikin loses on time. Levon Aronian somehow wins a game where his king was caught in the crosshairs of a vicious attack, but Dmitry Andreikin couldn't find the right continuation.
What a brilliant queen sacrifice by Dmitry. But Robert, it does turn out that he should have given that check on h2 and probably just taken Levon's queen back and played that exchange down endgame where his bishops would have constituted a big advantage. What a defensive effort by Levon. Guess what? That bodes so well for his bullet chances. The fact that he demonstrated this ability to defend that position with 2 seconds left. Are you kidding me? Levon is a genius.
I think, weirdly, it bodes well for both of their chances. Dmitry Andreikin showing he's willing to get into a tactical melee and actually outclass Levon for a stretch of that tactical sequence. And Levon saying, I'm down to get to 2 seconds left and still find queen b5 and knight takes d5. Another tactical shot, this time by Dmitry Andreikin.
a6?
There's a6 at the end. What is this?
Is this Mikhail Tal? Or is this Dmitry Andreikin? What an idea. I mean, that is just so ridiculous.
Out of nowhere. Who has he become? We were talking all match. He's solid. He plays positional. He goes away from tactics. And he said, you don't know me at all. And maybe Levon Aronian is, you only know, what do they say? Like, you don't know how you can handle once you get punched in the face. I don't remember the exact expression, but that's what it feels like is happening here. Andreikin is showing, when he needs to find the tactics, he will. And now he just swaps on d8, plays a6. He plays a6 first. Don't think it matters, but the rook on a8 is loose. And Dmitry Andreikin showing off his tactical might.
And Levon in serious trouble because there's going to be a b and the knight c5 to knock the bishop out of b7. Then the knight's going to be undefended. But if you're Dmitry, don't take on d8 first because then the knight's going to drop back, take back, and defend the pawn on b7. I think you need to play a b and knight c5 with the queens still on the board. You can see, though, Dmitry shaking his head. That's kind of like when, Steph Curry hits a 3 after missing a couple. And then he starts shaking his head because he expects himself to win every game. Dmitry that last game still stings, but what a recovery thus far in this game.
Oh, he is just cruising down this H1A8 diagonal. And I looked it up. It's everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. So that's a Mike Tyson quote. But here, I just don't know what Levon Aronian can do here because A takes B7 will at the very least win the piece back. And right now, White has 2 extra pawns. And look at this. Can you just play bishop back to somewhere? Oh, but if you're not careful, if you play bishop g2, there might be knight e4, but then a takes b7. So you do have that move available.
Now you could take first, which he does, and now drop the bishop back. Obviously, don't take on b7. Yeah, Levon's losing his piece back. No question about that. How can he get the most out of, the 2 tempi that he has? Is it knight d4? Is it knight e4?
I guess knight d4, the drawback is bishop takes b7, and a7 will fall.
So start with rook c8 and then go knight d4. He does go knight e4, so he's going to play against this knight on b7.
Okay, and then knight d4 now.
But how?
So your idea. He plays knight d4 second because he gets to keep the a7 pawn in this variation. Black is down 2 pawns, but clearly getting 1 back. Would you take on e4 here? Would you? It's kind of complicated.
It's kind of thorny, actually, because white's pieces are pretty discombobulated. You know, it's like white has done all of this, and suddenly the rest of the pieces have been on vacation this whole time.
And knight takes e2 check, followed by knight takes c1. It's a real threat with b2 being loose. So it feels like white is in danger of not being able to keep even a single pawn lead. And that's not good news for Dmitry Andreikin as he tries to cut his deficit in half.
Yeah, and he's sinking into a deep think here. Has to contain the activity of the knights. There's also some mating ideas with knight takes e2 and knight takes f2 that you've got to be careful about. I don't know. Bishop f3 might be the way.
Oh, bishop f3 is clever. He plays e3, but now knight e2 takes c1, and then you play rook b8 and take b2 with your rook. I feel like it's just going to be a one-pawn lead, and I say just as if that's not important, but I feel like Levon is putting up very good defense.
Yeah, 2 games now, Dmitry has uncorked some brilliant tactical ideas, but then he suddenly looks up and, you know, he's only up a pawn in this case. But here I still think he's got great winning chances if he can keep the tension up.
Right. No, it is true. And, you know, as the famous quote says, the hardest game to win is a one game. And this position has never been winning absolutely for Andreikin, but he's had a great position in this one. And now rook a takes c1, b2 is going to fall. Do you take with a rook? Do you play rook b8, move the knight, and then take on b2? No. He says, let me take with the bishop. And watch out. If Levon can push that pawn to a5, we already see the compensation, but that's why Dmitry will probably stop that pawn in his tracks.
And it's such a dangerous tandem. The bishop on g7, controlling the promotion square, coupled with the a pawn, which if it lands on a4 or a3, spells major trouble. So I would be seriously considering a blockading maneuver, which is exactly what Dmitry does. Rook b4, attack e4, and potentially bring it to a4, preventing the progress of the a pawn. But, Robert, rook b8 has to be reckoned with, pinning the knight.
But I think maybe the other rook to b8 was also available just to keep your rook behind the a pawn. But he goes rook a b8, still a good decision. And after rook b3, now the rook is defended, the knight can move. And so Levon leaves the b file. So c2 is a clear target, but so is e4.
And you could play knight d6 and exchange these 2 pawns. You could, you can't play rook c1 because then f2 hangs. He does play knight d6. Still good winning chances. He's got to pull this one out, does Dmitry Andreikin.
I feel like the winning chances are huge in this game. Like rook b7, bring your rook to a7, bring your
rook
knight to g5 at some moment.
Oh, bring the other rook to d7 maybe. You'll have mating ideas before you know it.
Knight g5 right now. Now the knight's under attack. Threatening knight e6 or knight f7 check. And Levon down to 10 seconds.
Rook c6 maybe?
he plays it. Good call by you. Rook d1. Oh, wait.
No, I was thinking about it. It's unclear.
I blundered f2, but I guess it was okay. But knight e4. What Dmitry is doing very well, though, is he's taking his time. Look at this. He wants knight f4, pawn h4, rook d1, things like that.
Oh, maybe g5 merited some consideration to at least try to temporarily restrict the knight. Now the knight is running amok.
You're right, and kicking the bishop away from the a5 pawn. You go bishop g7, you lose a5. But the bishop here does not defend the king. So now it's time to throw your pawns forward if you're Dmitry Andreikin.
And a nice little prophylactic in the middle there to defend f2. But Levon ties himself to perhaps white's last remaining weakness, trying to get this rook to stay on f1. He's got 1 second, though, and he's going to flag. I think he's going to flag.
Well, not yet.
He drops another pawn. It's over.
Yeah, he's walking into a pin, left and right, problems galore. 96 check his game, and so is that. Winning on time is Dmitry Andreikin. He deserved that game with that beautiful tactic on the long diagonal, and now it's 6.5, 5.5. So Dmitry Andreikin strikes back.
Dmitry Andreikin heard from under pressure. That was impressive. That was flat out impressive. He didn't lose his cool when Levon generated that counterplay. And let's not forget, knight takes d5 and a6. Just a brilliant tactical idea right out of the opening. And Levon deviating from the open Sicilian with a 3b3. I actually play that line quite a bit, Robert. It's more interesting than people give it credit for.
It is.
As you can see. As you can see.
Already castling queenside d4, striking in the center. And where's that black king going? That's the big question. And look at Levon, h4, playing on the flank. He can do a rook lift. He can play pawn to h5 first. He can play g4 at some moment. I wouldn't do that just yet with the bishop on b7 slicing across the diagonal. But the point is h6 now serves as a hook. And so you can throw your pawns up the board.
Yep, and Dmitry with his favorite idea, a6 and b5. He's played it in the Berlin. this is now a little bit of a more appropriate occasion to push the pawn to b5.
I feel like
and rook h3.
Levon is tempting Dmitry a little bit too much, right? Because Dmitry likes to play quiet, solid games, but this is still very solid. Not a single pawn has been traded, and Black's foundation is better than White's. There's a pawn sticking on e5. There's a pawn sticking on h5. Black just played c4, ready to break open the queen side, and g7 is defended from that bishop on f8. Knight b4 could be a threat. I feel like this is very dangerous territory for Levon, and you can't say he's tilting after just a single loss, but this just feels like, why did he change his opening? He's been getting pretty decent positions.
Yeah. Again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But Dmitry's attack, that started up faster than a Ferrari accelerating on a freeway. I mean, that went 0 to 100 in literally 3 moves.
Real quick. Yeah.
C4. Bishop A3. Grand Prix attack style. Knight B4 and ugh.
No, you've been I don't really like to compliment you, but you've been doing a great job referencing other openings. It does feel like a Grand Prix attack, just throwing your pawn forward against a king that's already castled. And so knight
2 compliments in 1 commentary?
I know.
Maybe you need to watch yourself.
You might even get a third.
You're slipping.
If you keep up this behavior. But A3, and then maybe there's B4 for White at some moment. You could take on C4, actually, because the rook on G3 is so well placed.
Oh, it's defending A3.
Yeah, it's defending A3. So BC4 opens that rook up, and maybe the rook will slide to B3 after BC4, BC4, queen.
He blundered
C4,
it.
And he plays it.
And Dmitry blundered that move. I'm positive. He forgot the rook was defending A3. And you can't blame him. How often does a rook on G3 defend a pawn on A3 in a Sicilian?
And I was just saying maybe he's tempting Dmitry into sort of tactical waters. Maybe he's luring him there. Like, this is Levon Aronian. He's a frustrating player to compete against because he's so strong and he makes moves like knight B3. His queen's under attack. You expect the queen to move. He quickly plays knight to B3. And what attack does Black have? There is no attack. Everything is defended on the queen side. He's simply up a pawn. And actually, his king is quite safe and Black's king is nowhere to go.
Yeah, so impressive how Levon has beefed up the security on the queen side, just dropping a couple minor pieces in there and driving the queen out of A5. Now, as you said, no attack to be found. And guess what? White's going to start things up on the king side here, maybe bishop D3 and then drive the f-pawn up to F5. Things could get just as bad, just as fast as they did on the queen side.
This suddenly looks terrible for Black. I mean, we were just
horrible.
Complimenting his position, thinking things were good. He was C4. He just, I think, completely missed that rook on the third rank. That rook that was lifted up there was defending the queen side. And that's why rook lifts are so powerful. It's not just going for an attack, which is the way you normally think of a rook lift, but it just covers the entire the entire rank, pardon me. And it did just that in this position, and now it's also can take on G7.
You can also play,
What is he doing? You just take on G7? He's going bishop G5?
Bishop G5. He wants to trap the rook.
Okay, so I'm appreciating it a little more now.
Are you going to set up a sack on G5? But that's not that good, because then the queen comes out and also prevents F4.
So
Ooh.
Goes after the knight.
7.
But knight,
I don't know what the move is here. Knight F4, knight H5?
So I think bishop D3 develops, and if king F8, now he'll take on G5, and then he'll get an outside pass pawn and dark square domination.
And you have ideas like knight C5. No, you're absolutely right. The fact that the queen can't take on G5 is actually a huge deal. I think the move, instead of knight E7, was knight to F4, with the additional idea of actually taking that pawn on H5, trapping the rook.
Wow, it actually looked pretty strong there. Instead, he goes knight C6.
Don't go queen D6 and get your queen trapped.
Oh, that would be shockingly bad. Oh, he has rook H7. His rook's not trapped.
Oh, I didn't see that.
He didn't see it
and
either.
Neither did Levon, but there's knight C5. That's a huge move.
Okay, so it's actually even stronger. But the rook could have gone to H7 there.
It absolutely could have, but Levon going down the adventurous route. Ooh, and Dmitry throwing another pawn to the wind.
How is this not completely losing for Black?
Because, okay, you have b-file and extra exchange.
How many pawns does White have for the exchange? 3?
I didn't major in math. And you know that.
I do know that.
Guess what? I think White has some problems with the sort of general placement of his minor pieces. Levon, though, one piece that doesn't have any problems is that rook, as it's maneuvering itself to G3.
I think one rook lift wasn't enough for Levon in this game.
Nope. No, you need another one. And he can play rook E3 anyway, but he decides to conserve that knight. Now rook e3, a massive threat.
And Dimitri down to 20 seconds. So he takes on g2. Brave guy that he is.
Help yourself.
Queen c1. Rook takes d3. Rook g1. That's what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, rook e3, queen takes f2, and the g3 square is suddenly undefended.
Right, that's why I like
Not
queen
easy.
c1. That's why I want to cover the g1 square right there.
Fantastic move. It also aims at the h6 pawn, which could have been important. Rook e4 instead.
Queen f2. So rook
Where's he
g4
going with
check.
this?
There's no mate. He goes to...
Wait, why didn't he go to h8?
He thought he was safe here. Going
Now
to e7.
a4. But a4, bishop a3 looks really dangerous.
It does, but maybe there's some tactical shot that Dimitri has, like a knight. No, he does have knight takes c5, so I don't know what he does have.
King c2.
Oh, because a4 now is knight b4 check. He's just covering the b4 square.
Yeah, that ship has sailed. Dimitri could win this. 5 seconds for Levon. I don't see a continuation of the attack.
No, at 3 seconds. Okay, he goes rook g8 check. He's going to trade on d8.
He's losing the thread.
He gets completely. But he wants a4 if the rook took on d8. Good decision
Anybody's game here. Queen d3, suddenly a major threat. It's a mate threat.
Yes, and you could actually even take on c6 and like queen d4, and some queenless positions are still going to... He goes queen e3 for that reason.
Who's better and why? I think it's probably black.
But bishop c3 to b... Whoa, what is knight b7?
He wants the knight on c5.
But
it's
even,
still very dangerous.
You can even think about taking on c5 at some point, pushing a c pawn up the board, and there goes the c pawn.
Oh, 1 second. He barely got the move off. Oh.
Yeah, he is really in time trouble.
Oh,
he blundered c5.
0.2 seconds, he gives c5. Yep, he's going to flag.
Done. He is done.
Oh, my God. It's tied again.
I mean, Dimitri is just going to pummel Levon in the time scrambles. That's what he's saying. Like Levon,
No, but that's what's so worrisome.
Of course. I mean, Levon had some good time scrambles. He held that draw in the rook endgame. But you can't keep it up game after game when you are the slower player. You don't have the mouse speed that Dmitry Andreikin does. And now we have a tied match. Dmitry Andreikin storms back after going down by 2 points. It is 6.5, 6.5 at the midway break here, Danya. A great showing from Andreikin in these last couple games.
A great showing indeed, and I'm going to sound like a broken record, but the closer you get to the bullet, the more worrisome this is. Levon has demonstrated, don't get me wrong, some incredible abilities in low time situations, but if you tally up the totals, Dimitri has still prevailed by a country mile in these time scramble moments. So Dimitri could not possibly be happier with a tied match going into the halftime break of the 3-minute segment.
For sure, especially at the start of this game where it looked like Levon was going to crush him in maybe a miniature after he won a pawn. But good fighting from Dmitry Andreikin. A great match from both these two players. And we'll be right back for the second half of the 3+1 time control when we return here. Speed Chess Championship brought to you by Chess.com.
Now you can use gifts from the biggest chess stars on all your favorite platforms. Just search Chess.com and your favorite chess star on Discord, Twitter, WhatsApp, and more to find hundreds of gifts from Chess.com's biggest broadcasts and events. Nepo, Danya, Fabi, Anna's, and even me, Danny. Try it today.
And we're back here at the Speed Chess Championship. This match is Levon Aronian versus Dmitry Andreikin. Daniel Naroditsky alongside me, Grandmaster Robert Hess, and Danya. We have a tied matchup after Dmitry Andreikin won 2 games in a row to even things up here. But it's anyone's match. So what do you think the players have to change, especially Levon Aronian, who just kind of let the lead slip?
Yeah, I mean, Levon getting exactly the types of positions he wants to get. He's been so creative in the opening, and I really appreciate that. Some of the ideas that he's brought to the table have been incredible. Same for Dmitry Andreikin, by the way, those 2 sacrificial games in a row. Levon has to tighten up his speed just a little bit. He's got to try to be better in time scrambles, but other than that, I think both players really giving it their all.
Andreikin is a force. Let's introduce people to Dmitry Andreikin if they don't know him already. I mean, he is an absolute boss in the speed chess time controls. He wins Title Tuesdays left and right. You see, he's won 10 times in 2022 already. That is ridiculous. That is by
that
far
might be one of the most. That's so impressive. No, I'm just shocked.
I mean, if it's not for Hikaru Nakamura, we'd all be mesmerized by that number. But Hikaru seems to win double, or maybe even more than double that amount. But 10 Title Tuesday wins for Dmitry Andreikin. That's ridiculous.
It's absolutely wild. It shows his incredible consistency. It obviously shows his ability in the 3+1 time control. And this is a huge 26 minutes. As I said at the start, Dmitry most certainly doesn't mind a tie going into the bullet. Can Levon pull it together and stop the bleeding? He's lost 2 in a row.
I think Levon needs to take a slight lead before heading into bullet. I don't think he wants even an even score. He knows that Dmitry is the faster of the 2 players, and knight of 3 by Andreikin once again. So
Levon is stumped. Okay.
Stumped so much that they had to restart the game. I wonder what's going on here.
Levon, I wonder what he's saying.
I mean, Dmitry did just win with black, so he does get the white pieces. So I wonder what the issue is. And Dmitry gets white once again, and surprise, plays knight of 3.
I didn't like the first move. We're going to keep boarding until you play a different first move.
Well, we do see a sort of King's Indian structure, very symmetrical from both sides. And the big question for Levon is, does he just play the calm c6 like Dmitry did and have the exact same position? No, he plays b6. He wants an eventual c5.
C4. And this is one of those interesting ideas that might seem weird, but of course, in this context, b6 is a weakness. Now you have a bunch of tenderness going on the queen side there. The c6 square, you got some light square problems. I like this choice by Dmitry, kind of calming things down and getting a risk-free position.
Wait, you're saying Dmitry Andreikin has a risk-free position? I know. Shocked.
First time those words have ever been uttered.
But I'm totally with you, because the position we have here, there's some tension between the knights. Black, of course, can't take on e5 because then the d4 pawn replaces the knight, and the knight f6 is pinned. So rook c8, both players vying for the c file. At some point, black should probably consider the move h6, like right now. I'd probably go for it. And, well, that asks white a very important question. Are you going to back up, or are you going to take this knight on f6 and give black the bishop pair?
Yeah, h6 is a very timely move here. I totally agree. There's knight takes d5, which is a semi-threat. I don't think it's actually a threat, because if you think about it, when white takes on c6, the queen moves up to d7, pinning the knight to the queen. But still, there's a lot of tactical unpleasantness going on the queen side, which black has to resolve very carefully here.
And we see h6 and bishop f4 played. And you can play g5. We saw actually Andreikin do that, I believe, all the way back in game 2 to keep kicking that bishop around. So it's an idea. it's tempting, but maybe you should just play with like knight d7. Instead, he goes a6. But I really want to get this knight out of e5, Danya.
Yeah, it's a splinter. It's a bone in black's throat. And white might get that knight out of e5 himself. He could play knight takes e6 and replace it with a bishop. But that doesn't seem to be an overly scary approach. But how does Dmitry turn up the pressure dial here? Does he have the means to do so? I don't really think so.
No, and if he doesn't, knight c6, the bishop could take on c6, but a6 would fall. So actually, and queen gets back to d3. That's very important. The queen will not get trapped.
Okay, so he does take. Is he going to go bishop e5? Yes, he does. But this is basically dead equal. And after b5, you could even start making a case that black is the master on the queen side.
Yes, because black has access to double rooks. That rook on f8 going over to c8 in the very near future. So you could play a move like queen d7, which actually threatens some tactics if white is not careful, with the queen staring at each other through the rook on c6.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Instead, he goes rook to c4, establishing the rook on a nice square, trying to get white to play b3 a little bit later and weaken the c3 square. Dmitry drops his queen back to b3. And I think Levon is likely going to follow up with b5. Of course, you always have to watch for a4 in these cases.
Right. But I think
which Dmitry could very well play right here.
He might do that, but after a4, I think can be safely made by bishop c6. The problem for white is you can't take on b5 twice because your knight will get pinned. But he does go a4, so he sees something like you saw, and the evaluation bar still slightly seems to prefer white.
Well, I'll tell you what I saw really quickly. In case of b4, there's this typical idea, knight to a2. And the point is to meet rook takes c1 with knight takes c1 and then reroute the knight to d3, where it not only pressures d4, but threatens to jump into this very nice c5 square. I think that's what attracted him. Levon dropping over a minute behind on the clock. He's got to be very careful here. They're still in a middle game.
He goes knight d7, but he didn't have to sort of expand his pawns the way he did. Like rook c4 wasn't entirely necessary to get to knight d7, but he's not afraid of a b5 because the d4 pawn can be captured right now. So it's a trade. White gets the outermost pass pawn, if you will, but black has this really strong pawn change from f7 to d5, and both sides have their pluses and minuses.
White could try to orchestrate e4 at the right moment to expose some lack of coordination among black's pieces. And I love the move queen a3. This is how Dmitry has to play in Levon's time pressure. These cagey moves which create a lot of threats and very easy to blunder if you're Levon Aronian. Queen b6, though, solid, good defensive move.
And often the threats are very subtle. Like queen e7 could hit you while you're not looking and be a problem for the black king and the knight on d7. But queen b6 was excellent. As you said, it protects a6 while putting pressure on b5. b3, he wants queen b2. Look at Dmitry go.
Yeah, he wants to play against that rook on d4, which very well could get trapped. That's kind of like Hikaru's rook against Wesley in their CGC game.
For sure. No, I mean, if a b5 here, queen b2, now all of a sudden e3 is a big threat. He goes, is that a mouse slip? That has to be a mouse slip, right?
Yeah, a5 so odd because I mean, if you're already moving the a pawn, at least take the pawn to have something to suffer for. Now knight a4 is a big problem.
Wait.
Knight a4 is a winning threat.
Wait a second. Was that a mouse slip, or did he want the b4 square for his rook, a protected square? It might be really
That
deep.
might be it. But I don't think it's very good because there's e3, bishop takes d5. Maybe that's met with knight c5.
Oh, but in this line, e3, rook b4, it's very important that the white pawn is on b5, not the black pawn. Because the black pawn on b5, knight a2 would trap the rook. So there were some subtleties here. And now I think he just needs to, of course he doesn't take on d5 and lose an exchange, but he needs to play like maybe knight f6 here, trade bishops on b7. He still has a chance, but he's worse and he's in time trouble.
And he does go knight c5. I thought that was the idea, but there's even the move knight to a2 here. I think knight a2 might be very strong. There's knight d3 as a result. Oh my God, I'm not... Dmitry, you calculate it.
Maybe I'll play rook fd1, just covering the d3 square.
That is the Soviet schoolboy approach right there.
Well, you can never capture on d5 because the knight will replace the bishop with a fork, and e5 is loose, and then your knight a2 move looks very strong. b7.
Is there an intermezzo? Knight d3?
I feel like Levon just has to take on b7. You can't spend this much time when you have just seconds remaining.
Dmitry might have forgotten that after knight a2, there's knight d3, because now he starts thinking, why did he release the tension? You were absolutely right, because Robert, the bishop on d5 guarded the b3 pawn. Now if you go rook fd1, Levon can safely take on b3 and cement the rook with a4.
And now it's Dmitry who's done under 20 seconds. So both players in some time trouble here. He plays rook d1.
And That made no sense. It's still a game. Levon could still flag here.
Oh, knight g5 to h3.
But knight d5 comes in first.
Oh, yeah, e5 was hanging?
Oh
my goodness. King h8?
How do you actually make something of this discovery? Maybe knight f6 and go back to a1 or something?
Oh, it's such an annoying move, h4.
e4 cementing the knight. 1 second.
a4, what a move to play when your king is in danger.
I know, but what else are you going to do? You might as well.
Rook
and
d5.
rook d5. Bang.
And what's the win?
Where is it? 2 seconds to find it.
Just king g2, and now knight h5 check.
Or knight d7, get after the rook. And stop it with rook a5.
Oh, it's mate. Rook d8's mate in the back.
Rook d8, rook h8.
Well done, Dmitry Andreikin. That was sick.
Amazing. And guess what? Another time scramble, another win.
No, it's becoming a theme in this match. It's very bad news for Levon Aronian, but this position has been good news for him. This Alapin, the white side of it, he won that game earlier when Dmitry sacked on h3. It didn't work out for him. Now he's just going to play against the IQP. So Dmitry has the lead. There's still about 18 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in this time control. But for Levon, he kind of probably feels this match slipping away from him.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the first deficit he's faced in the entire match.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's never a pleasant feeling. It's never a pleasant feeling when it comes this relatively late in the match, because now you start looking at the clock and you start saying, hey, I go down by 2 or 3 points, and then I've got to do that comeback in a bullet against Dmitry Andreikin. Not what I wanted.
But this position is not what Dmitry wanted either. I mean, maybe it is, but I don't know why you would want this.
But why is he continually going for this? I don't understand. He's just worse.
He's worse. It's easy to play for Levon, who's struggled in time trouble. Just queen d2, rook a1 to e1, very simple moves, and you have the long-term plus against playing against this d5 pawn. So this is way too easy for Levon to play. I mean, I know Dmitry wants simple positions. He doesn't want tactics, but look at this. It's just so clear that white is better.
And a5 making more weaknesses on the queen side. Levon could just carry on with his business with rook a1, and that goes knight d4. And the other problem, Robert, you mentioned easy to play. What that really means, I think, is that you've got 3 or 4 good moves on every turn. So the value of each move is reduced. That means you can play quickly without having to worry that your advantage is going to slip away. Black can do no such thing. You make one further mistake, you're staring down the barrel of a lost position. And
you've given up the b5 square, which can be very important. Bishop takes g6 might just win the d5 pawn on the spot. And he plays it, because if you go queen g6, I take. If you play f g6, I play rook d1. I can play rook d3 next. I'm just piling up all my pieces on the d file. And this looks so bad for black.
It's terrible. And you can do this with eyes closed. He goes rook e1, which also makes sense because he already had a rook on the e file. He says, give me that file. It's the only open file on the board, the only fully open file. And Levon has full control of it.
I have to say I like that move more because I think it creates more issues for black that are less easy to resolve. So I like rook e1. Rook f6 is a great decision by Dmitry. He wants rook a8 to f8. But look at this knight rerouting from h2 to g4, where it hits the rook and protects f2 at the same time. And you can play pawn f3. You can play this kind of slowly if you are white. Just watch out for d5 and d4. If black can get rid of the isolated pawn, it's not game is immediately a draw, but that's one of black's bigger concerns here.
Levon is on an absolute roll in this game, and he has to convert this into a full point. A draw would be pretty devastating here for Levon.
We see DC.
And I don't know. Now what you're saying is you have to make something of the files. What do you see?
He wants rook d7, knight g4, that kind of stuff. I mean, I don't see a concrete win, but I like the way he's playing this. He's playing this aggressively. He's not making Dmitry's life easy on a single turn. Knight g4, kick the rook back, then rook d5. Where's that queen going?
Yeah, every move creates a threat. Well, I guess it'll drop back to f8, and you'll curl up into a ball and say, where's the win?
Then I'll play rook e6. I'm just bringing my pieces in one at a time.
Bang, bang, bang. And then I'll go king h7. You'll go queen d3.
Exactly. Sign me up for that.
This is unfolding as we speak. Rook e6 looks fantastic here for white.
And does black have the move g5 potentially after rook e6? Maybe, but so many loose squares.
No, this looks this looks major nasty for black. And you have to try to get a pair of rooks off the board if you're Dmitry, but that's so much easier said than done, because anytime you play rook e8 carelessly, you have to watch out for tactics like knight e5 and rook d8, and there is rook e6. Good call.
So G5, what is White's follow-up? That's the big question. Because then Black at least has protected pawns. On the king side, the queen side's still a bit vulnerable for White, for Black, and White has all the activities. So let's see how Levon continues.
What about queen d3, queen g6? He goes rook g6. Well, king h8.
And then he wants rook.
And then you're threatening a fork.
Yeah, then he wants rook d5 to d6, and he might sack on h6 at some point. Whoa.
No. You walked into a discovery. You walked into a very nasty queen move here. I don't know if that was necessary. Doesn't that improve White's position?
Yeah, like, can you just bring the queen up to d3?
What was king h7? And then he'll have to go king h8, but the queen is so much better on d3 because it's got easy access to the king side.
And all those light squares, for sure. That was a strange moment, but Levon doesn't seem convinced by moving his queen to the diagonal.
No, something's bothering him. What is it?
Okay,
No, he goes rook d6.
He's setting it up because if he plays queen c2 or queen d3 next, then there's a sacrifice in h6 and it's just game over.
Dimitri, I think, has to try knight e7. Maybe shuffle the knight over to f5. Just put as much stuff as you can on the king side and pray.
He goes.
There's sacks all over the place.
No, this has to be winning for White. I mean, you just look at the eval bar, look at the position there, and look at that diagonal.
Well, you start with queen c2.
Oh, so you stepped off. Oh, but he went queen d3. That's a big mistake. He stayed in the rook's eyes on d8. That was the mistake.
It was, because now if you sack on h6 and you take again, Black has queen takes h6 to hit the queen. After king h8, Black is suddenly fine. But Dimitri, he's got to move.
But it looks scary. Like, even if it's not losing, it feels scary to just bring your king back. But what are the alternatives?
What is he thinking about? There's literally no other move.
And
okay.
Oh, but rook d6 is knight f7 check, and if g8 is rook h6 check. Very important. Rook f2.
Goes rook takes f2. That was the move. Oh my god.
And that's why the queen needed to be on c2 as well.
It was defending the f2 pawn. Who could have known? Dimitri's holding this. Knight takes d8.
But how is he holding
taking
this?
Rook somewhere. That's all I know. Move to rook f5, maybe rook. He takes a2. Rook a1, queen f4.
Oh, queen f4. He wins the rook on g5.
No. He blundered the rook.
And look at Levon. He's shocked. I mean,
oh my god, rook a2 is just mate.
Back rank mates.
Well, king g1, I guess, technically, but you could just take the rook.
Yeah. I mean, that is just unreal. And look at Levon. He smiles, but that's a smile out of sadness, so he doesn't cry.
Dimitri looks incredulous. He has now won 4 in a row. Not only could I not imagine that Levon wouldn't win that, he actually lost it. And he's down by 2.
And it's just
this
amazing.
Is really bad.
The difference, Danya, between queen d3 and queen c2. Queen d3 is so much more natural because you're going to the more advanced square. But queen c2 actually kept all of your bases covered and was out of the rook's stare down on d8. It protected f2. And that small mistake made all the difference and did not allow Levon to tie this matchup. In fact, he goes down by 2. And now it's Dmitry Andreikin's match for the taking.
But I was so impressed with the move. Rook takes f2, Robert. In the middle of all of the chaos, Dimitri finds the only move. He doesn't panic. And again, time scrambles. That is where Dimitri has ultimately proven that his lack of experience is not going to be insignificant in this match.
Not at all. And I really like that username in the feature chat that was Puddin' Snack. I was like, oh, I would like some pudding right now. But yeah. Bishop takes f6, queen f6. So once again, Levon gets the bishop pair here for nothing. Like, that's what sometimes I don't understand.
What you're doing.
when I play like this, thinking, I'm playing solidly, I always get punished. When Dimitri does it, it's like the eval bar says he's slightly worse, and then he still looks good winning these games in a long endgame grind. So I just don't know how he does it.
I mean, from a purely principle perspective, the center is relatively closed, and obviously you have the rule that knights are better in closed positions, but the position is not entirely closed. The queen side is relatively open. You could have e5 at some later point, so I'm pretty puzzled at Dimitri's choice. But maybe again, he's just trying to be solid, and that can be very tilting when you're in the middle of a losing streak.
And Levon plays b5.
I wouldn't rule this out because there's queen a3 in the end. I don't know, probably not.
I see what you're saying, though.
It doesn't work.
No, but I see what you're saying, that it doesn't seem to lose a piece on the spot. That's the good news. But he goes knight.
There
E2.
was just queen takes a3 and rook takes b2. But anyways,
Dmitry wants rook c2, rook c1. Take over the c5 square. Get your knight there eventually. I could see him being better in like 5 turns.
How is he making this look good?
That's what I don't understand. Dmitry Andreikin's that kind of player. Is he little decisions? They have huge consequences, and he just does that so well in Title Tuesday after Title Tuesday, in the Rapid Chess Championship, in this Global Championship where he made the top 8. So he's just a beast.
He really is. And Levon pushing his queenside pawns, very ambitious approach, could be potentially very good if you go b4. He actually uses the b pawn as an anchor here. Pretty good approach as well. Dmitry could play b3 on demand to chase the rook out.
But he probably doesn't want to do that because that leaves the a3, some of these dark squares. I mean, queen a3 right now. He
Agreed.
Actually he could play it again. He plays rook a3 instead.
Rook a3.
But it's just this square. Now all of a sudden black has a little something here. The eval bar hasn't changed. Still says an equal game. But you're starting to feel like you have a little something for Levon, and you're up 30 seconds.
I like the move rook c3 by Dmitry to reinforce the threat of b takes c4 and essentially force the rook trade. I suppose you could play rook b4, but I don't know about giving up full control of the c file.
And your rook might just get trapped in a few turns. So
yeah.
I think rook c3 is smart. And then maybe b4 for black, just to give the b5 square to the bishop. And all right, your pieces are activating.
Yeah, b4, bishop b5, pawn on b3 is a fixed weakness. That knight doesn't really have a lot of prospects with c3 now being guarded. You want to get it to c5.
I mean, bishop b5 looks very good right now.
Yep, an easy to play position. Again, we talk about how important that is in the reduced time control.
But Levon is down on time. He was up 30 seconds, and then you close your eyes for 1 second, and suddenly it's Andreikin with the lead on the clock. And it just happens game after game in ways that aren't even noticeable. But this is going to be a problem for Levon.
A huge one. In the second half of the 3-minute portion, it seems like in every single game, Levon is at least 30 seconds down on the clock once the position hits the late middle game.
Yeah, he's no problems here from a positional standpoint, but he doesn't know what to do. And bishop b5, there might be some kind of knight move. He goes queen a7. I like that.
Yeah, he's burning so much clock, though.
Every single turn. He's just using those precious seconds. Bishop d7 here. There might be
rook c7 suddenly a threat, by the way.
Yes, there's queen a8, protecting his bishop, offering a trade of queens.
Which is not out of the question for white. You could trade, and you could basically say that the A file isn't all that dangerous. And the B pawn cannot be attacked by black's bishop, funnily enough, even though it's on a light square.
Somehow I don't like the look of it, but Dmitry goes knight f4. So if you swap queens, the b3 pawn is not hanging because the bishop on e8 is loose.
Yep, good move. Dmitry keeping the tension. Again, Levon down to 30 seconds, and this is where he has struggled the most. He has to at least make a draw here.
And I think he can do it by force. Swap queens, bishop d7. The rook attacks the bishop with rook c7. The bishop goes to e8. And you just go back and forth. Rook c8, rook c7.
And the bishop is untrappable. Yep. And he does it. And Dmitry, of course, is more than happy to oblige. Or will he try rook d8? I don't think so.
Will he just
maybe milk some time off the clock?
That's what I was about to ask you. Will he just sit here, quote unquote, think for 40 seconds and then repeat? No, he's just gone for it.
Yep. Well, he's definitely aware of the match clock, and I would wait 45 seconds to make sure that the next game is the last.
And Dmitry,
he's doing it.
It's smart. Can't blame him. There is no other move. If you play anything else, you lose the game, most likely. So he plays rook c8. The game is a draw. Fair result there. A solid game from Levon. He gets the white pieces. He needs to win this one.
Yeah, this very likely going to be the last game of the 3-minute segment. And Dmitry, d4, d5. A queen's gambit declined here.
An a6.
An a6.
Magnus Carlsen has made this increasingly popular. He plays a6 and then h6. And it's a bit slow. It does develop very quickly, but at least your center is protected. You can play like this as well. I mean, this is solid stuff from Andreikin.
Extremely solid, and that's how he needs to play right now. Yeah, I mean, this, of course, is a Carlsbad structure, a version of the Carlsbad structure, but black playing it in very modern style with g5.
Weren't we just saying this is very solid, and then he plays g5?
Dimitri's been doing that all match, hasn't he? The moment we start, labeling his play, he does something crazy. Like he sacks his queen or he goes G5 in the opening.
I know this has been played before because when I was coaching at the Olympiad, I looked at this with one of the players. And for white right now, there are several moves, but bishop e5 is certainly an option. But he's castles instead. So I'm not afraid of knight takes g3. I'll just take back with my h-pawn. Look how far ahead white is in terms of development.
Yeah, but he's down on the clock again. He also might take back with his f-pawn. I have seen even Magnus. I think he famously made that type of recapture against Mamedyarov.
And there it is.
There it is, FG on the board.
Wow. So Levon, he plays f takes g3. He just wants to control the f file. What would you like to do is get the bishop on e6 off the board and take over all the light squares. Easier said than done, because black is saying, if you're going to trade, you're going to take me on e6, and the pawn f7 will replace the bishop.
Great point. And king h1, Levon playing it slow roll style. Of course, c5 is a very pertinent idea here for black to try to open up the bishop. But Dimitri, the moment I start saying he'll play sharp, he plays solid, and vice versa. So I'll just stop trying to predict his moves. He's a shapeshifter. E4.
I think here Levon has to make moves like e4. There's a king on e8. Where is that king going? If it casts king side, probably going to be the victim of a big attack on the diagonal. If it goes to the queen side, well, there are open files there and some of white's pieces. So it's hard to say what Andreikin should do about his king. The good news for him is he still has over 2 minutes. He's doing well on the clock.
I think DE is definitely the right decision. Yes, the knight is nasty when it's on e4, but you create a long-term weakness, the IQP on d4, which is immediately pressured by the bishop. And is castle's queenside a possibility here? Risky, yes, but nah, he'll probably go kingside.
It's one of these moments, Danya, where if you're playing hand and brain, you say king. The other person's like, I don't know what way you want me to castle, and he castles kingside.
Exactly.
And look at this. Rook a to e1 played quickly by Levon. I think this position, right, is about feel. And for black, do you play rook a to e8? No, it's queen b4. He doesn't care about his king safety.
Well, he's basically saying this is a self-sufficient defensive construction, as surprising as it sounds. There are sacks on g5, and they should already be considered. In fact, knight takes g5 might be something Levon is calculating right here.
I feel like if this were Bullet and Daniel Naroditsky were playing, knight takes g5 would have happened
instantly
10 seconds ago. Yeah, just bam.
Well, I'm already seeing a bunch of tricks like bishop h7, bishop g8 in the end. I would be way too tempted.
So a3 played, said queen b3. And now he does not want to trade queens, that's for sure. But where does the white queen go to? You need to stay in touch with the bishop on d3.
Yeah, queen d2. Obviously, queen trade is right into black's hands. And now knight takes g5, even more tempting, Robert. I don't know. And I'm doing it.
There's also bishop b1. Oh, he goes bishop c2. You're just trying to line the bishop and queen up on the diagonal.
Queen takes b2. There's knight f6 and bishop h7.
Oh gosh, queen takes b2 is a move you don't play because you trust your opponent. You have that enough respect for Levon not to take on b2.
Yeah, there's just certain moves that are like basically illegal.
And look at this. Queen d3 now doesn't actually carry an immediate checkmating threat because knight f6 check is made by knight takes f6, which covers the h7 square. And the reason why that's so important is because after queen d3, black can play the move queen b5, offering the queen trade immediately while f6 is covered by the knight.
What am I going to point out right now?
What are you going to point out? Isolated queen pawn. Oh, okay.
The clock.
I was like,
it's a minute down.
I thought it was a trick question. I got scared.
No. Well, we complete each other's sandwiches, so.
What kind of
30
sandwich
seconds,
are we talking
30
about?
seconds by move 20.
It's a time trouble
I could go
sandwich.
For a nice BLT right now.
You're a hungry guy. And knight takes g5. But the thing is, he did this after spending a minute, and now Dimitri has a huge lead on the clock, and Levon's down to 25 seconds. If you're going to do this in a speed chess game, you often just have to go for it. You can't be a perfectionist, especially because it doesn't work. We see the eval bar suggesting it's not good enough. But I just feel like Levon isn't trusting himself, and he's maybe over-calculating in some moments, which is, I don't know, it's hard to say.
It totally is. And now queen takes b2. Great move by Dimitri. And Dimitri's saying, hey, guess what? You don't have anything concrete going on the king side. Knight f6. There's always knight takes f6. The hero of the defense here for black, Robert, as you pointed out earlier, is that knight on d7. And this is becoming virtually resignable for Levon.
How does he do
H4
anything?
Maybe. Try to advance the pawn.
H4, H5, H6. I like that. He's down to
still
6
chances.
seconds.
Make a move.
Yeah, he's not finding anything here.
He's just letting his time run out. Rook f2.
Queen takes d4.
But now queen takes d4.
Scoop them all up.
Dimitri taking his time, making sure this is going to be the last game of the segment, which it is.
Okay, rook f4. The queen on d4 defends g7. That's important, which means rook g4 doesn't threaten checkmate or anything like that. Rook h4, maybe there's a little something on the h7 square, but it seems far away.
Rook e8 maybe. You use the back rank, preventing knight f6.
I like it. He goes rook f1.
Wait. Bishop b4?
Yeah, what is the threat?
Oh, the rook on d8 is saying. So maybe you should have put the other rook on e8 precisely for this reason.
Good point, because bishop b4, rook takes 4, queen takes d8 check, which still might be good for black, considering how much material you'd be ahead, but not what you want. 25 seconds about.
He does take on e4. Now there's just got to be one more accurate move here to repel the attack, but it's not that easy.
No.
Queen e5 maybe?
He allowed queen d8. He plays, so he goes for this because Levon has no time.
Oh! Levon has 1 second. Bishop e5 looks good there. He trades. He should be able to win this.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda.
c4 and b5. Nah, this is winning.
Yeah, b5 looks really nice. Okay, rook e1. What if we see a repetition?
Stop harassing my rook.
Leave it alone. Oh, now queen d3 is queen takes b7, so the queen would protect the rook.
Uh-oh. And that means Dimitri might lose one of his pawns on the queen side.
Queen takes b7.
Gosh, Levon.
Oh, you can't take on f4 because queen b8 check.
Oh, great point. Dimitri sees it. He still has a passer. But this has gotten a lot harder to win.
Yeah, all of his pawns are gone. Oh, look at queen f1. His queen defends the first rank.
He's holding this.
Oh my God,
queen d1 is a huge threat.
Queen d3 was great.
c5.
a4.
c4, rook d2 wins a piece.
Oh my goodness. Rook d1.
Move!
He goes behind the... Okay, a5.
Oh, he played it with 0.1 seconds.
Oh my gosh, he's getting a queen. But knight takes a2.
Knight takes a2. Oh my God, it's c2.
Dimitri Andreikin is a wizard.
He wins again. And now he doesn't even have to mate with knight and bishop because he's going to win all his pawns.
He's checkmating.
It's mate. Oh my God.
Look at Dimitri. He can barely breathe right now, but he's creating breathing room in this match. He is now up 10-7. Dimitri Andreikin is unstoppable. This last stretch here, he's taken a 2-point deficit into a 3-point lead. Danya, he's unreal.
Riding the crest of a 5-game winning streak in the SCC against none other than Levon Aronian. That was some magic right there. That was some serious nasty by Dimitri, for whom the first half of the match was not going his way. Levon was calling the shots in all stages of the game, but harnessing his strength, forcing these games into these super gritty time scrambles, and then just demonstrating this ability to find clutch moves again and again. Levon needs a miracle at this point in the bullet.
And everyone out there in this tournament watching, like, Dimitri Andreikin's not a person I want to face. They've seen Dimitri be on the edge of defeat and then go back and win the game. He did it against Fabiano Caruana in the Global Championship. He's done it here against Levon Aronian. Dimitri Andreikin is not to be messed with, but we still have the bullet to come here in the Speed Chess Championship match between Levon Aronian and Dimitri Andreikin. We're going to take a break along with the players, and when we're back, it is bullet time here at the SCC.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
A storm is brewing.
You're never going to beat Hikaru at his own game, not in these positions.
Within the Tempest, the best have come to test their skills and brave the storm.
Oh, he missed it! Oh, he allowed a draw!
Oh my goodness.
The wheels have come off.
That could be the match.
For some, this is familiar ground.
Oh my goodness, knight d8? Whoa.
One second. Move!
For others, this is a fresh field to prove their prowess.
This is insane! Oh, look at Fabi, exhausting every last resource.
The battles will be electric.
That is...
Oh, and Hikaru doesn't like that move.
Dagger!
The moves will be fast.
Oh my god, no, 97!
Tricked at the end.
The stakes will be high.
He just grabs his head. He can't believe it. He just gave away the pawn.
The 2022 Speed Chess Championship is now. Fasten your speed belts, my friends. We're in for a wild ride.
We are back here at the Speed Chess Championship. Dmitry Andreikin has staked a 3-point lead, a commanding lead over Levon Aronian. But Danya, every single point matters, not just for Levon to mount this comeback, but also because every point impacts the prize fund going to the players.
It most certainly does. 2,000 goes to the winner, but 2,000 more goes based on win percentage, as if the players need any more motivation. You can see the distribution there. Man, those prizes in the finals are mouthwatering. But this 30 minutes of bullet, mouthwatering as well, Robert.
Yes, a 10-7 lead right now for Dmitry Andreikin. He was down 2 points, how easy it is to forget, but he went on a winning streak, and there was no stopping him. Even when Levon had winning positions, it felt like Dmitry he maintained his composure. He's been doing really well on the clock. And for Levon, now that we're going towards the bullet section, I know there's prize money at stake for every single game, but as we see the players locked in, it just feels like it's getting out of hand for him quickly.
Well, he can't afford to lose the first game of the bullet. He needs to set the tone. Right now, he's still on this losing streak. He's lost the last 5 games. He's got to prove to himself that he can defeat Dmitry in these low-time situations, and the earlier he can do that, the better. 30 minutes, it's a lot of time. They got time for 12, 13 bullet games, but you can't let this get to like a 4 or 5 point lead.
And sometimes this weird effect happens where players who are slow in the longer time controls suddenly speed up. And look at Levon do that. He has more time than he started with. He's actually up about 10 seconds in the opening against Andreikin, and he's trying to prove all the doubters wrong.
Yeah, and he has played in a couple of the games very quickly in the opening, so he's capable of doing it. He knows what a pre-move is, but he blunders 95, and there's that sloppy move again.
But knight c6 is queen d7, so at least he's relying on that, so he doesn't drop material. But it is a bit sloppy. But Danya, Hikaru has always said this. It's better to play good moves quickly than perfect moves slowly. And look at how fast Aronian has been.
He's up 30 seconds. Does Dmitry know that this is not 5+1? He's down a half of his time after 11 moves.
And don't forget that Black cannot castle kingside, because that's castling through check.
Yep, and that's actually a big problem for Black, because you also can't put your queen on d6 to intercept it. And if Dmitry can get the center open or the queen side open, things are going to get really unpleasant here. I would go rook e1 and e4.
And I knew he was going to play c4. He wants the position open. He wants it open now. But after b3, there might be the move knight b6. There's also b5 to consider, and he plays knight b6 quickly.
Well, obviously, from an objective standpoint, this is a very, very nasty situation for Black. But can Dmitry keep up his quality of play and time pressure?
Wow, he gives up a7 and takes d4. Levon showing no fear, but you can't take b6 as queen to b6 is checked to the king on g1.
10 seconds for Dmitry. I can't believe we're saying this, but he's down 40 seconds.
And Levon still has 45 seconds of his own. Queen a4, getting those queens off the board. Good decision.
But bishop e5 drops the pawn on g7.
Dmitry is so tactically alert right now.
He is just a monster. Bishop f6, Robert, and the rook is trapped on h7. This is really bad for Levon. I think Dmitry can pull this off with 11 seconds.
Yes, and rook d1 does not threaten mate?
It does, but b6 opens up some luft.
Okay. Knight c5. Barely holds on, but e5 is all remember. Bishop e4.
Maybe rook d4.
Oh, wait. ef, rook d8 check, and then... Wait. Oh, rook d2 at the end. He's going to do that.
Yeah, he's got chances here, but it's not great.
Certainly does. No, but 5 seconds for Dmitry.
I still don't think... Oh, and he wins the pawn on c4. That changes a lot.
Yeah, h5. Now the rook gets out. Move your knight away.
Yes, c5. Knight c6.
Knight c6.
Oh, he's going to drop the pawn. And now Levon's better.
This is really bad for Dmitry. b5. Now it's 2 pawns clear on the queen side.
The only problem for Levon is he's got a bunch of these weaknesses. The bishop is loose. The pawn on c7 is targeted. So Dmitry obviously should go for a draw if he can pull this out. Oh, he's going after the h-pawn.
b4, push the pawns.
He goes for the other pawn instead.
There is no way that you can hold it for 3 seconds. If he does hold this...
I don't know. He's got that h-pawn, Robert.
This is ridiculous. c4. c3.
This is so hard to win, though, because h5 comes really fast.
And now what? King c4? It's happening so quickly. He goes bishop b5 to go to... Wait, it's too slow, though, right?
c2. Rook c8. Bishop c4. Bishop c6.
H7?
It's winning. No,
Unbelievable.
It's a queen with check. Levon's gonna win the first game.
And can we just say that Levon looked like a very practiced bullet player in this one?
I know. That bodes so well for his chances. The fact that he was able to blitz out that opening and then navigate a very difficult position while keeping the time advantage.
But he's struggling to checkmate right now. That's not a good sign.
Checking and checking and checking. And he finally wins the rook. It's a 2-point lead.
That was nuts.
I think Dmitry just has to play faster the first 10 moves. Like, he didn't give himself a chance there, dropping to 11 seconds in the opening.
But let's let if we're being honest with ourselves, and if chat is honest, nobody expected Levon Aronian, after all those losses, to come out and win a bullet game up 20 seconds and more for most of it. That was really something.
No, this is a huge win, and this is exactly what the doctor ordered. He wins another one, it's a 1-point game. Like, that's basically it.
Right, and the increment is all important because when you're in time trouble, you can get time back. But look at this. c5 is an extra pawn, and it's actually very difficult to get to. So Levon, I think, choosing smart bullet openings.
And he might have prepared them before the match. You never know. But he's better again, and he's pace for pace on the clock.
Right, e4 right now. He can strike in the center if he wants. He was knight f to d2. Why rush the decision? a5 is a bit loose. c5 is well defended by this knight on b3. So Levon doing everything you could ask of him in the bullet. Wow, f5.
That's a big move.
F4.
Met at the top by Levon, carving out the d4 square for his knight.
Wow, that's like meeting someone at the summit in a dunk attempt, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And he just met him right there. And
yeah,
what's
Rudy
going on?
Gobert moment there.
Oh, what a bad trade that was for Timberwolves, but that's neither here nor there. Speaking of
Stifle
trades,
tower.
f takes e5, and then knight d4.
He's
this
winning
is a bad
again.
trade for black. This is
Dmitry
domination.
falling apart in the early part of the bullet, but all credit to Levon. He is just a monster. He's going to win this match if this keeps going in this direction.
He's up 20 seconds. He's up 1 pawn, about to make it 2 pawns because f5.
I don't know. He trades the queens, which is a sensible, practical decision. He should still win this.
Look how much time he's up.
This is crazy.
Is this really Levon Aronian? I know I was going to make a joke, but then people would be like, "Oh, you're accusing him of something." But like, this is just absurd.
Yeah, you're clearly accusing him of something.
Knight f5, and after a trade on f5, king e6, rook takes d5, and bishop c4. I think that also just wins another pawn.
Yeah, good point. There he goes.
He's going for it.
Oh,
what?
Allowing the discovery.
Double check or to some other discovery. Maybe a good practical try. Knight d4, rook f6 check next.
King h5 maybe? No, he goes back to g7. Oh, Levon has plenty of time.
Levon's just doing everything right.
Knight e6 check maybe? Try to get the bishop off the board.
He does it, and now the knight has to move, and then there's rook e7 check. So knight g6, there's rook
bishop
f
d3. Oh,
rook e7.
Wow, he saw that instantly. I would play it anyway and double on the 7th.
Oh, that's disgusting. It's checkmate.
Goodbye, resign time.
The knight's trap. Rook takes it's checkmate actually by force. Bishop e6 and
unbelievable.
Mate next move, rook h8.
And it's a 1-point match. And Dmitry can't believe it either.
And I think we're going to have to pull a James Candy here. LeBron Aronian has shown up for the bullet. He is an unstoppable force. And Dmitry Andreikin leads by just 1 point.
Flexly so right here. That was amazing. And improving on the first game with knight d7. Great move there to take the sting out of knight e5.
And that knight is going to go to b6, and then bishop takes a3. Might happen anyway.
And he's better
Bishop takes
again.
A3. Oh my gosh, he's much better.
And look at the pawn structure on the queen side. The c4 square is weak. The knight's on the perfect square. Dmitry has to try to open up the center maybe to exploit his bishop pair. But I can't believe the bullet has started the way that it has.
Oh, this is unexpected. And queen e7 is possible. Someone hitting a3. He wants knight a5. Give me that c4 square. White has to play e4, but the problems will still persist. c4 is under black's control. d5 will also be under black's control. And Levant quickly plays bishop g6. He's not overthinking, I should say, and he's doing the right thing. Can you take on e4 with f5 to follow? No, h6 was hanging. So good choices by Levant.
But Dmitry trying to wind up some kingside play. There isn't that much going on there, though. Bishop e5, you'll have f6. Can Dmitry find a way to exploit that weak pawn on g7? I don't see anything. And again, he's down on the clock.
This position is really nice for black, strategically speaking. I mean, look for the long term. Black's pawn structure is much healthier. And Levant up a couple seconds. He goes queen d6 now, perhaps? No, but c6, just shutting down the bishop. I'm a little worried about the knight on a5 down it. It can't be hit with a pawn, but it is stuck over there for the foreseeable future.
And if you have to make that move, I mean, you're weakening the queen side permanently.
And c4 played.
Followed up by knight b3, maybe.
Or knight b3. I like both of those moves for sure. He plays c5.
Called it.
And now b5, I think, is going to be Levant's best chance. Goes queen f6.
Yeah. And Levant still keeping pace on the clock. Great move, queen f6. Very practical. Get the queens off the board. Reduce the pressure on the position. Get the knight off the board. Don't let it jump into d6.
Queen e5, bishop e4. Oh, he keeps the queens on. Or not. So this is good for black. I think just having a knight against a bishop is just the trickiness and the control of the dark squares eventually.
If you trade prematurely, though, you give up this very important d6 square for the rook, which you've got to be careful about. Let's see how he handles it. Maybe
you want bc5? Oh, it goes knight c4 instead.
f4, I guess?
Yeah, f4, then rook d7 to follow. I don't like the look of this because black's king is stuck on the last rank.
Exactly. You can't play rook c7 there because of the back rank mate. You called it. And now Dimitri's going to start collecting. Oh, yeah, a4.
A4, c4, a5. White's pawn too quick.
Oh, this might be losing for Levant. And you know what? You can play rook b7. Oh, you can play it anyway.
Rook b7 is good. Yeah, really good move.
I don't know, though. No, because then knight e4, c3, and c2.
Knight e4, rook b8. No, rook b8.
Oh, because you can stop the pawn. I'm sorry. Rook c8, rook c6.
Yeah, you take... Oh, that scared me.
Even
like,
this.
That's better. Levant has to resign.
Amazing.
Like, stop wasting time, Levant. There he goes. The resignation has happened. We get into the next game. But look at Dmitry Andreikin. I mean, he lost 2 games in a row. The match started veering, swerving out of control. And yet he wins that game. He's up 2 points once more.
And if he can win another game and build that big cushion back up, that's going to be huge. Already 11 minutes off of the match clock. This is heating up big time. As Dmitry, again, repeating his Alapin choice there.
Yeah, I think we've approved of this for Levant all match. And look at Dmitry spend about 7 seconds before taking on d4. And now he gives up a pawn, but there are tactics galore. The h2 pawn. So if you try to take on c6 twice, you're probably not going to get away with it.
Yeah, the bishop h2, queen d6. Ooh, I don't like this choice by Levant. He's given a lot of mobility to black's queenside pawns here.
Yes, and there's no more IQP. A c6 is loose in some of these positions.
There's only ear QP.
Wait. Knight
c6 and bishop f6? Yeah. I don't buy this.
No, bishop h2, king h1.
Oh my gosh, Dmitry kind of mini blunder there.
I think he assumed bishop h2, king h2 was forced, but there's king h1, and then the queen has to move, and then you take on f6, and it's a good transition for white.
No, you're absolutely right. This was a huge mistake, and Dmitry again falling behind on the clock. He is in trouble. He's down a full pawn.
A full, very healthy on b3 here. White just up a clean pawn. The bishop on d4 is excellent. This is very bad news for Dmitry in this game.
Yeah, he has to try to whip up that counterplay on the queen side, which he's trying to do, but everything's so well defended. And again, he gets these IQP positions that are so easy to play. What a move. Knight
my
C4.
Gosh.
How about them apples?
I mean, I think Levant is underrated in bullet.
Clearly.
What a monster he is.
Although, if the knight is traded for the bishop, you know what opposite colored bishops mean. There are chances there for Dmitry.
There are still an extra pawn, though, for Levon, but the issue is this game is going to take a while. Now, 17 minutes plus remaining on the match clock, so I think Levon actually can take comfort in that. He doesn't need to win 3 in a row right now. He's only down 2 points, but you get the image here. He just can win the games that are in front of him. He doesn't need to do it in 2 seconds. He can take his time.
I'm a little bit worried, though,
Queen
about
F7?
this counterplay.
Queen
Rook
F7?
G6. Rook
And F3.
G6. Doesn't do it. You were right. I'm sure Queen F7 was working. I guess F3, Queen G3.
Oh, I just completely overlooked Queen G3. Yes, that was maybe the touch that was necessary.
No, but this is still winning. I would just take A5.
And then put your bishop on B6.
On the other hand, then, of course, the black bishop is very well placed on D3. It's preventing further progress of white's pawns. This ain't over. Queen C7.
King F2.
He's playing this a little bit too conservatively, in my opinion.
G4. Trap that rook in.
Oh, maybe F5 will be necessary. H5.
H5. Oh, but then the rook's pinned now. That's really bad news.
Nasty little move by Levon.
And Queen F4. He wants Bishop G3. He wants
F5. Great move.
No, but Queen takes F5.
Okay, take it and Rook G5.
Oh, and H4 is such a big threat. It certainly is. But I feel like it's still good winning chances for white.
But this game is taking so much time off the match clock, which isn't necessarily in either player's favor. It's just making this even closer.
Right. And Rook F4, okay. Rook E6 check. King F5, you get mated.
Oh, he's going to lose another pawn? Oh, no, he's
Rook
not.
F5.
Look at Dmitry. B5, why do you allow that?
How are you going to stop that pawn?
No, but why didn't you just go Bishop C4? That was a very odd decision.
CD?
Oh, now he's got... Yeah, no, it's winning.
B7.
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 Check.
Oh, he missed it. Why do you allow the trade?
Whoa.
What was that?
It might still be winning because Bishop E3 here.
Oh, my gosh.
And the pawns are... Yes, it's winning because the H pawn and the bishop match. That's really important here.
Yeah. Whew. Ooh. It's winning.
Closer than he would have liked, but Levon Aronian getting the point that he needs.
Well, he has to Dmitry. It's not totally over yet.
Yeah, it is. Come on.
Okay.
Come on.
Just don't go King F4.
And look at this classy move, Bishop G5. Couldn't capture the pawn, would run.
Wrong color if you're Dmitry.
What
a game.
Oh, look at Dmitry just wasting time now.
King takes G5.
Wow. Sign of respect. I think great sportsmanship, but maybe bad gamesmanship or matchmanship, whatever you want to call it. Like that was really polite, extending courtesy to his very well-respected opponent. But in terms of a match, you just got to waste time if you're ahead.
But can Levon get over the hump, right? It's psychological at this point. You've been down for a while. Can you convince yourself that you actually can complete this comeback?
Yes, and you see the Smarter Chess predictions looking like a roller coaster there. We go ups and downs. Those G-forces getting you a knot in your stomach. And, well, for Dmitry Andreikin, he might have a knot in his because he was up 3 points heading into this time segment. He is the faster player, but Levon Aronian saying not so fast. And look at this G5. He is not afraid anymore.
Levon believes he can win this match. I mean, it's just clear in his play that, as I said, you win the first game, you convince yourself, yeah, Dimitri's a good bullet player, so am I. And he's playing so fast, so confidently. He's striking the right balance between speed and accuracy. He's playing like a veteran bullet player, like someone who plays bullet every day.
And this may seem like a random comment, but Levon is an exceptionally good bughouse player. And I think the combination of defensive and attacking moves, like doing those simultaneously, he's been doing that throughout these bullet games where he's just making these really strong choices and he's creating threats in his opponent's camp. So right now, he's probably slightly better, but he also has a loose position. The pawn on G5, it does stick out. If you're not careful, you might blunder it. And the knight goes into E5 for Dmitry, trading some pieces off. But I think the coast is clear for Levon.
I don't know, though. I don't really like this from a bullet perspective. Excellent move by Dima there, and he strikes at both sides of the board. Evalbar didn't like that move.
Okay, why not?
Your
That's
guess
the
is
hard
as good
part.
as mine. Yeah.
H5.
Why are you asking me all the difficult questions?
Look at Levon. He gives up his bishop on G6, which looks bad. And knight D2 to follow.
I think he's going to eventually pay the price for all of the weaknesses that he's created. And bullet, you want to have as few hanging undefended pawns as possible.
It's true. Queen C2 already attacks one of them. King goes up to G7.
And
And
E4 is going to come.
D5 is such a long-term problem, and E4 is actually it gets rid of the problem, but it creates a new one for black, the B7 pawn. Ooh,
Yeah,
bishop
bishop
C5.
aiming at the pawn.
The open F file, good for Levant. Wow, B4.
Quite the move there, opening up the B file, inviting on Passant.
A queen takes
That
A4.
pawn.
He hung a pawn.
And that's a big
And
pawn.
rook-
That's a passed A pawn.
And if you don't trade queens, rook takes F4 is a pretty big threat, I feel like.
It most certainly is. It's not only practical, it also creates these massive threats on the king side. He's got to trade queens. And again, this looks pretty decent for Levant now.
Okay,
Although-
knight takes C2, bishop E5 check. Don't blunder that.
It's a time scramble. This is where Dmitry has to strike.
Maybe, no, rook. I was going to say rook F4, and then knight takes C3. And you
Oh.
have 2 pawns on the queen side.
And yeah, 2 more are hanging on the king side.
E2 and F4, that's right.
It's anybody's game. Totally anybody's game here. 5
Look at the
seconds
clock.
for Dmitry.
Dmitry getting a bit nervous, down on the clock. Rook F8, going after F4 and F2.
He's going to lose that pawn. This pawn's hanging. Knight's very strong. Bishop's hanging. It moves.
I like the way Levant is doing this. Everything protected. Rook takes F4, bishop A6, the knight can move
Knight
because the bishop on D4 is
C3.
protected.
Look how quickly Levant's playing. He's keeping 10 seconds on his clock. And now the A
Oh,
pawn moves
gosh.
forward. He's got
Here it
chances.
comes.
Bishop C5.
Bishop C5.
Bishop C5
It
won a
would've won.
piece.
It did win a piece. He misses it, but he goes knight E4, going after
He's
F2
winning this.
and the white king. Knight.
Oh,
Knight F2, rook F2.
takes rook G6 at the end. Might win for white. Or it might win
Oh
for
my
black.
gosh.
Rook
because
G4.
the A pawn.
Oh, it's a
H8,
draw.
And then A2 goes rook D2. It pins the bishop, and he's going to win the bishop.
Oh!
Wait, what? Why do you go rook A4 there?
Yeah, he
Maybe he had
panicked.
to.
Levant might win this now.
Oh my gosh, Levant's going to win.
He is
this.
going to win this. King E5.
King E5.
Wrong
He
way.
went the wrong way. But he can go back, right? He's got time.
Eventually, you're going to have to give up H4, but you have to do it at the right moment.
Right.
10
So
minutes
rook
on the
A4
match clock.
Move the rook away. Rook takes H4 is possible and played, and it is still holding. So Levant missed his chance to bring his king over earlier, and now the H pawn's a runner.
Yeah, it's a runner, and you got to be careful if you're Levant now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
rook B6
good,
to
good,
make the draw.
good decision. Oh, what a save by Dmitry at the end.
But
And it's still a 1-point match.
But Dmitry, once again, he could have played out rook versus rook. He could have wasted another 40 seconds, let's say, and got that match clock down to 9 rather than 10 minutes. So I think Dmitry, he's being respectful. Maybe just playing the board for now because the match is so close. But at some point, he needs to milk that clock.
Well, if there was like a minute left on the overall match clock, then you could have milked that entire minute off of rook versus rook. Okay, repeating this line again.
Bad decision, in my opinion.
I
we've
agree.
seen Levant
Totally.
just get advantage after advantage in this line.
And you can see the eval bar creeping up again. Knight G5 looks pretty nasty here.
Oh, wow. It's just a big threat.
Ugh.
Now, again, oh, look at that. Queen
But this
C2,
just-
provoking G6 and going for the dark squares.
Yeah, this decision to repeat this line just makes no sense in a bullet context. Not to say that Dmitry isn't solid here. He is, but he's dropping a pawn on D5. Levant probably won't take it, though, to keep the positional blockade going.
Yeah, knight E5 is possible. Bishop E3, let's trade off the dark square bishops. Bishop C7 is possible, but knight C5, income white's pieces. D5 is hanging.
And now you're going to take it because there's no rook to come to D8 if the queen drops back to C8. Again, Dmitry's suffering in this line.
And if you go queen E7, then knight takes B7. I don't care if you take on H2. Black's pawns are fallen, and here goes D5.
Okay.
This is
Another bad
terrible.
position.
What has happened to Levant Aronian? And we see that the match score is off underneath the players. Don't worry, everybody. The live score is 11.5, 10.5
Oh
in
my God,
Andreikin's favor.
Bishop-
H6?
I think it's winning. No, it just wins on the spot. Rook takes C6 and queen D4.
Oh my gosh. Bishop E6, queen D4, and you just can't stop
Still
me.
winning. You got to play FE and then E5, but that obviously
Oh.
promises no relief at all. It's going to be a tied match unless we get a miracle in this game.
But seriously, though, what has happened with Levant Aronian? He was kind of slow, stuck in the mud in many of these time scrambles, and now he's just dominating fair play chess on YouTube in this bullet part of the
Good
match.
one. It's over. Queen D7, you trade, you go rook E7. We're going to get resign time here any moment now. Knight G5 is mate with rook G7 and knight F7. Look at that.
I think you make sure you don't get back rank checkmated, but I think after this, if I'm Dmitry, I might let the 15 seconds on my clock elapse, lose on time, just to try to get some sense of composure to regain the balance, because everything is going wrong for him thus far.
And he loses another game. I think I'm going to make the prediction that if Dmitry goes down in this match, he's not going to recover. I think that's going to be too heavy of a blow. So this next game, I think, is going to decide the match.
Just everything going well for Levon right now. He is just in charge of the bullet. He is up 3 pawns. And if I'm Dimitri, I play bishop takes b2 at some point. Just do it. Well, not anymore.
Okay. So, no, but this is, he's milking the clock. He just wants this match over as quickly as possible. He wants this to come down to the last game, and now he resigns.
Okay.
And it's a tie match. Here we go.
I really feel like he's on the verge of tilting, right? Like he is struggling mightily in this bullet. And it doesn't matter what color Levon is. It doesn't matter how he changes his move order. Dimitri has been in trouble. And look at this. We have the most solid of solid positions, the triangle pawn structure from white. Down here, Dimitri getting back to his bread and butter.
He most certainly is. And that's what he has to do. Play solid. Don't do anything crazy. Don't try to play hero ball. Play good, solid chess. And again, try to drag this into a time scramble. That's the strategy which has succeeded for Dimitri in the previous time segments. I think he's been playing just too speculatively and repeating the same bad openings with black.
I mean, look at Dimitri's position. It's
Levon's
bad
better
again. Yeah, the c3 pawn is bad. He could have captured. He does. This is what I've actually really appreciated about Levon's play. There have been pawns that he can capture and probably get away with, but he's just making Dimitri's life as hard as possible. He's like, you're going to have that weakness for the rest of this game. And then I'll grab it when the moment's right.
And that's why we've called Levon a seasoned bullet player. It's these practical decisions that you don't just make unless you have played a ton of games, no matter who you are.
What in the world? I mean, I just couldn't possibly expect the Levon Aronian would play this level of bullet. But the match is still really, there's a lot left here. Queen takes a5. Bishop e7? Okay, I'll take on c3. I'll take all your pawns. You get my exchange. But at the end of the line there, it looks like black is ahead.
Okay, bishop f3, setting a trap. Queen takes c3. There's bishop takes e4, defending the queen and loosening black's queen at the same time. Levon taking his time and moving back to c7, giving Dimitri a little breather here.
Yeah, the best position Dimitri has had all game.
Yeah,
still better for black
worse
with the bishop pair. But the knight on d4, it's stable there. You're not getting that knight off the board unless you take it with your bishop. You, of course, don't want to give up your dark square bishop if you're black because of the squares around your king. So I think Dimitri is actually holding on quite nicely.
Yeah, a6, trying to open up a second front on the queen side, get that a file open and create a potential c6 square for the bishop. But b6 by Dimitri, great bullet move.
But queen b6, rook b1, bishop b5. You're not necessarily winning that pawn back right away. And Levon says, I'm calling your bluff.
And he's doing exactly the right thing. It's so hard to play with down material in bullet.
It was queen f6. He wants the outside pass. What, trade queens?
Yeah, but queen takes f3 and bishop c6.
Oh my gosh, this is really bad for Dimitri all of a sudden.
Yeah, Levon's going to take f3 and then take c3.
Oh no, and the outside pass pawn. And bishop c3 here, and then a5, and just bring your bishop back. All is good here.
Is this going to be enough to win, though? I don't think so. He just gave away that pawn. He wants a draw in this game.
Yeah, he's making sure that he won't lose is really the point.
And rook a4, I guess there's rook to e6.
Yeah, here rook e7. Do not allow those rooks to double in the 7th.
No. And don't trade if you're Dimitri.
But if you're Dimitri, a5, then rook e to a7 is always available. Rook e5, more active positioning of the rook. And should be a hold, because neither side can really make progress. But you have to be careful. Rook d2 at some point.
Yeah, rook d2 and rook c2 was actually not a bad chance for black.
But Levon is just, watch out for rook e7.
Okay. It's anybody's game here. I mean, you can see crazy stuff happening.
Oh, gosh.
Dimitri. e5, e6.
E5? Oh,
rook
boy.
e3, though.
Huge move.
I think he's still holding.
He is definitely holding because the a pawn saves the day. Just take on a5.
But now Dima can milk this. Dimitri might win this. This is hard to defend. It's so easy, Robert, to allow a rook trade by accident in a bullet game.
And I'm just looking at the match clock. 3 minutes and change remaining here.
Oh.
This doesn't look like our last game. But Levon needs to hold because if Dimitri goes ahead, that would be a must-win final game for Levon.
Yeah, that would be so hard to do on him. And he should hold this unless he blunders something in one move. But Dimitri getting to h... No.
Then king f5.
2:45 left on the match clock.
H5! He
really
gives up the pawn for king f5.
Fearless. King
f5.
And it works.
And then, yeah, king takes f4. This is definitely a draw.
Oh, dead draw. And it would be a draw even under worse circumstances.
But look at that move,
black.
king e4, right? He says your king cannot leave the h5 square and wants to go up the board, not backwards. And now he's just going to keep the rook behind the pawn. Look at this defense by Levon.
Dmitry could ensure that the next game is the last one if he wanted to. He can milk another 40 seconds off the clock, but he's probably not going to do that. Or is he? He is. He's going to try to flag Levon.
Gosh.
Oh, he pushed his king away.
He's making a little bit of progress, but he has this check.
Oh, he pushed his king away again.
But this somehow was still a draw. I know this is confusing to some of our viewers.
Oh, he flagged!
Oh my gosh! Levon!
Oh no!
Who's been so good in the bullet?
And now it's a must win. It's a nightmare scenario for Levon.
Oh my goodness. He lost on time of all things. Well, now we have a French defense.
Oh, Dmitry waiting until the end to uncork a French. And Levon has to win this game. With a win, Dmitry wins the match.
Yeah, even with a draw, Dmitry.
Even with a draw.
We are going to see either a win for Levon or the match is over. And if there's a win for Levon, we get to Armageddon. But look at the pawn go up the board. We've seen all the top players, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Fabiano Caruana, they play in this style. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave as well. Rook h4, a rook left, not to the third, but the fourth rank. And Danya, the g7, f7 pawns, long-term issues for black. But white has this problem on c2.
This is a great choice by Dmitry. A great choice because it's a high-intensity position for white, a high-energy position. You need to invest time to figure out how to make progress on the king side. And here, Dmitry can rattle off all these moves super quickly. And he's up a bunch of time already.
Big lead on the clock.
Move. Levon's got to move. He's 20 seconds down.
Okay, he might want to play g4. He does. But then black can even push the g-pawn himself. Open up the king side.
Scary. And Dmitry can think here.
If you do play g6 or something, the h6 pawn is a weakness. So it's a double-edged move.
And h takes g6. Rook f6 is forced. Now rook h8 and h5 looks very dangerous for white. He plays h5 immediately. Oh,
okay.
hg?
hg, bishop f8, and then bishop d6 check.
Oh, you got to play knight f8. Oh, he missed it.
Oh my gosh, and rook takes f3. Oh, he could take with the rook and then played rook g3 after.
But this is good too. I think he's winning this.
Oh my gosh.
And we're going to go to overtime.
Well, not so fast. Crazier things have happened. e5 was captured. The bishop slides back. The other bishop on d6 now can go back to g3 to defend the king.
He's totally winning the rook f7. Another pawn falls.
Yeah. No,
but the g-file counterplay could get dangerous.
But that was an essential pawn, the f7 pawn, right? Pawn chains, are only as strong as their base pawn.
Bishop
e6
G3.
will be vulnerable. Queen g4! Queen g4!
Oh, queen g4 is amazing! He missed it.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's still
now
good.
Knight g2
with back rank checkmate.
Oh, I don't like this though. Levon giving up a big bishop, and Robert, these light scores on the king side could cause him to pay.
Okay, he goes back. Rook should just run away. Go rook
back.
Yeah, rook f6, safe square.
Okay.
And he's up on time. That's the best thing Levon has done. He's keeping ahead in the clock.
All he has to do is just assemble his pieces on the king side. Queen e5. Queen e5.
Oh, queen e5 looks super good. He goes rook h1. I like that as well.
The game. Oh, Dmitry running for his life to a6.
So how do you get a second rook to the 7th rank? That's the big question.
Levon's hands must be shaking here.
Oh, rook f7. Yikes.
Oh, but he's giving up some pawns. This is not over.
Rook takes c4 looks like it's checkmate, but it probably isn't. So he goes queen f3.
And Dmitry hunting for more pawns.
Oh, what a decision by Levon.
Bishop d7. Still
queen
trying.
D8. Oh, queen e7. Queen e6. Taking everything.
Knight a5. Dmitry's still trying to survive. Bishop b7. No, why'd he go there?
He gave up a big pawn. A queen b4 check would be mate. Queen d7.
That's it. Unless he can stalemate himself.
Nah, come on.
This is crazy. We're going to get 4 more games of 1+1 to decide this match.
It's just queen b4.
Unbelievable.
Just don't give up checks. Right, the king on g2 is actually quite protected from all the checks, but that would be the worst thing ever. You give a perpetual, and this is going to Armageddon. A second queen appears on the board. Resignation and a tied match. And Levon is probably just kicking himself for losing on time. And the players, they do get a break. I know they're right in the thick of the bullet here, but the players, they get a mini break here. It is going to be 4 games of bullet, and the match is tied 12.5. The players, they will get a break. I mean, that's important for Dmitry, I think, more so than for Levon, Danya.
Yeah, I mean, Dimitri needs to breathe. He had a good opening choice there, but Levon Aronian, I can't believe the clutch factor there. And that was just such a smooth game. He just totally outplayed him.
He did indeed. And wow, 12.5. It was Andreikin in the 3+1 dominating. Then Aronian strikes back. And that means we are getting not Armageddon just yet. Excuse me. I keep saying Armageddon because that's what the tiebreak means to me. It all is Armageddon. But we're going to get a best of 4 games. First to 2.5 points is the winner. It's the bullet time control. The colors alternate just like usual. And then if it's tied, we get Armageddon. But first, there is tie breaks and a break. And everybody in the chat, I want you to make your predictions on who is going to win this tiebreak. Will it be the 8-seed Levon Aronian or the 9-seed Dimitri Andreikin? We'll find out right when we return from the break for the Speed Chess Championship match here by Chess.com.
What is this? This is duck chess, you guys.
This is a new variant. It's called duck chess.
Chess, but with a duck.
Quack, quack. How to play duck chess. The duck is a brick. Pieces cannot move through the square occupied by the duck.
Click on a square to place the duck. Oh, you put the duck to prevent moves of opponent, not yourself.
Yeah, so basically you do this, and this cannot move. I'm gonna go knight f6, and I'm gonna put the duck in the most inconvenient place for my opponent to move. No bishop, no queen, so no Londons can permanently stop the London.
Capture the opponent's king to win. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no stalemate. Wait, there is stalemate. But the stalemated player wins. Ooh, if only that was real chess.
I think I'm getting the hang of this game now. I think I actually am getting the hang of it. I think this works. Oh, that's a horrible blunder. Oh my god, I just blundered.
I have to move something else first, then dark, and knight will take my king. This is the best way to lose the dark chess.
Those some real bullet skills right there, boys.
This is the first time winning duck chess. That's so exciting.
Oh no, mouse slip. No. I won! Yeah! Duck chess champion. Give me those points, baby.
And we return for the tiebreaks of this match between Levon Aronian and Dmitry Andreikin here at the Speed Chess Championship. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess, alongside me, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Danya, it has been a back and forth slugfest. First, it was Levon with the lead. Then Dmitry was able to strike back. And then finally, in the bullet, it was Levon Aronian. So with the tiebreak being a best of 4 with the time control in bullet chess, do you think Levon is the favorite based on his performance in the bullet time control?
Yeah. I think he is. I think Levon has all the momentum here. He just won a must-win game. Dmitry, that has to hurt. I mean, you were that close to winning the SCC match. Levon's got to feel so relieved that he has 4 more games as an opportunity to turn this match around. And here they go. Levon has to try to strike early. I think Levon has to try to win this first game. The first to 2.5 wins. Seatbelts fastened. Here we go.
Here we go indeed. Instead of these G3 lines, Dmitry striking in the center and plays A3. So again, a quiet approach. Levon develops. And Danya, it seems like stable chess, but A5, we saw this earlier in the match.
Yeah, and I have been highly critical of Dmitry's opening choices throughout this match. And I'm going to criticize him again. I don't know about B6, though, by Levon. I mean, that creates a big hole on C6. And now I think Dmitry's solidly better. I thought C5 was kind of a no-brainer there.
Yeah, that's what Levon did in the earlier game, but still his bishop on d6 positioned, aiming towards the white king side. Look at white go, trying to play bishop a3. If that bishop on d6 is removed, c7 becomes a target. So I do like Dmitry's position. He is better, and I think it's a kind of a 2-result position.
Yeah, and this is exactly what he wants in a bullet game. He can rattle off a ton of moves really fast. Bishop a3, so common in this position to get rid of Levon's good bishop. Very bad start for Levon. That move b6, Robert, he's going to regret that. Maybe try to go c6 here, change the nature of the position, get yourself a pawn majority, at least some activity here.
He does that. He goes c5 instead. So en passant would lead to the same position as c6. And we see a4 is a bit of a target. b6 is a backwards pawn. But most importantly, there's supposed to be a 2-on-1 majority for black, with the pawn on b6 stuck in its tracks.
Yep, and Dmitry building up a nice time advantage here. Maybe bishop b5, forcing the bishops off the board and hitting the pawn on t5 after rook takes b5 makes sense. He plays it slowly, though.
Yes, and bishop b5, rook c8 was still going to be the move, trying to trade on your own terms. d5, a long-term weakness. The white king, you go king h2, king g3, king f4, and so on, if you want to venture towards the center.
And he goes bishop a6, very smart move, trying to induce rook c7 so that he could put a rook on c1 with a pin.
And now knight f6, there's rook a to b3, doubling up on that pawn there. So it goes rook c1 check first, then knight f6, but rook a to b3, I think that just wins a pawn.
Yeah, it does. And this is big trouble for Levon. He's got to try to generate activity on the king side, and he does with knight e4, but he blunders d5. Oh, it's a big pawn to lose, Robert.
It certainly is, because now
rook
white is
b2.
a healthy pass pawn. b6 is still terrible. Rook b2 looks reasonable. Maybe there's rook f1 for black there.
And Dmitry might also be fearing knight c3, although he's got rook takes a5. You're absolutely right, though. Rook f1 picks up the pawn.
I think that Levon definitely has changed it, especially because Dmitry now 10 seconds. He takes on a5. I think
good move.
Oh, knight f2.
I don't know about that. a5 comes in, and black's pieces are stuck on the king side, stuck in mud. Oh, a6, a6.
You got to bring the second rook into the attack. Knight e3 and rook
b7.
a1 is coming.
I would go rook b7. At least start with that.
Okay, rook e6.
E7?
Do not trade rooks, of course. Then rook a1.
Oh, he's
knight f1 check. Knight f1.
Oh, it's a draw.
Yes, it's a draw.
And king f2, knight h1 is mate.
Yeah, that's incredible checkmate.
What the heck just happened? Dmitry allows a draw.
And Levon Aronian showing off the tactical wizardry, and Dmitry is going to be beside himself not winning that game. Oh my gosh. But it's still a tied match.
Another blown opportunity for Dmitry. And again, finally he deviates with knight f6. This is something he should have done at the start of the bullet match.
He certainly should have, but I think that Levon Aronian, he's going for the Alpen. It's been tried and true throughout the match, and it's a different position. He still likes the dynamics. He believes in his favor.
Yep, and this is going to lead to potentially a queen trade. Of course, black can deviate with queen c7 here, but Dmitry doesn't want to. He's fine with the endgame. Black is slightly worse, though. He's cramped. That pawn on e5 very well placed here. That's what I like about the Alpen.
Yes, because normally the pawn e5 is a bad pawn if that bishop on c8 were on a square like h5. Good luck getting your bishop out of there. So knight e4 first. The bishop on c1 hasn't determined where he wants to go. Maybe he wants to go to g5 to trade off the dark square bishops. That's not, with outside the realm of possibility. So bishop c2 first, maybe bishop g5 next, and let's go. Give me the dark squares.
Yeah, he throws the other knight onto d5, does Dmitry Andreikin. There it is, bishop g5. Good positional awareness with little time on the clock for Levon Aronian. And he's going to circle it back to d6.
That was a big problem for black. I think maybe the evaluation bar says it's okay. It just feels like a struggle. Bishop c6 is what you want for black, then knight to d4. Get rid of that bishop.
And there's a3, b4 trapping the knight on a5 because the only retreating square is c6. c4 is covered by the white knight. And Levon prepares
I forgot about that. And so the b4 kicks the knight right back to c6, but gains some space. The one thing you need to avoid if you're Levon is some tricks with knight c6 takes e5. With the bishop on d7 and not going anywhere, you don't have to worry about that for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, rook ac1, preparing, I think, the move bishop to b3, targeting the knight on d5, so Dmitry reinforces it. I like the way Dmitry's defending here and keeping pace on the clock.
No, he's doing a great job. The problem is he's passive. He has no active plan. He goes knight f4. As long as you don't fall for knight e2 check, that's the one thing to avoid. But rook c7 takes care of it.
Levon taking his time, down 10 seconds on the clock. Rook to d2, a little bit too passive. And now Dmitry's over the hump.
He certainly is. The knight f3 can't even move.
Oh, no. Oh, no. This is getting nasty for white.
Knight g6. E5 is in trouble.
Hello.
Bishop
okay, Levon.
Bishop f3, rook f3 still keeps white happy.
Maybe a move like rook d7 to go rook c7. If you can get something to the c file, you'll make white pay for abandoning the queen side.
And g3 is met by knight h3 check, a very important move for black there. And it's going to happen. Knight h3.
And king f1. Don't go up to g2 and walk into the pin.
Goes king f1. He takes
there goes the pawn.
E5 right away.
That's the huge pawn, Robert. You can't afford to lose it. Rook e6.
That was a sick tactic.
Oh my God, he won the pawn. But it's still, he's not out of the woods. Look at the knight.
Is there like a f4?
Now he can take on e6. No, he can just take the rook.
Wait, what's happening here? Knight f7, rook d2?
Knight h2 is mate.
Oh my goodness.
Levon is losing.
Rook f2 mate. It's mate.
Oh my lands. And now Levon has to win with black. If Andreikin wins, he wins the match. With a draw, they go to game 4.
Right. So that's good news for Levon. He doesn't actually need to win this specific game, and he goes towards what's it going to be? Nope.
King's Indian.
King's Indian. Your style.
I don't know, though. And here's the thing, Robert. We always say this. Andreikin should play for a win. He's really good at this line. I've lost a ton of games to him in this exact line of the King's Indian.
Whoa. What is knight b4?
It's an interesting way to mix things up and get time off of Dmitry's clock.
I love it because instead of just being worse and passive, he's saying, let's just create some threats. We're pawn tension in the center, ED5 at any moment, like right now, looks pretty good. And then knight C5, if you take on C5, black gets the 2 bishops and a good bishop on G7. I think Levon is doing everything he can in this game, although Andreikin remains solid.
But look at the clock. He's up 20 seconds. This is exactly what we saw in that clutch game Levon won. He takes on C5. Oh, but Dmitry is going to lose a pawn in the center. He's losing his mind here.
Wow.
What is Dmitry doing?
Well, he just happened to Levon.
C6?
Now he returns the favor. C6. Don't give any piece to D5 square. And E5 is dropping once you get out of the pin.
We might get to a critical game 4 here.
Unreal.
This is insane. And Dmitry down 30 seconds.
What I was about to say. Look at the clock mentioned by Levon here.
No, it's incredible. How does he do this? And he's continuing to make good moves.
What a good move. Retreats are hard to make, especially in bullet. But now E5 is under attack. The queen on D8 is defended. And now Dmitry down 30-plus seconds and a pawn.
Total collapse in the opening here. And he's going to be down another one. I don't see a reason not to grab it.
Take them all.
Or maybe another one.
He could have, but he doesn't. That's enough.
Yeah, that's enough for now. Let's deploy the bishop back to its fianchettoed square.
Queen C7.
Completely winning position. Completely winning.
Yes. Just don't blunder some kind of attack. Queen F3. And okay, but this is just as desperate as it gets.
And now you couldn't even play F5 because the knight on G3 was hanging.
But now White's ready to play F5. So that's why Levon is spending some time. Good thing he's up 20 seconds.
Plenty of time. No need to panic. No need to do anything drastic if you're Levon. Just get your pieces out. You can't
Rook
take
E3.
C5 even because of... Rook E3 was great.
Yeah, no, but you're right. Couldn't take on C5 because bishop D4 check. And bishop D4 at some point. This is just completely losing for Andreikin and no hope
Bishop
whatsoever.
D4, Rook E3. Bishop D4, Rook E3 ends it.
He said goes Queen D6. Rook E3 was still available as well.
Levon's got all the pawns and all the hope.
He does indeed, and he's up 20 seconds still after all that.
The only thing that can save Dimitri is a mouse slip here. Maybe I shouldn't bring it up.
I do feel like Levon is keeping him in the game. A queen d4 check is huge, and take on c4 with the pawn and f4. Is queen g6 even a threat? Like, how bad of a threat is that?
Not a threat.
And rook
Goodbye.
f8.
Here we go. Oh, he blundered f5.
Wait, queen d5 check. I think queen d5 is still good for black.
Oh my god, it's still winning. Oh my god, it blundered a full rook and it was still winning.
That's how winning his position was to begin with.
And now he's just going to promote his pawns, isn't he? Unless he blunders his bishop. Oh my gosh, this is ridiculous. Get me out of here.
How many pawns does he have?
Fabby's in the chat. Be still my beating heart.
Yeah. Well, c3, too many pawns here.
c2.
c2.
Oh, or d2.
And then c2.
He made the most long-winded possible win. Like, Levant gave up all possible material. Okay, Dimitri.
And he wins the game in the end with the lone H-pawn. Fabi, you didn't jinx it. Always good to see you here. He's checking out the rest of the competition. Dimitri Andreikin is going to lose this one. The match is going to be tied. But look at Dimitri. He didn't resign right away. He knows that he's feeling a little bit on edge. And now this is the final game of the match. If it's drawn, we get Armageddon.
It's not going to be drawn. No draw. Let's see a decisive game here. And we're going to see a decisive game. We have
another Alapin, of course.
And Dimitri, I don't like this. I just don't like this. It's the onus is on him to prove that this is going to serve him well in this most decisive game of the match.
Yeah, this is just another situation. Isolated queen pawn for Dimitri. He hasn't had time to look at it. He plays bishop g4. Do you really want to take on f3? The answer is not really. So simple trades from Levant. He is just better without risk.
No, and Maxime wants Armageddon. Dimitri, guess what? 10-second think. As a direct consequence of the fact that he has this d5 pawn he has to babysit for the entire game. And he's abandoned it to the wolves.
But Levant keeps doing the same thing. He trades bishops, plays bishop
he doesn't take it.
He can take it, but I feel like he's been playing around it versus capturing it and just leaves Dimitri. As soon as I say
now he takes it. And he says that he wants queen c5, forcing the queen trade and getting a risk-free endgame, Robert. The ideal scenario in a game like this.
Fantastic play
queen
from
f5
Levant right now.
I would take that one.
Oh, gosh.
Uh-oh.
That's bad news for Dimitri, because now it's a clean extra pawn for white.
Yep, and now just move the bishop cleanly away, but don't give up the pawn on b3. How do you do that, though?
I would play go c4. I don't love that but the bishop on b5 just feels awkward right now.
Queen to c5, offering another queen trade. You can't let that knight jump into c5. This is bad for Dima. Queen b6.
Really, but knight d4 though. But queen b6, we're gonna get some trades. Black will have the activity
Are we
for the
gonna
cost
get a
of
draw
pawn.
here?
It seems not completely unlikely, does it?
Oh my god, that's crazy.
Wow.
Okay. Now Aronian down to 24 seconds.
And the rooks are double in the d file, so the only fully open file, well, I guess the e file is open, but there's a bishop on e6, is black's for the taking.
And is there a case to be made for rushing this a pawn up the board? The problem is that there's always this shadow of the rooks doubling on the second rank, which they're going to do. But the rook from f3, yeah?
Do you remember that earlier game when Levant was up a pawn, was much better, and then Dimitri got his rooks on the second rank like this? This
how
feels
could I ever
similar.
Forget? Takes an h5.
Really similar. G4, G3.
This gets dangerous. 15 seconds for Lev.
Oh, what a move, though. Bishop a4, giving his rook the g5 square.
And now the pawn is going to get to g3, and there is rook g5, as you said.
Yes.
And he plays it immediately.
I think I would have left it on the table, just hoping that Dimitri played g3 without seeing rook g5.
Uh-oh. Wait, is there rook d1 and h4? Is there rook d1 and h4?
Gosh. And you're trying to create a mate. Look at Levant. Levant grabbed his head. He sees it now. And it's a little bit too late.
He might have to sack on g4.
2 seconds. He's 2 seconds. He sacks on g4.
No, but now bishop g4. And rook f2 and black should be winning.
Oh, but okay, he goes rook d1 check. What's he doing? He let the king out.
He played rook h4.
Oh my gosh, and Dimitri is beside himself.
Oh my god, he blundered. And now he's up a million pawns. But Robert,
Levant down to 2 seconds.
Yeah, look at that clock. That is Dimitri's only hope right now is that he flags.
Yes, and he's trying to bring a rook to g1, but he can't attack g2 a second time.
And here come the other pawns. Levant's dropping a bunch of pawns. What is he doing?
He's giving all the pawns away.
Why did he do that? And he's giving another one away.
No way. There's rook e5, and it attacks b5 as well. It's big move there.
Still winning. It's still
my
basically
gosh.
winning. You've
Rook
given
F2?
another one away.
How many pawns can you possibly give up without giving away the advantage?
Why did he do that? King G2.
Oh, Rook H5. Rook H5. It's game over.
It's winning. Oh my God.
Yes, it is.
He's going to make a queen.
Oh my gosh, and Dimitri barely getting the moves off in time.
Move to G2. Where is he going?
Just run away.
Oh, it's almost made.
F6 is almost made. He goes back.
What?
The pawn stopped.
Oh, but he gives up B5. No, Rook B7.
Oh, Rook B7. That's huge.
And H7. And Robert, Bishop H5 at the end. Just go H7.
Oh, wait, no. Rook H1, Bishop H5. Good point. But then Bishop H7, F5?
He's going to flag.
He loses on time.
Oh!
He lost on time. He's beside himself. He's so upset. And that's the match. Levon Aronian takes that drink of whatever he's been drinking, but it's led him to success in the board, and he gives away a little bit of a smile there.
Oh my God. I have not breathed in the last 5 minutes. This entire overtime.
Oh, man, neither player can believe it. Look at Dimitri. I mean, he just gave away his spot in the next round of the Speed Chess Championship.
Robert.
And you've got to feel for him. This position is actually still a hold.
But all he had to do was take Levon's rook and double on the second rank. That was already winning. He found H4. He did the hard part, but he thought he was mating him. He forgot that he was losing the H pawn, and the G3 square was opened up for the white king. Unbelievable. That is called nerves.
And look at Dimitri. I mean, he is just so upset, and you feel for him. But Danya, if you just make a couple moves in this, you know, we could just even bring up a board for just 1 second here as we'll go to get an interview with Levon Aronian in a second. But just there, Danya, if Bishop takes H7 in that final position, it's actually still a draw somehow, some way.
Because of F5?
Yeah, it's just, I mean, Dmitry Andreikin just had to make the move, and he would have made that move.
And there was actually an unbelievable defensive idea in the final position there. But Dmitry Andreikin, that's called nerves. And we see that it affects absolutely everybody. Doesn't matter what your hundreds digit of your rating is. 8, 9, 7, 6. It doesn't matter. Everybody's susceptible to that. Levon Aronian is a freaking hero in today's match.
He certainly is. And well, heroes need to be heard from. So we are going to take a quick break. And when we return, we'll bring Levon Aronian on for a victory interview. Stay tuned.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
and we are here with the winner of his opening round match. This is Grandmaster Liren Aronian. Liren, that's just how you drew it up, right? Winning a bullet comeback?
Yes, it was all planned, of course. I was thinking, I shouldn't show my skills before the bullet, to surprise him. This is the way it happens. Yeah, like that Messi in the first about 10-15 minutes of the game, he doesn't really show himself. He just looks at the formation, and only when he sees the formation he strikes.
Liren, you're a former World Blitz champion. I assume you've played a ton of Blitz throughout your life and in your childhood, but you don't play as much online. How difficult is it for you to adjust to online Blitz? Do you find it any different from OTB, and how did you feel about that this match?
I think I'm definitely better OTB. I mean, being pretty terrible OTB, I'm definitely better OTB than the mouse. No, because with all the seriousness, I don't know. When I'm down on time, somehow the mouse is already, running away from me. It feels the cat or something. I don't know, but I'm not able to play the moves that I want to.
Well, in a way, Liren, do you feel that it helped you that in some of the games that you lost, it wasn't necessarily by position, it was on time. So that kind of kicked in your instincts to just move faster in critical moments?
I don't know what helped me, but definitely in the bullet, maybe it was just I didn't have any more pressure and I just thought to have fun. And in bullet section, I consider Andreikin to be a heavy favorite in bullet section. I actually, before the match, I thought, if I manage to do something in 5+1 or 3+1, then I have some chances, to get the like a +5 score, and then maybe it can be an unclear match. And I came, after 3+1 segment, I was down 3 points, and I thought, okay, 0 chances for me because bullet is normally my weak spot, and it was very strange for me. I don't know what perspired. I don't know what happened.
Liren, were you surprised at some of Dimitri's opening choices throughout the match? In particular, you seem to be getting advantages very consistently in the Alapin with white, and some of Dimitri's sort of knight f3, g3 systems from the white side were pretty innocuous. How surprised were you that Dimitri, kept repeating these lines?
I think he was doing great in knight f3, g3 up to a point when I started playing this knight c6 business. And then somehow, of course, it's half correct. I mean, it's not a great line, but because it's it's a format where you don't have time to prepare. I mean, if somebody comes with a surprise, I think it worked out very well. And then, objectively, of course, Dimitri knows this is a bad opening, and I mean, you cannot really avoid playing as a bad opening, so he went for it. And what about Lapin? It was strange that it kind of worked so well for me because, of course, it's nothing, and he proved it with many ideas. But somehow I was getting this safe kind of positions where maybe this position suit my style more.
Mm-hmm. That's some interesting insight, Liren. We'll let you go very soon. It's been a super long match. But first, 2 feature chat questions. The first from Jules Gambit, who asks, how does Liren stay so cool when he's down points? I would be so tilted. What is your secret to your mindset?
I think not really caring. Just, it's... the thing is, for me, this online tournaments is like playing a computer game. I don't care if I lose or win. This is not like something over the board where I would get really, really upset. It's, I understand that this is a different era, and actually online chess saved chess, the game of chess. But as somebody who's from this different era, somehow I don't get upset when I lose in an online event.
Okay, fair enough, Liren. And I mean, the last question also from the featured chat is from Puddin' Snack, is what was in that thermos and why did it kick in for bullet? What were you drinking?
Ginger ale, actually, mixed with water.
Wow, I was not expecting you to say
Now,
that.
I was tea, coffee, and water were like my 3 candidate moves.
Yeah, I like it. The water, kind of water, but something with sweet stuff in it. So that's ideal for me.
Okay, well, last question before I let you go. Who's winning the World Cup?
I'm rooting for Argentina. I hope they'll win.
Okay, well, Levon, you have so many fans out there. You made many more in that exciting match. I know you're probably sick of moving the mouse at lightning speed, but congratulations on a match win over Dmitry Andreikin, and we look forward to seeing you in the quarterfinals here in the SCC.
Thank you so much, guys. Happy to talk to
See
you.
you, Levon. And that was our good friend Levon Aronian winning at long last 15-14. And in his own words, a huge surprise that he outlasted Dmitry Andreikin in the bullet section of all time. Because Danya, it was a really mesmerizing performance.
Let's not forget it was a 3-point lead for Dmitry Andreikin going into arguably his best segment. I mean, that is as slam dunk as it gets. And from game 1, Levon showed that he wasn't going to go gentle into that good night. He put on turbo boost in bullet. He weathered the storm again and again, and he won a must-win game in that French to take it into overtime. And he had the calmer nerves when push came to shove. What a match.
Oh, what a match indeed. As we look at a bracket and how this affects things, Levon Aronian moves through to the quarterfinals. And in all likelihood, not a guarantee, but in all likelihood, he will face Hikaru Nakamura, the #1 overall seed, the reigning Speed Chess champion. And normally, Hikaru says if he's down by just 2 points or something like that heading into the bullet, he still feels like he's confident. But the Levon Aronian we just saw in bullet, that was really impressive stuff. And I think that he has a real chance against Hikaru. I mean, Hikaru is still the heavy favorite, Danya,
yes,
but he showed some excellent bullet skills.
No question. And if Levon, can step up his game a little bit in the 5-minute portion, the way that he played in bullet, I mean, he is just a force to be reckoned with. He had good preparation. He showed that he can compete in time pressure. All of the stuff that I was questioning before the match, Levon proved that he can fight with the best of them in. And it was just an honor to watch this match and such a pleasure. I love the SCC.
It was fantastic indeed. And just because this Speed Chess Championship match is over doesn't mean that the chess stops. There will be 4 more matches in the first round before we get all of our quarterfinalists. But we also have the Women's Candidates Tournament going on right now. There have been 2 draws in each of the matches, but Alexandra Goryachkina, Katerina Lakhno, Alexander Kostenyuk, and Zhang Yitan are playing. And the winner of this pool will face the winner of Pool A, that was Li Tingzhe. And so it could be an all-Chinese matchup there to see who will face eventually against Zhu Wenjun. But the action continues. The coverage will be on Chess.com. So drop the command Women's Candidates in the chat for all the details. But Danya, any final thoughts about this match and what you expect to come in the SCC opening round?
I mean, I just have no words about what we just saw. That was epic. I think everyone is only now starting to breathe, and that is just the SCC for you. And you can see the prize fund is generous, but these players are going to put all of their effort on the line, even if the prize fund was 0, because it's the SCC and because it has this prestige and this fun that's attached to it, and that all of the players look forward to all of the matches. Another incredible match. And the next one, of course, the marquee matchup between Magnus Carlsen and Gukesh. The round of 16 continues on Tuesday at 8 a.m. Pacific. I'll be bringing you that with Danny Wrench. I can't wait.
I also cannot wait. It's always exciting. Every single match in the SEC promises the fans something new and something fun. But on behalf of myself and Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky here, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you for joining us, and congratulations once more to Levon Aronian for winning this great match, an epic match in tiebreaks against Dmitry Andreikin. We should tip our proverbial cap to Andreikin. He has been a mainstay in all of the biggest and best events on Chess.com. We'll see him again soon, and we'll see you all soon for the next match between Magnus Carlsen and Gukesh here on the Speed Chess Championship. See you, everybody.